the Brawl Stars Championship is back.
It is the finals day. One of them is going to be crowned the best Brawl Stars team in the world.
Oh, they win it. No, they do it. Oh, they win it. Oh, way.
You made it! Welcome to the Brawl House. Come on in and I'll give you a tour. Now, over the last 8 months, millions of players have brawled it out online, all for a chance to compete at the Brawl Stars World Finals. Now, my job for all this time has been finding and securing the most spectacular place to host the World Finals. And boy, oh boy, did I find it. Okay, nope, that wasn't it. Forget what you saw there. Let me show you the real arena. Come on, Bruce, I'll see you inside. Come on, I'll show you. All right. Now this is where the magic is gonna happen. This is the stage where 16 teams featuring players from 18 different countries will brawl it out, all to prove who the real stars are. Welcome to Brawl Stars World Finals for 2021.
too easy.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Brawl Stars World Finals, and welcome in to the Brawl House. This will be our humble abode for the next 3 days as we go on our search to crown our 2021 World Champions. We got F.Dot and Uber waiting in the wings. I, of course, am Ark, joined by the wonderful, the fabulous Teddy here on the caster couch. It's been such a long time coming, Teddy, but we are finally here in person. How are you feeling about today?
Man, I could not be more excited. It's been absolutely surreal getting to meet all the players, all of the talent, everyone involved in this event. I mean, amazing.
Yeah, just getting some rustling in my headset, but I'm sure Sam will fix that in just a moment. Yeah, we are going to be kicking things off with such a bang. This is what the players have been all leading up to all year long. All that preparation, all those scrims are going to come full circle. So much is on the line. Everything is on the line today.
Absolutely. So it's been such a productive week for the players as well, getting to scrim against teams that they usually don't scrim against. So absolutely amazing to see all of that content here. But I mean, the fun is just starting. World Finals are starting today, and I mean, that is quite something, isn't it?
It really is. And look at this. This is going to be our brackets coming in today thick and fast with SK Gaming against Tribe Gaming NA. Bunkerog following that later today against INTZ Queen Nai as well. We're facing off against Trick of China in the lower. This is the top half of the bracket in an enlarged form there for you guys to see. This is going to be day one. So Queen Nai against Trick of China later, and Tribe Gaming EU up against NAVI.
We also got some sweet matches tomorrow to finish up that round of 16. That is going to be TIG Origin versus Reply Totem. We'll have SCM and Esports against Team Flash, AC Milan Clash against Nova Esports, and last but not least, Affiliate Esports versus Zeta Division.
Honestly, doing the draw was such a nervous thing, but nowhere near, I'm sure, what the players will be feeling in terms of nerves today. Again, you know, it all comes down to this. We're here in person, so the lights, the glitz, the glam, all that comes into play, and players are going to have to keep their cool if they want to take home that big, fat stack of cash. Yeah,
there's so much more that the players have to get used to here, right? It's a setting that players are not used to anymore, and it's a great experience for them to just round up a bit more as a player, you know, learn some new skills, some new aspects to their game, and I can't wait to see how they adapt.
Yeah, I can't wait to see as well how you guys back at home are going to be doing your predictions. Make sure that you head on over to event.brawlstars.com, lock those predictions in. We're going to be finding out later on today how we kind of see today potentially going, but make sure that you do that, because obviously that goes a long, long way into earning that really fantastic Cat Burglar Jesse skin. You're going to want to get your hands on that. I know that I do.
Absolutely so, and we want to know what you guys think, who you think is going to be winning each match. We've discussed about this so much already, but we want your opinion too.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we're going to kick things off with a bang, I think it's fair to say, Teddy. SK Gaming against Tribe Gaming NA. I mean, I don't know how this one's going to go. I mean, I remember the draw very, very specifically in my mind, and I couldn't quite believe it myself.
I mean, this is a matchup that we couldn't even dream of before, right? Absolutely incredible. We have two teams that both dominated through their region, first seed of their region. It's a clash of titans here already in the first match of the day. This is a grand final worthy match, and we're getting it right here, right now already.
All year long, all we hear is we want to see EU versus NA. We want to see how that is going to go down, and we're going to be soon getting the players into the studio. I had the pleasure, actually, of chatting to the players just a few days ago about their rivals and their face-off, so let's take a look at that.
Ball kicks it, and SK Gaming.
Tribe Gaming gets it done.
Both us and SK have been at the top of our regions for a very long time, so there's a lot riding on this match as number 1 NA versus number 1 EU.
Tribe Gaming get a kill. That's 8 stars in the pocket. Tribe Gaming locked in.
This should be their classical. Tribe Gaming NA versus SK Gaming. EU versus NA. NA hope didn't work last time, and this time it won't work again.
And he was able to come in and really rack some havoc, and now SK will not even be worried.
Well, the players are entering the arena. The Brawl House is full. The guests are in, and the trophy, it seems, has been returned to the stage as well.
Yeah, I did not even see that happening, Ark. What a surprise. What a surprise. I mean, very fortunate, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very fortunate.
Well, they were plugging themselves in and getting raring to go. Curious to see whether we see signs of nerves or confidence being displayed at an early point. Again, a situation that the players haven't found themselves in for a very long time. It's honestly such an honor and such a privilege to see everyone back behind the podium doing what they do best.
Absolutely surreal to just get to see everyone and those teams that we don't associate together anymore, because it's been so long, but we have them all in the same room here, ready to compete, and we got our maps and modes. Pinball Dreams will be where we start things off here in Brawl. We'll have Safe Zone in Heist, later on Dry Season for Bounty, Gem Fort in Gem Grab, and Bot Drop in Siege. Ark, what are your thoughts on this first map?
Oh, I mean, I gotta say, you know, there's some good ones there for me. Heist as the second mode is going to be a very interesting one once the players have kind of got themselves warmed up. I feel like the aggression of both NA, Tribe NA and SK is going to be flying there. Pinball Dreams as well, you know, is a map where you've got a lot of cover, but ultimately you can choose to break some of that. Very curious as well to see how the bans may impact these maps and modes.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think it's a lovely map and mode to kick things off. Brawl being the most popular mode in 3v3s. Everyone is at least decent at Brawl, if not great. And this map particularly, Pinball Dreams, very open around the center, but then still so much cover around those goal areas. Just a very well-rounded map that leaves a lot of opportunities brawler-wise.
Absolutely. I personally have got to say I'm a big fan of Griff here, because you can just go there straight away, break up the left-hand side wall with your gadgets, and open things up very quickly. Curious to see whether that will be a strategy potentially that either of these two teams will be going in for. And Lola is playable as well. We got to mention that. We haven't seen any of Lola being played in the competitive setting in the BFC yet. So if players don't ban that particular brawler, I've got to say, Teddy, I've been very hands-on with her, and at the moment she's in a very strong place.
Yeah, she's absolutely amazing. Very, very strong. A lot of possibilities. Just a very creative brawler to play with as well. No doubt it's going to be banned a lot, but I'm curious to see what those guys are going to be banning and picking later on.
This is it. And in terms of the meta, it's never been in a more balanced place. But here are the bans coming in now. SK Gaming going to be banning Sprout and Leon. Tribe Gaming NA going to be banning Buzz and Mortis. What are your first thoughts?
I mean, already from SK, I love it, man. I really do. Banning Sprout and Leon on the LAN event, I mean, at the World Finals,
yeah,
I think that's very, very strong, very confident. We know them for that, right? SK, typically, they don't ban the best brawlers. They ban the brawlers that they don't plan on using and that they just don't want to be playing. I think Buzz and Mortis is very interesting as well. They're two very good brawlers, two brawlers that synergize very well together as well, that you see very often together with something like a Poke or a Byron in Bounty or in Brawl. So it's interesting to see them both getting banned, just eradicating that whole very aggressive playstyle, try to get things a bit more simplified.
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly this. These are two of the most aggressive teams in the world. So getting rid of Buzz and Mortis, I think, is a really smart decision. We know what Corey loves to do with the Sprout pick as well. So I think that SK Gaming have really done well to kind of eradicate that idea. But you know what it means? Lola's going to be available.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, right?
Yeah.
This is very interesting. I mean, no doubt we're going to see plenty of Lola in this first match. It's just such a well-rounded brawler, and I think it fits in so many different game modes. I expect to see it quite a bit. Any other brawlers that particularly shine in the maps we've seen so far?
I still think Griff, combine that with Lola in overtime or B, you're going to be having a great time. But I'm really curious to see what the predictions are going to be for everyone watching at home. Again, event.brawlstars.com to get involved on that side of things. We're going to be keeping you up to date with what the audience at home have to say in regards to what their thoughts are as to who's going to be taking home this first win. Again, it's a knockout, so one of these two teams is going to be going home after the end of this best of 5, best of 3.
A single elimination bracket, man. It's brutal, but it is going to make things very exciting for sure. As you said, one of the two teams is going home after this one match.
Brutal.
It is going to be tough, but it just raises the stakes even more, and I think was that the excitement as well.
It really does. It puts the pressure on everyone to bring the fire home. Here we go. Predictions are coming in. Big advantage, maybe, if SK are watching the screen right now, to have the viewers' voices behind them. 74% of you at home. Do you feel like they are going to be able to take this one? 26% for Tribe Gaming NA. What are your thoughts?
I think I agree with the idea. I do think that the percentage is maybe a little exaggerated. I would say it's probably like 60-40, something along those lines. I feel like anyone can take this one. Absolutely.
Hey, I think it's going to be a lot closer than what that said. I
yeah,
agree.
exactly.
But having said that, we did place our own predictions, Teddy.
Yeah.
We got to put our money where our mouth is, so we're going to show that as well to see what we thought as well. Again, biased casters. I mean,
we're from Europe, right?
Yeah.
We gotta.
I mean, I think for this one time we're allowed to be a little bit biased. But again, I've got to reiterate this in terms of the meta and our location in the Brawl House today. Anything goes, and everything's blown wide open, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on today regarding the scrims that the players have been doing. Going up against comps they would not normally be going up against, and finding problems along the way means that you've got to be constantly adapting. And I do think we're going to see a lot more of a versatile choosing and drafting process.
Yeah, I think so too. I think taking big risks at the World Finals, you got to be confident. You definitely got to be confident if you're going to go for some wild comps. I'm expecting some slightly more standard stuff comp-wise, especially for the first match. I mean, the nerves are going to be even higher than for other teams, right? So, gotta try to be as familiar as you can, and that means playing comfort picks, going for the brawlers that you typically associate with some of those players, and that's specifically what SK try to hurt as well, banning something like a Sprout. We know Corey loves Sprout. Whenever there's doubt, go Sprout, and that is just not an option and a way to even injure your opponents furthermore.
Absolutely that. I mean, again, we've seen some patterns along the course of this year, and that's exactly what all the teams competing are going to want to keep as unpredictable as possible. So experimenting a lot along the way to try to find a little bit of a hidden gem, along the way that no one is going to see coming. I've seen some really wild and wacky things, I've got to say, in the scrims, and as I'm sure, a couple of fortunate viewers at home have been able to get a little bit of a sneak peek on the spectate for. I do feel for that reason that we're going to see some things that we've never seen before in Brawl, and some really exciting interactions to come. Again, I've got to say I'm a little bit concerned for the fact that Lola is not banned in this instance, and I fully expect that both teams will be looking to utilize that particular brawler where possible.
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, we've seen everything and anything in scrims already, and I still have no idea what to expect from those guys. I think everything is on the table, and that's why they're here. Talking about numbers real quick as well. I mean, just to give you guys context, Tribe Gaming, that's 5 out of 8 monthly finals won this year. 6 out of 8 for SK. I mean, just titans in their region. Guys, let's give a quick look at our prize pool to see what is at stake this year for the World Finals. Look at that, $1 million arc, $400,000 for that first place. That is an enormous prize.
Life-changing money. I mean, it's insane. It's actually insane that we are in the position that we are now, and that the players, are in the process of doing what they've been leading up to all year long. Second place, $200,000. Third to fourth place, $80,000. Fifth to eighth, $40,000. And ninth to 16th, $10,000. I mean, no one wants to go home early, but at least if you do, you're not going to be going home empty-handed.
Oh, absolutely. So just showing up here is already quite something. But obviously, those teams, they are hungry for as much as they can get. And I can tell you that no team is going to be happy with anything below first place. They're all aiming for that. And they know it's possible. That's the thing as well. They know they can.
Yeah, exactly. They are literally within a arm's reach of that trophy, but there is still that journey leading up to being able to obtain it, and that's the thing that players are going to have to bring the fire. Again, in a knockout situation, you've got to make sure that you are absolutely on point and not missing a single trick. You're going to have to really dig deep, think about everything through. Again, a lot of the coaching comes into play in that respect as well, and the analytic side of Brawl. A lot of those mind games, which I fully expect to see a lot of today.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned coaches as well, they are allowed to communicate with their players during the matches, which is definitely very interesting because you can just expand on the level of strategy a little bit, adds some extra value to having a coach in your team. Because, you know, in this unfamiliar environment, you want to have as many things as possible that, you know, make you feel more comfortable, make you feel more at home, and having that sweet voice behind you that has your back, it can be a huge asset, and they're going to be very thankful having those coaches.
Oh yeah, that all comes around to play, and if you are just joining the stream, good for you. You haven't missed much just yet, so we're going to take a look now at today's format and fill you guys in on exactly how things are going to be going over the course of these 3 days. So it's going to be a best of 5, best of 3. And again, it is a knockout situation as well. We'll be doing the upper bracket today on day 1, the lower bracket tomorrow under the same format on day 2. Day 3 is where things get fun, right? That's where it's all going to come down to, and we're going to be having a best of 7 sets in the grand finals. So we're going to be going the whole hog, Teddy.
That is going to be a long match, and I hope it is going to be going all the way to 7 sets. But, man, I mean, just in day 1 here already, we got some huge headlines. We got through the bracket early already, but this first match, man, this is everything we could ask for. EU versus NA, it is happening today.
It is happening right now. I mean, you know, let's talk about a little bit about SK Gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 monthly final wins, and, you know, they didn't miss a single grand final appearance. They were in every single one, all 8 they were appearing in, and they won 6 out of those 8. I mean, that is huge, honestly. Tribe Gaming NA, though, had still a highly commendable comparison. 5 monthly final wins this year, 7 grand final appearances. So just the one that they were not appearing in. So in terms of that stat comparison, so closely matched.
Absolutely. So, I mean, dominating through their regions. Now it's the next level, facing each other. It's going to be something quite special. A couple interesting facts as well. Skyrix attending every single world final so far, 3 out of 3. I mean, you got to tell it, that is some consistency. And obviously, you know, you also have a Tribe, all 3 players attending last year's grand finals, world finals. So those guys have experience. They have been in this unfamiliar setting. They have been under so much pressure and nerves before. Now it's time to use all of that and, yeah, basically dominate through this match, see if they can pull through and make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you mentioned Skyrex. He was nominated for an esports award this year for Mobile Player of the Year. So, I mean, you know, very few in the entirety of the Brawl esports scene have been through as much as that man right there. And that experience and dedication to the game, it comes full circle and is needed and required in moments just like this. I cannot wait to see when they start that first game and start to get their thumbs on. We got to give it also a great shout out to the coaches as well. I mean, you know, Pedro, as we know, is a bit of the mastermind behind SK Gaming and actually subbed in October. And they did manage to pick up a win over Tribe Gaming EU with Pedro. So, you know, in the event that anyone's thumbs get tired, you never know. You never know. We may see an appearance. And as well, you know, Kana and Super Saiyo on the side of Tribe Gaming NA do a tremendous amount of work in the background. Super Saiyo couldn't sadly be here today, but it was his birthday yesterday. So a very happy birthday to Super Saiyo, no doubt, watching at home and seeing and cheering his boys on.
Absolutely. So, I mean, also all the rest of the support staff as well, right? Going through managers, analysts, everything so useful. I mean, imagine the work analysts have had to go through this week, watching and recording all of those scrims. It's an incredible amount of work that it takes for those teams to make it all the way here. And now the question is, how well did they do that job? How well can they execute all those plans that they've made? They're well prepared, we know that for sure, but in practice, things always will go wrong, and we'll have to see how that goes down.
Yeah, it's how you manage the stress, and absolutely a factor here. Let's take a look at the qualified teams as well, just to revise ourselves on which teams have made it this far in the competition. For last time we've got INTZ and Aphelion Esports, Tribe Gaming NA and STMN for NA and LATAM North, Zeta Division and Queen Knife for East Asia, NAVI representing EECA, Team Flash, the current standards and world champions from 2020 for SESA and ANZ, for EMEA we have SK Gaming, AC Milan Clash, Tribe Gaming EU, Bunker Rog Esports, Reply Totem, and mainland China we have got Nova Esports, Trick of China, and TIG Origin.
Man, just looking at all of those teams, I am already excited to get into those matches. This is the thing as well about this year, and especially right now, the World Finals. It's not been this competitive pretty much ever. It's absolutely insane, man.
And that is what they are fighting for, the Brawl Stars trophy. And I've got to say, I love the appearance of that. I think it looks so clean. I want that for my trophy cabinet, Teddy, and it pains me that I can't.
Well, you'll have to play a little bit better if you want to stand a chance for that.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? 2022 ARC pro player?
Yeah, question mark. I mean, I'm down. I'll put in the time. I don't mind going back to my roots a little bit here and there. And, it's getting through those solo power leagues right now that I'm struggling with. But no doubt, with a bit of practice, I'll get it back.
We should get a trophy like that for Power League. I think that would motivate my randoms quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need a bit of encouragement with your randoms to really get them to push the boat out. So I'm with you, Teddy. I feel you.
Yeah, man. I mean, the stakes are high, right? The glory is absolutely high, as you said. The representation of their own regions. We have the MEA with SK, Tribe for NA. It's a clash of titans. It's a clash of regions, and I could not be more excited about this match, man. I feel like I've wanted to see this match in pretty much forever, and now we finally have it in front of us, and I can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, players are just getting a bit of admin communication going on whilst they probably get themselves all hooked up in with the iPads and getting themselves ready to roll here. But no doubt, be soon on our way here again. Our first map was Pinball Dreams for Brawl Ball. And that can be a game mode in itself that can be over very quickly as well. So we're going to be rolling through those games very shortly. Talk us through a bit about Pinball Dreams as a map and the kind of relative brawlers that we could expect to see in the comps. Again, as I said earlier, I think there's a little bit up in the air today. I think going back to some of the monthly finals, for example, we were kind of always very much on the comps. I think that today, with the mind games that are at play and the unpredictability coming in, then I think we're going to be relatively surprised. But traditionally speaking, what would you kind of be thinking on Pinball Dreams?
I mean, once again, I feel like in the mid area, you can go for some longer range brawlers. There are a lot of options over there. On the lanes, it's very interesting. There were moments where we would see a lot of throwers because of that big wall and how strong it is near that goal area. But other moments, destruction is key, opening your way up there. So there's honestly a ton of options in scrims. We've seen honestly everything and anything. It's been absolutely wild, and I'm so curious to see how risk averse the players are going to be comp wise, if they really want to go for something special or are going to remain a bit more comfortable and go for some more traditional picks. I think the options are there, and there's only going to be one way to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with the Sprout ban in play, I think that there's definitely going to be an element of taking something which would have provided a great deal of control. I think Stu is another brawler which could definitely be a factor here, because ultimately we know what Semantic can do with that particular brawler. I think Barley would be a great thing, but again, that risk of bringing in something like a Griff which can immediately break that left-hand side lane. A throw is a bit of a dangerous call. I think that the range is definitely an idea as well, but Rico especially, if you do have that wall breaker, will be able to get a really good early game, but not necessarily so in the late game. So that's the thing with Brawl. You've got to be going in fully prepared. If you're finding yourself in overtime, maybe tanks aren't the best idea to be thinking.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's one of those maps as well where a brawler like B can absolutely shine mid, and you might even see it, or even Bell. You don't want to get any tanks in the way, right? It's very dangerous. Coming in with a Mortis and a Buzz ban, I feel like the throwers might be a little bit safer, actually, because you don't have to worry about a Mortis or a Buzz just dashing into your face. You also don't have to worry too much about countering those tanks, because Buzz and Mortis are some of the most dangerous tankier brawlers that you can face, so maybe you don't need B in your comp, and those bans are going to have such a huge influence in how those comps are going to be designed. I'm really curious to see what they come up with.
Yeah, for me, I fully agree. I've got to say, I think having that mid long-ranged approach with something along the lines of a B or a Bell will definitely be a great thing to have in your back pocket. Absolutely so. We've seen again throughout the course of this year so much aggression specifically from both of these two teams. So I think that they are the perfect bans in my opinion, and it's about adapting as well. I think that once we finally see the two teams clash here, we're going to get a bit of an idea as to what they've been thinking and preparing in the background, because again, no doubt both sides have been watching each other's scrims, but I don't necessarily want to say they haven't scrimmed, but normally I kind of advise that you probably don't want to be playing the team in your practice process. You want to be able to keep those cards close to your chest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, you're going to be revealing a lot of secrets if you're scrimming against them. Not that they can't find them out anyways, right? But, dude, there's a whole year of preparation behind this match. Those teams, they've been prepping for what seems to be forever, and the stakes are going to be enormous. They want to make sure their comps are on point. They want to make sure everything is flawless and perfect getting into this first match.
Well, again, players are just getting themselves ready. Again, if you're just joining the stream, be sure to head over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can place your predictions for today, and everything counts towards earning, towards getting and claiming that elusive cat burglar Jesse skin. I constantly get inundated on Twitter with everyone asking how they can get it. That is where you need to go. Everything will contribute towards that. There's some really fantastic things that you can do. You can cheer for your favorite team, as well as placing predictions as well along the way, and various other things that you can do to support your team of choice.
Yeah, and it works with both YouTube and Twitch, right, for watching. So great options over there. Wherever you guys usually watch, you can have the integration for that. So great options all around to give you guys, your input on those World Finals. Man, I can't wait to get into this first match. I'm excited, dude. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I mean, this is the moment to be excited by, isn't it? I mean, this is what everything's been leading up to all year long. And again, all that hard work from the players, it comes into play right now. No pressure, guys, you know. But absolutely so. I mean, I can't wait to see the players get involved and get things going. They're just getting into the game at the minute as we speak, trying to get them in. So we'll keep you guys updated on that as we go. But again, you know, our predictions were edging towards SK, as again, you know, a little bit biased as we've been watching them closely all year long, and we are from well, I say we're going to be from Europe, but I mean, that's just down to you today. But, you know, in terms of the Tribe Gaming NA style of play, kind of how do you envision this one going? Because, you know, they are so similar in play style, as we mentioned before, and the viewers were rated SK 74% in their favor. But I think it's fair to say that we feel like it's going to be a much closer affair.
Yeah, I said 60-40. It could be 55-45. It could be 50-50, to be completely honest. I think that most of the rankings we have so far, and most people, is because EMEA is considered as the most competitive region, and SK is dominant here. NA is probably the second most competitive region, and Tribe is dominant there. So it's really hard to, you know, be completely fair on a matchup like this, because we are not sure what to expect just yet. And that's what makes World Finals so exciting, because we don't have those level of matches every day. We're only going to get it once a year, and this is the day of the year.
Yeah, this for me was one of the most talked about matches. And I was talking to some of the pro players, and a lot of people seem to think that whoever wins this matchup is likely to be one of those teams in that grand final. Again, I think that when it comes down to our position here in the Brawl House, I think that we can see a lot of upset along the way. So I'm not sure that I fully agree with that. I think there's going to be some surprises thrown in and some close matchups as well, no doubt about it. I'd love to see some reverse sweeps as well. I would love to actually see, despite having placed my prediction cards close with SK Gaming, I would love to see Tribe NA take on Tribe Gaming EU. I mean, that would be a phenomenal matchup to see. It's a difficult thing when it comes to predictions in that respect, because I often, you know, like to predict or at least place down in front of everyone who I'd like to see win and who I'd like, because it affects the bracket quite considerably along the way.
Absolutely so. I mean, overall, you know, we are at a point right now where any team could beat any team. They have the level for it. They are definitely going to be favorites, better teams than others, but it depends on how they show up today, the level of play they are able to bring in those important matches, and that's about it, man. Honestly, we could see any of those 16 teams wins, and we talked about it earlier, Ark, but everything is possible. Absolutely everything is possible. Huge upsets would still not be that much of a surprise, because we know that every team is a wild card.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone is dangerous. Everyone has to be taken seriously. No time for error or mistakes. Again, the knockout is brutal. It's absolutely brutal. The players are still looking to join the game, so we're going to be taking a quick break, but don't worry, we'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars World Finals. The players are now in, and we are shortly going to be seeing quite the matchup. It's SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming NA. And as we were saying before the break, Teddy, this is one that you guys are not going to want to miss.
I mean, it's the titans of their respective regions. EU versus NA, we've said it a couple of times already, but I just can't emphasize it enough. There's a lot of honor and glory just on this match. Everything else aside, those guys want to win this one really badly.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a knockout, so one of these two teams will be going home after this matchup, and, you know, it's, again, as we said earlier, it's a brutal thing, but it keeps everyone giving their all, and, you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see a lot of back and forth. Maybe someone gets an early lead, but then some fights back, as, again, you know, this is the one chance that you just got to seize the moment for.
I mean, if you had told me before the bracket announcement that either SK or Tribe NA would be going home first round, I would not have believed you. Yeah. But now there's no other choice. One of them will be going. I mean, they're not actually going home today, but you get what I mean, right? Yeah. So the stakes are as high as it's ever been on both sides. There's so much to win, but there's also so much to lose, and the nerves are going to be as high as they've ever been for those players. And all the experience, everything they have is going to be super helpful, because we are ready to start with the World Finals. SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming NA.
Here we go, and we've got the mirror matchup straight away. The Byron's in the mid, the Barley on the lane side as well. Lola coming out for both sides, as we rightly predicted it would, and this is where it's going to matter. Both teams now looking to get those early supers in, and the star powers and gadgets there nicely displayed on the screen for everyone to see.
Yeah, Barley coming in on both sides as well, probably due to that Mortis and Buzzband, just makes it a bit safer for those throwers to shine, and it's powerful positions they have on those lanes to hold on and just deter anyone from getting close. The Byron matchup so far rather safe. Both teams don't want to take too many risks just yet. One kill would be a huge opening at this level of play, so they want to make sure they stay as safe as they can for now until they have more supers available.
Yeah, Byron Super's in the mid, and just everyone trying to not feed. It's so important, honestly, to not feed those supers in, because that can be the very thing that you need to be able to take back control of the mid here. Samantha trying to get some shots there onto Corey as well to keep that suppression there, to allow Jetton to push forward. But so far, no one is making the first move. Everyone playing a very cautious game so far, with 1 minute before overtime.
Yeah, it's all about trying to spot a mistake, and both teams are not willing to let any of those mistakes happen. 1 minute left on the clock, and so far no one overextending just yet. Semantic with a Barley super going to gain a lot of control. This is the moment for SK to push forward. They created some space, but here is the first kill of the Day Tyrant start to pick up that first elimination.
I've got to say how I feel right now, Semantic. I can hear him say, go, go, go in the studio. It's a fantastic feeling sat here to hear the players in their live communication fashion. SK, though, have dropped back a little bit away from their momentum here as they're starting to recollect themselves. Try with a decent defense under some pressurized circumstances. 20 seconds until overtime, and that's where we've got to see things go towards a goal, or this one will have to be played out again.
All right, 15 seconds left until the map is going to be blown wide open. All walls, all bushes out of the way. And we'll definitely be getting to overtime. We'll nerf those Barleys a little bit. They do love that cover quite a bit. It's out of the way now, and a chance for maybe Tribe to engage. Nice gadget, try to heal up a little bit. But so far, it's still very even. The pole nearly still on the line.
Yeah, this is where the Lola can really thrive, and I like the way the Torrent as well kept that healing tonic for these final moments here. But now, potential push for SK if Jetton can just gain his superheroes in a pretty much a commanding position, but a lot of pressure coming back from Tribe, forcing back the flow of action here. Jetton has got that super still to hand, potentially healing himself or his teammates. But look at Tribe, they're pushing forwards, Teddy.
25 seconds left, and Tribe 2 versus 3 situation. This is looking good for them. They have a chance. Zulan has a super as well if he can just shoot it in, but he loses his teammate with the ball, the shot, the pass. Tyrant Star! Oh! He's gonna walk it in!
Tyrant with the goal there. The celebrations inbound, and what looked like the pretty stealth moment at the beginning quickly turned around, and Tribe took back control. The super pass there as well from Zulan, right on point. Again, you cannot have any time to make mistakes there, so they had to capitalize and they had to get that goal then. They've worked all the way up towards it, so it would have been a shame if they wasted that opportunity.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we saw such a passive start to this game is both teams. Brawl is one of their least comfortable game modes, and it's tough to start off with a game mode where you're not shining. It does lose some of your confidence probably, but in this case, they made it work in the end. Beautiful goal to kick things off, and first game going to Tribe.
Yes, this is what we've needed, Teddy. This is what we've waited for. The celebrations, all the emotions flying high there. We got some stats there for Corey. Team damage 41% and a DPS of 129. That's a huge stat for one player to be taking on that much team damage as well. Damage taken was 115 per second, and KD there, very, very good as well. So again, I did say like Lola in overtime is a dangerous thing when combined with a Griff, but clearly also combined with a Byron.
Yeah, I was going to say 41% is already super impressive, but this is a support brawler, support player as well, right? So that just blows it out of proportion furthermore. Beautiful game from him so far. As we've seen, it's about spotting mistakes and being able to exploit that, but a lot more aggression early on here this time around from SK, not messing about, and very different comps. We're back to Sandy, Max, and Gene meta. It feels like we are going back a couple months ago.
Yeah, a time machine, it works! And Tribe Gaming NA are going to be sticking with what they had in the previous round with the Brawl on the left-hand side lane, the Lola on the right-hand side, the Byron in the mid. They felt like it worked last time. They're hoping it's going to work this time as well, but that max speed is going to be a big factor here. What Semantic also gets that Sandstorm, that's going to be a huge factor. Also, the unpredictability of the sand coming into play could well be the thing that SK Gaming need to push back Tribe Gaming NA.
Yeah, so far it's back to a bit more of a stalemate. Great super from Corey to engage. Zulum will barely go down there. The magic buff from Skyrex not enough to keep him alive due to that poison from Corey. And now we have a chance for Tribe Gaming to engage. Barley gonna be super strong in that position. Those walls providing so much cover, so many opportunities, as Corey is also spotting for a target, perhaps for a super.
The Let's Go there from Jetson coming into play. Semantic pushing that left-hand side as strong as he can before getting suppressive fire from Tyrant there. Skyrex is keeping hold of the magic hand as well. He knows that in a desperate situation, that's going to have to come into play, and I'm sure no doubt as well, cover needs to go down in the process. They're more than happy to make that sacrifice. The ball pushing to the right-hand side there. A nice connecting ball there from Skyrex with the magic hand, getting Corey taken care of, and this is where SK have got to push this ball up the map.
Yeah, you get the man advantage. You need to capitalize. You need to gain control, get closer to that objective of scoring. And so far with 50 seconds left, most of this game has once again been around that mid area, struggling to really find an opening just yet. But gadgets are starting to run low for both sides, and overtime is already getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Semantic might be holding back, I assume, running the Sweet Dreams there, but the speed coming in yet again from Jet's been too low to make anything of it, but a good pull on the left-hand side again from Skyrex. He's been hitting them so consistently so far, but I don't know realistically what him and Semantic can really do in this position here. And then Corey and Zulan as well with the pickup. That's a really, really good position for Tribe to be able to come back.
Now 15 seconds left until overtime kicks in. And we've had it in game one so far. It went to Tribe Gaming this time around. SK want to make sure they contest this first set. Don't want to give any more momentum to Tribe. Overtime kicking in. And we do have the super available for Skyrex. Maybe a pull could come in clutch. So far, this Tribe was a bit more control, pushing forward, getting closer to that goal, but that movement speed from Max is going to be dissuading them from pursuing that way just yet.
Ooh, I'm not sure that Semantic there was trying to find the feet of Skyrex, but either way, Tribe are using the moment to push forward some momentum here. I think the problem realistically is that Semantic hasn't really had much in the way of a Sandstorm, and Corey just, oh no! Oh my word, Zulan! Straight from the furthest point of the field, that was right at the cusp of his range. My goodness me, Teddy.
What an opening that was. A mistake in SK's defense. Tribe quick to spot it, able to exploit it, and secure the first set. Huge set for them. They take the lead early on so far in this match.
Oh, you saw there just how pleased and how pumped Zulan was with that. That was, I didn't see it coming, I've got to say. I mean, at that range to be able to make the shot happen, you got to hand it to the guy.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing as well. We talked about it so much. The conditions are unfamiliar to those players. So many different things they need to focus about, and there you have some mistakes happen. Look at that, Jeden goes down. Semantic not really able to defend there so far. I mean, beautiful stuff overall. That was the first goal, if I remember correctly, the pass to Tyrant Star. Jeden just not enough damage in the world to try to get that kill. And here we have a bit of a mistake in the defense. Just you can see as well, Lola deals so much damage. An interesting decision, I think, from SK to not bring in the Lola. And here we have a slight placement mistake, slotted in just like that, and Tribe take the first set.
He almost punched the camera.
He most definitely did.
Fantastic stuff, gotta say. Tribe Gaming NA off to a great start here, and as you rightly pointed out, in terms of the stats, you know, Bounty is definitely the game that both of these two teams thrive on, and is going to be on the third set, so that's going to be a really interesting one to see. But yeah, it definitely seemed for me that SK was struggling, and I think you rightly pointed out why. I was surprised to see that they dropped the Lola, especially if the overtime idea was what they were going for. They were needing to have something along those lines to have the range advantage. And I didn't see, again, many sandstorms even from Semantic. Would like to have seen a bit more of that to keep Tribe on the back foot, but we are swiftly moving in to Hot Zone, Teddy, and this is where things are going to get so interesting. We need to see that resolve from SK that we've seen time and time again. They're behind, and this is where, in my opinion, they are the most dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, right now for SK Gaming, it's all about trying to stop that momentum from Tribe, not let them gain too much confidence. And that's the thing as well with SK. We know them for being so consistent, whether they win or lose, always staying safe. But yeah, Safe Zone coming up next for Heist. An interesting map for sure. I mean, I feel like brawlers like Rico and Colt have been very popular on the lanes. Mid, you have some very interesting mechanics. Some players like to go Bell, some players like to go Piper. What I'm very curious about is Lola, because you know, we have those situations where you have a brawler that is very strong in the meta, but is it necessarily on every map and mode? Do you want to bring it in? You don't want to tunnel vision too much around it. You still want to have the best comp, not just the best brawler.
This is so true, and you know, there's that strategy which we've yet to see, whether it's going to come into the BSC of just throwing your clone forwards. I mean, it is more often than not something that you place on yourself. So if we are going to see Lola as well from Skyrex, so I'm curious to see whether that is what SK are going to be going for here. I like the idea of the Piper mids, and we know that Semantic can absolutely pop off on that particular pick, as well as Jetson on the Colt. This could be a comp which SK feel more familiar with, and this could be their chance to bring back a set.
Yeah, once again, this is what I was mentioning earlier. I do feel like on this map particularly, I like Rico just a little bit more. Those bounces, you have some more angles to work with. Definitely going to be an interesting matchup to watch. The rest in mirror matchup, of course. So far, struggling to really find too much. A nice tag. Semantic was the follow-up homemade recipe. That's going to be kill number 1 and a chance for SK to push forward, gain some control, and maybe even get a shot off on that save.
Well, I've got to say, I like the way that Tyrant handled that situation. A lot of heavy fire, but he was juking absolutely on point here. And as quickly as that, the push from SK deflated, as now Tribe Gaming take back that mid-control and assert some authority of their own. Big shot there from Coriel to Skyrex, and the follow-up from Zulan as well. It's Joel! Semantic fails and goes down. A team wipe for Tribe Gaming, ending in the damage rolling in on the site.
This is huge. 23% damage lead now for Tribe Gaming and A after that full-on team wipe. And the Lola on the left side is getting outranged by the Rico consistently, not able to get any supers down just yet. A nice tag. Homemade recipe does hit the wall, and Zulan survives.
My goodness me, I've not seen SK in this position for such a long time. Everything that SK are throwing at Tribe Gaming ending is just thrown back in their face so quickly. A nice jump away there as well to evade the damage that was going to be coming from Semantic. Sulan not going to connect much on that left-hand side, much onto Skyrex. The clone now coming in, and the gadget pop as well to get that survival bubble there on the field.
Alright, Skyrex finally had a shadow, but did not last for long. Could not deal any damage on safe with it so far. This is looking so good for Tribe. 2 kills, it's a team wipe once more, and damage keeps pouring down on that safe.
Oh my word, SK are in a world of trouble right now. They've got to claim back so much damage. They haven't even got a single percentage of damage onto the safe, and it's now or never. 15 seconds remain. A big tap from Sulan just to keep Skyrex then suppressed on the right-hand side. Tyrant with the pickup onto Jetson as well. This is the moment that SK have got to get damage, Teddy.
Yeah, but they can't do that if they're dead, and Tribe Gaming NA get yet another game that's 3 in a row, and a terrific start in highs here as well.
Oh my word. Honestly, the sensation in the studio is electric. We can hear the players like celebrating and congratulating the players as they go, not even just at the end, but during the game. It's so electrifying, I've got to say. But like you rightly point out, Teddy, Tribe are on a roll. SK Gaming have got to put a stop to this, and they've got to put a stop to it now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This year, there's one word I have said countless amount of times. It's the word momentum. But here in real life, all together in the same room, it's even more important, because when your opponents are celebrating, yelling, shouting, and just being so happy about each victory, it hurts.
Yeah.
And you got to make sure that you stay ice cold and that you are able to keep the morale, to keep going, keep fighting, and take back that momentum.
Yeah, I was literally having this discussion with the players the other day, and we haven't even seen any taunting come out yet, you know, any protest.
Yeah, I want to see some dancing, man.
This is pretty friendly right now, but again, like you rightly say, those voices that start to then give you, a bit of a deflation in confidence, that's a huge factor, which has not been something which the players have been experienced for the majority of this year. So again, under the lights and the glitz and the glam, you've got to stay composed. Composure is key.
All right, game number 2 here for highs. Tribe Gaming could be picking up their second set if they can keep this win going. And so far, we have Zulan going quite aggressive against Skyrex. Things working out quite nicely for him. A nice tag from Semantic in the center. Gets a follow-up onto Zulan as well, but no eliminations just yet.
Good aggression, though. I like that start. Semantic connecting very, very nicely and swapping between both Zulan and Corey in the mid there, the double team, and a good use of gadget from Zulan, able to be able to defend that right-hand side lane really, really nicely. Skyrex going over to the Bell pick as well. Ruffs for Tribe is an interesting one to be able to have a bit of something to hide behind, and already a supply drop from Tyrant there going over towards Zulan, so he's going to have way more punch for those shots.
Yeah, those supply drops are really going to help you lane diff your opponents. So far, a little bit of a lead for Tribe Gaming. Nothing too worrisome just yet. What worries me is the control, because they can keep capitalizing, getting it down to 79% now. Tribe Gaming once again in the lead, and SK not looking as their usual.
Jetson very low here. Will pick up the kill onto Tyrant, though, at a very important moment, because it will allow Semantic to start to push through in the mid, and he can go himself towards that cover, which is broken very quickly, very observantly so by Corey there. Big taps again from Semantic. SK are looking much more like their former selves, but they've got to start to get the damage, and there is the first sign over there from Jetson on the left-hand side.
All right, they get 6% off, still a little bit behind, but they have mid control. They have the option to capitalize now after every kill, whereas Tribe Gaming, it's defense mode activated. SK, they need some more damage, though. The clock is slowly ticking down, 35 seconds left, and it's still Tribe in the lead.
Yeah, as well, Corey being tagged up by the Bell with the mark is a very important factor here. He'll be taking a lot more damage. Another supply drop coming in there from Tyrant to give Corey a bit of a helping hand. They're going to need it. They are on the defense. This is pretty much the first time in saves that we've seen Tribe in this position. Another big tap from Semantic there in the mid. They are really starting to gain momentum. This is a close one. If Tribe can get a wipe here, they can start to bring it back. But look at Semantic coming back a little bit early, just in the event that the push comes through.
Yeah, they need damage here, because sure, they have control. Some damage is coming down, but 1% making the difference. And in the end, once more, it's Tribe Gaming taking this game and set 2-0 for Tribe.
Oh my word, and look at the energy. The energy of the team is the very thing that is driving everything forward. Zulan is so pumped. Bang his chest, he knows what's up, and I've got to say, Teddy, time and time again though this year, we have seen SKB at their most dangerous when they are behind, but is that going to be the case on the World Final stage today?
We've seen SK come back countless times. That's the thing, most pros I talk about when we talk SK, they tell me, when SK lose a game, that when they lose a set, the next game, they come back fresh as if nothing happened. It's not possible to gain momentum against them or to distract them in any sort of way. Right now, it does feel like they are affected quite a bit. They're struggling to find their groove. And when you're losing 2-0 in a best of 5, you gotta find it quickly, or it's the end of your journey this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say though, in fairness to SK there, they did look a lot better. They started to make more plays, gain a lot more traction with their shots, and sometimes that confidence can start to show as well on the other side of things, and it can put you in places where normally you'd be a bit more reserved. I mean, looking at that compared to how he started back in Pinball Dreams, so passive to start things off. Both teams trying to feel each other out, trying to work out what their strategies were going in. Now things are getting a bit looser. That could be dangerous for SK, or it could go in their favor if they're able to capitalize on Tribe's mistakes.
Well, we're going to dry season now in Bounty, and Bounty is the best game mode for both teams. This is where they were the most successful this year. Tribe and NA, and obviously for the EMEA region for SK Gaming. And here's the thing. I mean, at least we get to see that bounty set, right? It is really, really important to see those teams in their best element as well. So far, Heist was kind of in the middle of their favorite and least favorite game modes. Brawl was pretty low for both of them. This is familiar territory. This is where both teams shine and are at their best. The question, who is going to be the better one?
Both teams have got the same number of wins this season. We've got 20 wins on both sides, but it is an 87% win rate for SK Gaming. Just the 3 losses to the 6 losses of Tribe Gaming NA, but that's still such a shallow difference, realistically speaking. And again, with the momentum that is currently behind Tribe Gaming NA, the energy levels are so high. Everyone really knows how close they are to getting through this stage and setting SK packing.
Yeah, this is worrisome for SK. We've not seen them in this spot in what feels like forever. We've talked about it earlier, but they won 6 out of 8 monthly finals in EMEA, and they were in 8 out of 8 grand finals this year. Seeing them out here in the first round would be one of the biggest stories of the entire year. But here we go. Bounty is going to start now, and if SK want to come back, they have to start in this set. Otherwise, it's going to be the end very, very soon. And already Tyrant quite aggressive. The blue star did get picked up by SK Gaming, so they will be starting off with the lead for now.
Okay, well, the build promotion there from Sky is going to be bumping up the HP there of Jetton and just focusing on him as the last man standing effectively if it gets to that point, because Semantic's got a lot of healing abilities as the Byron to consider, but look how aggressive Tribe are straight off the bat in their faces of the spawn of SK. No back and forth kills or death just yet, but still, you know, putting SK on the back foot. And this is the one bounty map that I do think does give a little bit of an advantage to when you are back on the ropes. But at the same time, though, SK can't really afford that right now. They are 2 sets down.
It is the bounty map where control is the most important. As you mentioned, sometimes you have the lead in stars, but if you get pinched in your spawn, you don't have all that much to work with, and you can easily just be stuck in that position. This is what seems to potentially be happening here to SK, as Tribe Gaming are gaining more and more control, still behind by that 1 and blue star, but they want to capitalize if they can get some more destruction with those stick heads. That could go a long way as well, but so far, no kills in this game, although Semantic is very low HP, needs to be very careful.
Yeah, he does. He really does, because he needs to be healing his team, and he can't do that whilst he's so low. Again, a good pickup. 3 stars to 2, but another one in return. Sooner with the takedown there onto Semantic. Tickhead going out for Jetton, but taken down so quickly. Tribe Gaming have the lead with 10 seconds remaining.
This is huge. SK Gaming pushing forward. They need to find a kill. Anyone would do, but Jetton falls. And with that, the hopes for SK Gaming in this game. Match point for Tribe Gaming.
Oh my goodness me, this is a phenomenal performance. This is dominant, Teddy. This is a sheer sweep. A sheer sweep against SK Gaming is potentially about to happen before our eyes.
Man, I've talked to so many pros today and in the previous couple of days. I asked to everyone, SK or Tribe NA?
Yeah.
Most people said SK Gaming. This is a huge upset. It's not over yet.
Yeah.
SK still have a chance, but they haven't won a single game yet.
Yeah, this is the thing. We've seen reverse sweeps all year long from SK. It's happened time and time again, I've got to say. I do see it happening for them, but again, we've never been across region with that same scenario. And I don't know, with so much at stake, so much on the line, and the momentum, you can feel it. It's infectious from Tribe Gaming NA. And again, if you're just joining the stream, you didn't hear me say it earlier, but chatting to some of the players, a lot of the pro scene seem to think that the winner of this game could very well be in the grand final. For Tribe Gaming NA, that would be such an enormous outcome. Again, 74% of you watching at home and voting via the app put it in favor of SK. Just a measly percentage in favor of Tribe Gaming NA.
This is absolutely huge match point for Tribe Gaming and ASK Gaming. This is do or die, their final chance at staying in the World Finals. They need this game to be a win, Arc.
They do. They need to up their game. They've got to be cautious at the same time, but they can't give too much of a controlling factor to Tribe. I want to see Semantic staying high on his HP to be able to heal along the way. Again, the blue star was gained in the last game by SK, but it didn't matter. The kills, the takedowns were much more with Tribe, who are seemingly far more aggressive today.
All right, once again, SK did pick up the blue star, so they start with a little bit of the lead. I like the confidence in both games of Bounty so far of going for it. It's quite a risk, and you definitely overextend and expose yourself a little bit, make yourself a little bit more vulnerable. But they need to keep that lead. In the previous game, they started off with the lead, got the first kill as well. We're not able to keep it all the way. This time around, once again, a minute left on the clock and no kills just yet. You can feel the tension, you can feel the nerves in those players.
Yeah, it's silent. It's silent for the first time, and I've got to say, I feel like Tribe are very focused on this one, just trying to time it until the very end to make that push and to make a big one at that. And SK are holding on, but they haven't got a single kill yet. They need to start to establish a bit more of a lead for me, because considering Tribe's position here, this could be a dangerous place.
Yeah, I think that ticket was actually on purpose to destroy that wall, just make it a little bit tougher for Tribe to hold that aggressive position. The push is starting to form itself as Tribe Gaming are running out of time. They need a kill. Semantic is low HP. They are careful, and so far low HP means they can't overextend, they can't fully commit to this push. Can they find elimination? Tribe Gaming, 5 seconds left. This seems to be game number 1 that goes for SK. A kill-less game, but still a win.
A win is a win. The blue star coming in clutch, as it is the team color here for SK on the left-hand side here, wearing, of course, their white jerseys, but that color definitely came in for them, keeping that composure, and this could be the start of things. They had to stop Tribe there. No more second chances were there. Taking away some of the momentum could be the very thing which they need right now.
I mean, it's not a glorious win, you know, it's not like there was a huge clutch or anything completely crazy happening, but at this level, you need to take whatever your opponents are going to give you, and if it's a game here in the third set, you take it, try to build up a little bit of momentum. It's going to slow things down a little bit for Tribe, try to turn that energy into something positive and move on from there. It's the start of the comeback. We'll see if they can actually continue with it.
Yeah, I mean, I sound like a broken record, and I know it when I say that sometimes you've got to take down the pace of the game. Up until now, Tribe Gaming NA have been playing at their pace. It's all been about them. So just holding on and surviving with that blue star in the last game for SK Gaming is exactly what they needed to do. They had to stop that momentum. Again, if they'd lost, it would have been all over. So this is a saving grace, but they're not out of the woods yet. It is still match point, and Tribe Gaming NA still have that in their possession.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, match point, you can almost taste the quarterfinals at this point, and that is going to be huge motivation for Tribe, reminding them every couple of seconds what is on the line. But here we go, match point once more for Tribe Gaming, and ASK Gaming have a set point on play here as well. And SK went for the blue star every single time, but Skyrex is solo HP this time around, and he doesn't have the space to do so. Instead, it is going to be Tribe to pick it up, and now we see SK in a different position where they don't have the lead early on.
Yeah, so now they are going to have to go on the aggressive. They are going to have to make the play. If things remain like this, as they did in the previous game, then they will be going home. So they've got to go in on the aggressive. They've got to get some takedowns here, and they are starting to push themselves forward accordingly. So Jetson starting to try to control that right-hand side. A bit of a mishill there from Semantic, and then pressure being applied back again. They've got to get rid of these sandbags on the left-hand side to be able to start to get some of these tick heads rolling in.
All right, SK Gaming, they found a bit more of their groove in the previous game. Now they will need a kill if they want to take this game, as Tribe is still leading by that blue star. A minute left on the clock, and so far it's still about setting things up, getting as many supers available possible on both sides and synchronize them to form a strong push. so far, not too many opportunities arising just yet for SK.
Okay, nice. A lot of aggression there from Zulan, just keep behind that wall, and everyone on Tribe in good levels of HP as well. 40 seconds now is getting and itching closer towards it. Guys, nice aggression again from Semantic again, and the top right hand side, Zulan's very low here. Pressure from Skies, the takedown is there. The lead has swapped over. SK Gaming have got it, and Tribe will be on the hunt now, no doubt about it.
Huge elimination here for SK Gaming as they take the lead. 20 seconds left from taking this set. Tribe Gaming, they want to contest it. They want to end things here. They want to go straight to the quarterfinals. 1 kill would do, but they need to find the opportunity. Corey gets tagged up quite a bit. That's the elimination onto Zulan. 5 seconds left. Tyrant goes down as well, and that's going to be SK pushing things to set 4.
They keep themselves alive. They had to do so at the perfect time for them. That will be a scary prospect for Tribe. They were so close to ending this on an entire sweep of things, but now SK Gaming with some resolve, they take back a set, and yeah, Zulan was pumped, but now he's all the focus.
Yeah, I mean, just for context, it was match point before SK won a single game in this best of 5. This is not an SK we've seen before. It's starting to look better. It's still not the, an overwhelmingly confident win. First game, not a single kill, just blue star. Second game, we start getting more kills, a little bit more space, a little bit more comfortable. The question is now, moving on to set 4, can they play like they usually do? Can they be the dominant SK we've seen this entire year?
This is it. We have not seen, in my opinion, yet their full form. They have yet to reach maximum evolution. Let's see how things go in the next one, but no doubt about it, breathing a big sigh of relief there. Some kills towards the end, as you rightly point out, very, very passive from them, very unlike what we tend to see. So they've got to keep that in their minds and know a bit more communication on their side as well, a bit more energy, because that honestly was the driving force of Tribe Gaming Ending. When they were getting some of that momentum going, it really did feed itself. So I'd like to see a bit more of that from SK as well, and going in then to Gem Grab up next, Gem Fort. So a bit more of a control-based map, which could very well be the thing to slow down the pace again for SK.
Yeah, I think that what we could expect on Gem Fort, I mean, Lola for me is pretty much a must pick at this point. You can have some great opportunities on the lane with Rico as well. We've seen quite a bit of different stuff mid. I do like Gene at the moment on mid on Gem Fort. I still feel like it's a bit more of a classic brawler. I feel like this is the right conditions to pull it off as well, right? You want to go on those comfort picks. Gene would do that successfully. There's a ton of different options available as well. I've seen Amber being played quite a bit on this map on lane as well. I honestly, the possibilities are endless. Any brawlers that you feel like are a driving force of this map?
I actually really like a Bell lane here. I think it works really, really well. I think that, for me, I know the Tribe Gaming Ending do like a lot of Pam. We were seeing Semantic playing a ton of Pam here on Gemfort recently. And in the NA meta, that's a really, really common pick. So I'm going to be curious to see whether that is one in the minds of Tribe. Byron definitely is the healer so far, story of the day. I don't know necessarily whether it's suited for Byron, just simply because of the way the map is situated.
It's tough, right?
It's tough to get those kind of left and right hand side lane heals off at the right time. But I think you're right. Lola here, throwing that clone forwards and having that scout the bushes for you, I think is a fantastic idea. And again, that was the time that we saw the momentum really shift and up a gear for Tribe Gaming NA, because they kept that pick in Brawl Ball and SK changed it. So I'd like to see possibly even some Max coming into play as well, some speed to aid that aggression and really see SK come more out of their shell.
You prefer Max mid or Max lane?
I think you've got to play Max mid, and I'm still kind of a bit on the fence with it, but it is a very aggressive brawl to have, and having speed, allowing you to go on the hunt here. Sometimes we even see that kind of Rosa idea coming out to play as well, and building the bushes along the way with the grow light, and just having maximum maneuverability. I kind of wonder, again, how that meta is going to evolve today in amongst across regions, but or whether we might see something completely new. Tara lane, I always vouch for that.
I was thinking of it. I think it can work. I think Sandy can also work very well on lane. Just as a reminder of the bans, guys, we had Buzz, Mortis, those were the bans from Tribe, and then SK Gaming went for Sprout and Leon.
Yeah, exactly that. Leon would have been pretty decent here,
yeah,
I feel.
For sure.
I mean, it's kind of drifted out a little bit of the meta recently. Since obviously the nerf to the lollipop drop, having a bit more of a timer. It's definitely still kept Leon relevant, but just a kind of a bit more niche where you play it.
It's not a go-to brawler anymore, and I think that's where it needs to be. A go-to brawler is usually going to be too strong. Here it's very balanced. I think one of the more balanced brawlers at the moment. But yeah, good enough to be banned, clearly, as SK took him out. So curious to see here in Gemford what they decide to bring in. Nerf's still going to be high. Tribe still have the upper hand. They still have a lead by 1 set. It is starting to close down, and winning that set for SK is also going to create a little bit more space, because now they don't have that match point right ahead of them, you know? They have a little bit more space to work around, a little bit more air to breathe. The question is, what are they going to do with that air? They can't get too much relief because they still need to keep winning if they want to keep, you know, the chances of pushing things to set 5.
Exactly that, and that would be bot drop as well for Siege, and I personally hope that we go that far. I gotta say,
sure.
I think that if we get that far, then we're gonna see all the emotions coming out, and you know, it would be a great thing to see SK come back from this. I was so worried for them. I've got to say, I mean, not just because we had our prediction set, Teddy, not just because we need
no
our
bias
hands
here
on that Catburglar Jesse skin.
No bias here whatsoever. How could you even consider that, Ark? Unbelievable.
I like my skins, Teddy. I'm a bit of a collector with merch as well as I am in game as well, as you know. So definitely, you know, I hope at home things are going a way that you would like them to in regards to your predictions. Again, I thought this was going to be a lot closer, and I still think it can be. I think that this bit of downtime here is actually going to be very beneficial for SK Gaming to get back some team talk, to get back some of that communication, some of that drive, and to remind each other that they've been the dominant force of the EMEA region all year long. They've been in control up until this point, and they are bouncing back. But the question is, can they get through this full set?
All right, time for some gem grab action. As so far, the 2 first gems are picked up by SK. We do see a Lola mid, which I think is very interesting. I think it works well against Jean, right? You can counter the pull very nicely. I do still love Jean mid. I think it's very versatile, a lot of options. And the clutch potential on Jean is just insane. You grab the gem carrier, it's GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the idea from Skyx here is to be able to use the clone, to be able to maybe tank some of that magic hand potential. It's going to have to be a very well thought through thing. And Jessen definitely will be at home on that right-hand side lane with the Ricos, so we'll be able to have the rage advantage over Zulan if he can keep the positioning there. Oh, but there's the pull from Tyrant there, and he's going to pick up the gems for it. 7 gems into the pull of Tyrant. Semantic, though, has got to go in, and SK will get the takedown. Gems with Jessen, not ideal, but at least it's in their pocket.
Yeah, great reaction from SK. Things seem to be falling apart, but both lanes were there to make up for the mistakes that happened mid. 9 gems for SK. 1 more would be enough for the countdown, but when you play against a Jean, you are never safe from a crazy pull, unless the Jean doesn't have his pull. But look at that. Clone is in here for Skyrex, looking to get some damage this way. Tyrant from staying mid. Skyrex is going to get pulled by Tyrant Star. That is going to be countering that countdown for now, but SK still have a massive gem lead.
This is the moment that Tribe have got to hunker down in this mid and control it well. Semantic about to soon be out of his mega, but Corey is down first, and just in time for the swipe countdown for SK, and down there goes Zulan as well. It's just Tyrant, no magic hand. The clone went down for that exact reason that I thought to be able to tank it, and there's 5 seconds. I think SK have got this one.
5 seconds left in SK Gaming. They make it 3 games in a row, looking to make it much more comfortable this time around. I mean, this was a fairly dominant SK. This looked like a confident SK, and I feel like until now we hadn't seen that.
Yeah, absolutely. They took back control, and they picked up the gems. Again, it wasn't with the gem carrier, so they had to kind of improvise for the most part, but some smiles finally forming back on the faces of the SK Gaming squad. It's been a while since we've seen it, so definitely starting to gain some momentum here. I want to look back at the replay. I think towards the end there was split gems, and someone stood still. I kind of thought that could have been a reset, but I was a bit can you miss it moment, so I'd have to see it again to say for sure. But ultimately, again, the confidence that was being displayed by Tribe Gaming NA was so passionate, so strong before some of that changing up of sets, and now it's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, it looks completely different, the dynamic of this game so far. It started off being so dominant from Tribe Gaming. It felt like SK had not joined the server yet. Once we got to Bounty and a match point in favor of Tribe, slowly things started to get rolling for SK. More and more confident, starting to get more and more kills here and there. And in this game, looking formidable, absolutely formidable.
Yeah, I think you said there, Team 2 have entered the game, right? And it does feel like SK getting that back under their thumbs, but if they get this next game, that is a phenomenal position for them to find themselves in. If they can equalize the sets, considering that they faced up against 2 match points, that would be a fantastic thing. But again, they've got to get this more under control. It was much better in that game. Again, brawlers like Meg and Rico coming in is the kind of bread and butter of SK Gaming. So I think this actually is a map and mode which suits their playstyle perfectly for a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely so. And what we have to keep in mind as well is that right now, SK, they're just a single game away from tying things up completely. It still feels like Tribe are so far ahead because they were so dominant. But SK, they're just behind. One more game, we're going to set 5, and we forget about the past. We just focus on that 5th and final set. Here we go, guys. Set point for SK Gaming. Their chance to tie things up against Tribe.
Okay, we've got Chest on the right, Scarx in the mid, but the left-hand side, there's Samantha coming in, but it doesn't look like it's him. Looks like it could well be a bot here. Let's see. Did go straight into the mid, didn't hold the lane. Kind of looked like it was stuttering a little bit, so I'm not too sure about that side of things, but maybe Samantha's having some problems. We'll find out for you guys and see how that one goes. Cheston, though, going to put a big super on the right-hand side. Down goes Zulan as well, Torrent under pressure. Corey as well, trying to keep his own. Pops the gadget as well. Has got that swipe ready to hand. But I think we're getting word as well. We're going to see a replay of this matchup, as I do believe that it was Semantic who was having some problems and was late in. So word straight from production there, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, right?
Yeah.
It happens. Nice that we were able to spot that problem. Good eyes. You spotted it immediately. I was looking on the right side, and then I heard Semantic, and I saw him just run through the middle. I was like, yeah, something must be wrong here.
It was very late, and I wasn't sure there was any kind of strategy involved there. Maybe he was holding back and just letting Corey exacerbate some shots, but now back in. The players will be playing this one out regardless, though. So let's see how they get on. Again, a chance for maybe Tribe to get back into this game, as they've been struggling so far in Gem Grab.
Yeah, exactly. If they win this game, they're not actually going to be winning it, but confidence, I mean, there's no score on that, and if they can gain a little bit more confidence back, that can absolutely help have the right mindset getting into that next game that is going to be ever so important.
Well, in the studio, the communication is
it feels like it's real. It feels like it's real.
Maybe they're taking this all the way regardless, and that does seem to be the case. Scarx, again, in the mid, got the 9 gems. Even if it's not going to be a victory which will count on the scoreboard, it's definitely going to be one that is going to be counting in terms of their emotional value for this one as well. So every moment counts for them. They've got to make sure to keep those emotions running high, and that team essence, that team chemistry just shining through in the studio.
Yeah, I think if you're in Tribe shoes, you got to go back to the screaming. We haven't heard them nearly as much as we have in the first 5 games that they won in a row. We need to hear them screaming again. They need to, show off dominance and confidence, because it's intimidating, so intimidating. And we got some hype from from Semantic in the back. You love to hear that. Gaining better confidence. We mentioned him. Look at him go.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've wanted to see. I've wanted to see this from SK. I wanted to see their emotions shining through. Semantic, he is a loud guy. He can talk a lot, and he is loud, but it's been silent today on that side until now. Now we're starting to see it, and this is why I said I want to see this go to the 5th and final set, because I want to see Zulan on one side screaming, and I want to see Semantic on the other side screaming right back.
I think that if they scream at the same time, the Brawl house is going to be shaking.
Absolutely, just that. We have to hold on to the table, I think, Teddy, because I think some vibrations could well be shaking the arena.
We'll be levitating, man. Absolutely, absolutely. Man, I mean, still, SK just a game away from pushing things to that 5th set, and I can't help but feel like if you're losing and there's a match point for your opponents, you haven't won a single game yet, and then you win 4 in a row to push things to a 5th set, you come in with a bit of an advantage. I mean, that's how most reverse sweeps end up going.
It's honestly incredible to see. Again, this year long, we've seen SK do it time and time again, and it's starting to develop and form and become real. And you've got to say, Teddy, earlier when we saw that match point situation happening twice, I thought it was all over. I did. But at the same time, SK have done a wonderful job of slowing down the pace. In Bounty, they didn't even need a kill. They just needed that blue star, and they just kept throwing their shots. And sometimes that can play on the minds of your opposition. Like, we didn't get a single kill that game. What's going on? We were so aggressive, and now we're starting to falter. And they've just been chipping away very slowly but surely. And now we're in a very different spot.
Absolutely so. I mean, one single game, and we're all tied up. We go to that 5th and final set, and pretty much the match that we were hoping for, right? I mean, any match of this caliber, we wanted to go all the way. This is no exception for sure. And SK Gaming, they are so close from making it, but we have to keep in mind, Tribe, they just win one game and then suddenly it's a match point again in their favor.
Yeah, that cannot be forgotten by any means at all. That pressure can very quickly shift. A single Tara pull here or there, or it depends if you play pull or suck at home. I think that's a bit of a Twitter poll for later, because
Same to me.
I've always been I've always said Tara suck, but a lot of people will say,
Right, cool.
it's the great thing about being here in person, by the way, because you get to have those discussions with the players, and you get some very passionate sides from both ends of things to be able to have an opinion on these things. But again, like you say, yeah, one game for Tribe, and all of a sudden SK are under the heat again.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's so close, and it can go so quickly. We've seen, I mean, look at that momentum switch we've had, right? We see 5 games in a row for Tribe, and now 3 in a row for SK. It just goes like that, and it's important to try to stack it up, keep it up, and hold on to it as long as you can. SK yet to be shut down since they started going. Let's see if they can keep it up like that.
Yeah, team talk here at a very important time, again, whilst we just address Semantic's connection issues, and admins will be on that as we speak. But these are the moments as well, like, that can go back in favor of Tribe Gaming. They've got to start to communicate better, explore their approach and how they're going to be able to come back from this. For me personally, I've got to say, the Lola lane against the Rico lane, that's what's not working out for me. I think that has got to change on their side of things. I'm not too sure that maybe because of the fact that we've got to readjust the iPads and the connection issues, that they have to play the same comp again. But I've got to say, having that range advantage, using that super bouncy star power to really keep your opposition at bay, and Jetton, of all the people to be playing Rico, Jetton is absolutely the man to do that on that right-hand side.
Yeah, we saw it on SafeZone as well, right? We had a Lola versus Rico situation, was very dominant in favor of the Rico, and I've no doubt on most game modes it is going to be a similar situation. It is tough, and that's the thing as well, when you have those very shiny brawlers like Lola that you can't expect to see on pretty much any game mode or map, you can also expect to see counters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the same story though in the mid with the Gene versus Lola. Every time is working in SK Gaming's favor. So I think Tribe Gaming here have got to realistically look back at this and think, where are the problems lying? For me, it's in those lanes. But as we know, Semantic is also a fantastic meg brawler, which SK Gaming have brought out the woodworks time and time again. It seems, and it really feels as though they've been focusing a lot in perfecting the art of meg. We didn't see that much of her. She came into the game relatively late into the way of things recently, so now players have had all that hands-on time with her and learning how to use her best. So again, I do think that a lot of the brawlers that SK Gaming are using are the ones which they love to use. And here we have the players as well in the back in the Brawl House cheering everyone on. Again, it's a fantastic sight to see everyone in the same place at the same time. You love to see it, Teddy.
Yeah, man, this is absolutely exceptional. In a way, I can't wait to be off stream, to just hang out with them and just be a part of the family, man. Super excited to hang in that Brawl Lounge. Yeah, man, it's great. It's our public, right?
Yeah. It's the hangout area, and it's just a great thing to see. It's been such a long time. There's Bobby, Sochi as well. Everyone just having time of their lives there. Again, if you're just joining the stream, first and foremost, welcome. We hope you're enjoying things so far. We're currently in the full set of SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming NA, and we had to do a little bit of a readjustment with Semantic and his connection. So we'll be getting into the next game very shortly. We're on Gem Grab and Gem Fort. And it was Tribe Gaming NE, which had a phenomenal start, Teddy. Taking the first set, very, very convincingly so, very quickly so. Into the second set, again, similar story. And then we saw the match point occur. And everyone here, I'm sure, had their heart in their mouths. I know that we did. I could see it in you, Teddy. We're thinking, predictions. Oh, no.
My skin.
But yeah, again, having some downtime as well can be the very thing that you need to rethink for your strategy.
I mean, it's a way to cool things off, right? You have a little bit more space, more time. You can have a bit of a momentum break in a way, create a little bit more space to think and discuss and get ready for the next game. One thing I wanted to discuss as well, Eric, is if it weren't for SK being SK. When we had that match point for any team, I would have said we haven't seen enough for me to believe in a comeback.
Yes.
You need some signs of life. You need to feel like it is possible. I didn't feel like it, and yet they proved us wrong. They made it work so far, and now just a game away from that 5th and final set would be absolutely a huge story, no matter the outcome of this match. But I want to get to that 5th set, man.
Yeah, I want to see it go all the way. I mean, call me greedy, but that's what I want to see. A match point, and nothing less, in all honesty. We're going back into Eddie. It's going to be that same thing with the Gene of Tyrant versus the Lola of Scarix. Jetson keeping on the Rico against the Lola of Zulan and Megs on both sides. It seems like everyone has got similar ideas, but just in different lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have only one mirror matchup on the left-hand side. The rest is very much different mechanics. As I said earlier, I like the Rico versus Lola quite a bit. I think the extra range can be huge. We'll have to see how creative Zulan can get with his supers, try to get some nice off angles, some nice pinches with himself, or with his clone rather. So very interesting possibilities over there so far. Zulan has been struggling a little bit on that right-hand side, as you can see, quite a bit of control there for Jen.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that I was saying in the break, and I do worry a little bit here for Zulan. He's got so much range against him, and Jetson such an accomplished Rico. In fact, I think Tyrant needs to go in for the ball here and get that side lane taken care of and get some of that support coming back into the mid here. Scarix starting to bring back the gem deficit as well. Clone out there for some protective covering fire as well. The mech's going on the left-hand side here. Semantic misses the swipe though, and that's going to be an advantage for Corey.
Man, Tyrant almost got that pull onto Scarix, just barely manages to outrange it. A pinch trying to come in, but it gets defended well as Jedon comes in, takes the kill. Semantic clears up the left side. Tyrant Star is 1 HP as well on the top, and SK Gaming on 8 gems already.
My goodness me, the controlling factor here of SK and the amount of area spray as well from Scarix is so phenomenally powerful. That is why I think Lola here is such a great thing to have. And coming into the mid now, not the worst of brawlers to have the gems either. Corey is still in the mech, got the super to hand. Semantic as well, surely going to go for the swipe. He gets Corey taken out of the mecha, and the covering fire there as well from Scarix. SK Gaming are surely about to tie up the sets, Teddy.
We are going to set number 5. As the reverse sweep is coming through so far. We're all tied up. Now, everything that happened before, the players need to calm down. I mean, SK don't. They want to keep it up like this. Keep the vibes, the momentum, everything you want. But Tribe, they gotta reset right now. They gotta focus. They gotta make sure that they come in calm and confident into that final set, because this is gonna be it. One set is gonna decide who goes out. First round between Tribe Gaming NA and SK, and who is going to the quarterfinals.
The giants of NA and the giants of EMEA, and this is the thing, Teddy. Going home on a sweep, that is surely gonna feel horrific, right? But at the same time, if you were to go home after a reverse sweep,
that's even worse.
That's even worse.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's everyone's nightmare. Very much everyone's nightmare. This is great teamwork overall. That's the thing with SK. I found in this gem grab set. Every time there was a problem on the lane, the two other players made sure they won their fights and were able to, catch up and help out wherever help was needed, especially mid. That's the toughest matchup. Lola can be really strong against Jean, a very good counter, but when you don't have that shadow, when you don't have that super available, Jean is superior because the pool is just so scary.
Yeah, exactly that. And, for me, the Brawlers, as I was saying earlier, really did cater a lot towards how SK Gaming want to play. I think going into this 5th and final set, Tribe Gaming NA have got to go back to the drawing board and think to themselves, what do they like to do here, and how can we prevent them from doing that? Even if the Brawlers are not necessarily ones that they feel the most comfortable playing, if it's what needs to be there to shut their ideas down, that is what they've got to do. And again, I want to see a match point. This is the battle of NA versus EMEA. I think that is going to be a worthy thing no matter what, and no matter who wins if it goes to a match point.
Yeah, we've had this year so many different situations like this, where sometimes a team that is coming back, that is winning so many games in a row, able to push things to that final set, they end up choking in the end because, the pressure is different. You don't have that feeling of, being behind and having nothing to lose anymore. But sometimes it's just impossible to stop that momentum. And this is going to be a huge challenge. I would say typically you have to give a slight advantage to SK because, as you can see, they just won 4 games in a row. but you also can't take anything away from Tribe because they won 5 earlier and they did get shut down. So anything is possible at this point.
Well, today I've got to point out, there's a fun fact about Jet, and he has got the 4th highest average damage to the Ike in Siege of all players in the World Finals, an average of 6,044 damage per game. So if that's a stat to go by, that could be a bit of a hidden weapon for SK Gaming. I would like to see, again, some of their aggression continue on. I think for me, this comes down largely to control, which I think was where the Sprout ban is going to be quite key as a great brawler to have on the defensive, to be able to redirect the bot at your will. But also the fights over that first spot, you know, really valuing, obtaining, and securing that first round.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about the fact that this is Siege as well. It's a great game mode for both teams. Tribe, this is their second most successful game mode, and on the sides of SK, I mean, we knew them for their 100% win rate in Siege for the first 4 months or so of this year. It started going downhill afterwards, but not because they got worse at it, but because everyone looked at their Siege gameplay and basically applied what they were doing and learned how to play Siege.
Yeah, it's a very difficult game mode, in all honesty. It's actually taken away from Power League, and it's quite difficult to play with randoms, as we know anyway. But these guys behind us, they are far from that. They are the best of the best in the world. So, you know, expect all the stops to be brought out. This is the final set that we will play. It is going to end on Siege one way or another, Teddy. Who's it going to be?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Ark, and here we go. 5th set between SK Gaming and Tribe Gaming, and a early gadget from Tyrant. Want to keep everyone alive early on, try to secure those first couple of bolts. 2 kills from Tribe, and that's a huge opening for the NA team, as surely this should be securing the first spot. No, it's going to be a tie.
Just the tie, yeah. Tyrant's bolt did not quite bank there, but it was a close one to call. And now the pressure is on. Jess trying to push through the mid with the pan, which would be a great counter also to the Piper, that goes down and drops the bolt in the process, as then Zuden pops there, the clone as well, to put the pressure back on the Skunks going off the map here. Is he going to get found out? Shooting nicely around the walls, healing along the way. So I do worry that the pinch coming in, clearly some communication between Corey and himself to get him taken care of, but he is still there, Teddy.
Yeah, how is he still alive? How did he manage to pull that off? The problem for SK right now are those 10 bolts in Tribe Gaming's hand. The problem for Tribe is if there's more bolts leaking to SK, they might end up having a bit of a lead. But so far, I think Tribe are very happy with how this game is going. Finally, something going their way. It had been a while.
Yeah, and Jetson really needs a healing station for this, because it is a level 14 siege bot coming in, and with very little to defend against it. I do worry here for SK. They've got to get some shots off with respawning in. You haven't got the ammo you need, but there is the healing station, with damage from Tyrant raining down to ensure some damage. But other than that, it's actually not a bad defense, Teddy.
No, it's not that bad. It's only a 1 bolt lead for SK, though. That's a bit more worrisome because Tribe Gaming, they get to keep control, so they're a bit more early near those bolts. And look at that big kill from Zulan. Huge kill. The timing is so important on that one. Another kill coming down. Semantic is so low HP, and this is very much looking like yet another match point for Tribe Gaming, as they will be securing that third and final bout.
Yeah, the Tribe Gaming NA voices are starting to fill the studio again. The momentum shifting quickly in their favor, and again, not a single sign of damage from SK onto the Ike, similar to what we saw in Safe Zone earlier today. They can shred this down all they like, but they've not got the damage on the other side of the field. It's not going to matter anyway. The ball connects regardless, and that is going to be Tribe Gaming NA moving on yet again for a third match point.
All right, 2 match points earlier were not enough to close this out. Tribe, they want to make sure that this time is the good one. They will have 2 more tries, unless we have any ties, obviously. But they got to capitalize, man. They got to capitalize. There's nothing more heartbreaking than tasting that victory, the smell of victory, the smell of those quarterfinals, and not being able to go all the way. Man, I wish it for them. I really do. SK Gaming, though, now, once again, we have that momentum switch where they started to really feel their groove and look super confident. In this game, they were dominated by Tribe. I mean, both Siege bots went their way, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, as we were saying before going into the match, having a tie and not valuing obtaining that first stage is such an important factor. It can just make you always be under pressure and not able to push back onto the mid. I think for me as well, SK Gaming were lacking a lot of range. We saw how well Corey was playing on the Piper role, and yes, it is a risky brawler to have when it comes to defensive, but if you never need to defend, hey, you don't necessarily need to worry about that. Yeah, no problem. Just hold the mid. Hold the mid, win the game, So ultimately, I think that would be something that SK could consider, or maybe even a Meg. We've seen them play that already today, and if you get the right positioning power, that can be the very thing that you need to be able to enforce some authority on those bolts.
Yeah, the options are definitely there. I think that also just the teamwork in general, getting your timings right, being able to get in position, and especially staying safe and sound in those very important moments. We had a couple of moments where SK lost to player. Terrible timing when they were in the beginning of the retake, just completely throwing all the strategies off guard. But here we go. Match point once more for Tribe Gaming. Let's see how this goes. Down Semantic was an early kill, and at the moment where we needed the most.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what SK needed. They needed to have the Piper mid, the Barley for control on the right-hand side, and also popping the Herbal Tonic very early on to have that pressure that they need to get this first level 2 siege bot to attack the Tribe Gaming NA spawn area, to be able to have that control. Such a crucial factor here.
All right, it's only a level 2 bot, should get defended off quite easily, but Jed's still going for some extra shots. We'll get some more damage down, and we'll have time to heal up. Easy peasy homemade recipe from Corey to try to dissuade Semantic from staying too aggressive, but a nice healing tonic from Jedden to keep him alive, although he does take quite a bit of damage again. What a jump from Jedden! Gets the kill actually, but goes down as well.
Yeah, but he got the kill. I mean, it's going to be a bit problematic for Semantic though, however. Zulan going to pick those 2 bolts up as well. Tyrant going to place down the life plant there as well for extra healing qualities for Corey. He jumps away from that situation there. Great pressure from Semantic, but it is going to be SK to defend this push, and they've got to defend it well.
Yeah, that bolt cannot be picked up, which means that Tribe not only will be keeping the lead, will be keeping control, they will actually be all tied up in bolts. So this is still a pretty sweet spot for Tribe Gaming. They don't get a whole lot of damage, but SK Gaming, it's all about this retake. They have a bit of a percentage lead, but it's not by all that much. They need that center control, and there's a lot of utility available for Tribe.
This is the thing now. We need to see SK get around a phenomenal defense. Otherwise, they will have their tournament journey come to an end here. Again, it's match point for Tribe Gaming NA, and it looks like they're going to get this push as a team wipe comes in. Jessen goes down. Full control for Tribe, and it's going to be a big, at least a level 10 bot coming in, Teddy.
Level 12 bot for Tribe Gaming. They only need just a little bit of damage. This is absolutely doable here for Tribe. SK Gaming need to pull off an amazing defense, but the damage comes through, and they have done it. Tribe Gaming and A are going to the quarterfinals, and SK Gaming is going home.
Oh my goodness, look at that, the studio so electric, the Brawl House igniting with the victory that is Tribe Gaming NA over SK Gaming of EMEA, and there it is from Zealand. He is having the time of his life.
Man, what a story. We believed in the comeback all the way until the end, but Tribe shut it down, did not let it slip away, and that would have been quite a heartbreaking story as well. Obviously, commemorations to SK Gaming. What a journey for them this year. Sad to see it end this way, but when you have a clash of titans, there's always going to be a titan going down.
Yeah, and this is the thing. There has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. SK Gaming had a phenomenal year, arguably their best year yet. So consistent, and again, time and time again, we saw them come back with resolve. Reverse sweeps didn't seem to be a problem for them. It almost wasn't a problem for them on the World's final stage. And it just happens to be the case that Tribe Gaming NA kept such great composure in Siege. They kept the fight alive, and we can still hear each other.
I was going to say, we still hear them celebrating, man. You love to see it. You love to see it. I mean, it's a huge achievement for them. I think that during the bracket draw, the worst team you could face is SK Gaming. And they took them down, they pulled through, they make it happen, and look at that. I mean, there's gonna be so much respect in literally everyone in the Brawl Lounge right now for those Tribe guys, because they took down the favorites, or one of the favorites for sure, to win this entire thing.
exactly that. And again, you know, going back to the predictions we saw earlier, it's 74% of you watching at home at event.brawlstars.com on the app with your predictions. You were saying that there was going to be SK, and I think that's fair enough because, you know, looking at the stats, on paper they are slightly ahead, but that is not the case. NA victorious over EMEA and Teddy. I've got to say, as biased as we may be towards SK, I'm really pleased to see it. This year has been so fantastic to witness the way that NA have come into this competition. NA and LATAM North, of course, they've been doing so well. And this, you know, Bobby's constantly banging on at me about giving another slot to NA and LATAM North. Well, I mean, that's a pretty good start.
I mean, so far, I have been convinced. I have certainly been convinced. What a match that was. What a journey for both of those teams. I mean, SK Gaming, they can leave with their head high. They gave it their all. You know, tough start for them, and I think that's most of what it was. You know, just really took a long time for them to find their groove. And when you win your first game, when your opponents have a match point, you know there is a problem, and they made a great comeback from that. Just couldn't quite go all the way, and sadly we'll be saying goodbye to them. We'll still see them for sure in the Brawl Lounge plenty of times, but yeah, man, it's tough. An entire year of work, right? But Tribe Gaming, what a story, what a journey for them. I think they can be immensely proud of their performance today.
I could not agree more, honestly. It was such an exciting matchup. Yes, it started a bit slow, but we got Zulan's stats here on the screen. Team damage at 40%, the DPS 174, damage taken per second 105, and the kill-death ratio very strong in his favor. I would say we need to slot an additional stat there for the loudest player in the Brawl House as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we heard him so much. Semantic started yelling at some point, but man, for the entire first 5 games, Zulan was just shouting and yelling louder than we were.
Yeah, I mean, give that man a casting job, right? But again, such a great performance from SK Gaming all year round. And Zulan is actually going to be our MVP of that matchup. And I've got to say, I fully agree.
Absolutely. So, I mean, obviously for you guys, this is new. You guys can vote at home on events.brawlstars.com. You guys vote for the MVP, and I could not agree more. I think that not only gameplay-wise, getting your boys hyped up, it's a part of the job, and he nailed it 100%.
Yeah, honestly, that electric energy, you've got to have that. You've got to have a lot of back and forth. When teams get quiet, that's when you've got to start worrying.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's the first red flag, right? When communication is starting to get floppy or silent, you know that they have nothing to talk about, and that was SK for a big part of this match. It got better after some time, but a little too late, unfortunately, for them. Tribe, always loud. Always. Even when they were losing, they were getting a kill, you could hear them.
Yeah, absolutely that. And massive congratulations to Tribe Gaming NA. We'll see more of them. Commiserations to SK Gaming. We're going to be right back right after this.
Want to send your championship rivals to an early grave? Come on down and get yourself one of my customized tombstones. Hi, I'm Mortis, the magnificently handsome president of Mortis's Mortuary Customized Tombstone Emporium and Warehouse. When you say I'm busy, Franklin, thanks to the Brawl Stars World Finals, the tombstone business is booming. And I, Mortis, am swinging the savings onto you. Choose from common, rare, super rare, mythic, or chromatic. Bury your rivals at Mortis's Mortuary, Star Park, just off of Highway 1.
Hello, what's good, and welcome back to the Brawl House, baby. My first time on set, and I'm feeling good, man. Ark, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, dude. I'm so pleased to be here with you, and yeah, I mean, what do you think of the Brawl House?
I mean, so first of all, the Brawl House is sick. I was sitting over there with some of the players, got a chance to see just the vibe. That's something that I think is maybe getting through 10% at home. It is electric, you can feel it. And talking about the actual competition here, I mean, that's how you start a tournament. Absolutely. Up and down, taking a look at SK going all the way and then try bringing it home. Real fun stuff. But coming up next, we have our second matchup, and we're going to go into the other regions real quick. It's Bonker Rog taking on INTZ, Brazil's finest. And INTZ has been a popular team to check out. These guys are real strong. And winner here, goes on to face Tribe Gaming, which I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think you're right. I mean, watching and seeing, as you rightly put, the energy, the electrifyingness of the Brawl House right now, I think that they've set an enormous precedent to start things off. But, INTZ came second last year. They just came so close to gaining that trophy for themselves. Bunker Rock have had a bit of a slow start, but they gained some fantastic momentum towards the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at what the guys from Bunker have been able to do. It's been transformative. I really liked their ability to kind of change what they started off with and the storyline that they've been progressing with. But listen, man, I think that the Sisyphean task of taking down INTZ, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, if Bunker Rock can just find it within themselves to make that known, and again, I think that they can. I think there's something really powerful that when you are a bit of an underdog, or when people maybe think that you're less likely to do something, you've got to go out there and prove yourself. And I think that Bunker Rock have got a fantastic opportunity today to do just that, but INTZ will not give them an easy path.
Facts. If you're just joining us, we are in the early stages of the tournament. So we got best of threes, best of fives, or best of five, best of threes. Basically, you gotta win 5 sets, and that's gonna be matches 1 through 4. Day 2, we'll do kind of the same thing, and then day 3, that's the big mamma jamma. Quarters and semis, baby. Still BO5, but then we get to the finals, and that's all the way BO7.
The mamma jamma.
Oh, yeah.
The Mamma Jamma.
The Mamma Jamma.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Well, again, we've seen it already today. It's brutal. It's brutal. All the emotions come out. The explosions of joy and the commiserations and sadness and tears. It's Brawl Esports at its finest. And, I'm just glad to share it with you.
I think one of the cool things watching the first competition is how different the gameplay is than we might have expected. That's something that we get used to month by month. The meta drastically changes, but this time around, a lot different because we're not just seeing the regions within themselves, we're seeing the shared competition, and so everybody's pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, you got to do just that and be as unpredictable as you can, but also play to your strengths as well. We saw SK doing that in the previous matchups, and it does work out well, especially if that kind of idea combines with the weaknesses for your opposition. And no doubt every single player in this room today has been analyzing and looking through the patterns that are occurring. Bans are obviously a crucial part of all of that process, getting things right on the day, because again, you get that first shot, you got to make it count.
So much on the line here. Over $1 million worth of prizing. Thanks to you guys, basically. 400 thou wow for first place. So everybody trying to get there. But, I mean, look, even if you wind up scrubbing out early, you're still taking home 10 G's. That is not a small chunk of change.
Absolutely that. I mean, it can go a very, very long way. And again, a lot of these players are having phenomenal, careers in YouTube and Twitch and streaming and making content. I always say that all that stuff is a fantastic self-investment.
That's been the coolest thing, actually, seeing Brawl grow and grow and grow, is seeing the individual players be able to take a chance with their platform and shoot it to the moon. We're looking at, players with YouTube channels that have just been jumping and jumping. The streams have been killing it. I mean, it's fun to... I remember a couple of years ago, I'll be the boomer here that has been here since the jump, and I remember sitting there and just 1 or 2 Brawl Stars streams. Now, I mean, there's always something to watch with respect to Brawl. There's always somebody, your favorite personality out there doing it, and now we have the big show. So it really all just gets tied together.
Yeah, and there's always something for the viewers at home to follow as well, and it's been amazing to see how things have evolved into such interactivity. And you can go to event.brawlstars.com right now, place that prediction, and you can earn back rewards along the way to earn that Jesse Cat Burglar skin.
Let's jump right into it then. Bonker Rog is going to take the stage here against INTZ. Bonker Rog has been an interesting team. You talked about their success building up, whereas INTZ, they already started here, baby. The Brazilian squad, the black and white, one of my favorite teams to watch, and for good reason.
I've got to say, as well, that, it's going to be a fantastic battle of metas, because LAT himself has got a very, very interesting style. I haven't seen many teams bring out Mr. P this year, but LAT himself, we saw a lot of that. Some of the most exciting games that we've seen all year, in my opinion, honestly. And, Bonker Rog, as we mentioned earlier, did have a bit of a slow start. They've been very consistent, but haven't necessarily reached those later stages of the competition. Towards the end of the year, they had to really prove themselves. They took out a huge contender for the World Finals of EXO Free Agents.
That's really the crazy thing for me, and looking at you got INTZ, the full Brazilian squad, and then BK Rog, having the one Italian with the two French. I like seeing a little bit of the mix and match there on the side of Bunker. At the end of the day, it's going to be a fun matchup to watch. You heard enough from us. Let's take a look at what this matchup looks like, big picture.
Bonker Rog Esports have just qualified. INTZ are just demolishing.
I'm really happy to face them because, in my opinion, and in the opinion of my team, they are not the best team we could face. So we think that we're lucky.
No way!
E para as equipes, a gente veio mostrar o que sabe jogar. E para a BK Rog, a gente veio mostrar o verdadeiro Brawl Stars.
The super shot! The goal!
Ooh, that's a face. That's a face of competition. And bom dia, INTZ walking on stage, waving the flag. A lot of pride coming out. And all over esports, the Brazilian pride for their squads is unmatchable sometimes. And right now, INTZ, they are absolutely fitting the... Oh, there he is. Okay. Lay it down, boy. Do it.
I was wondering when someone was going to bring something with them, and what a great thing to bring as well. Being loud and proud, I think about where you come from is so important in esports. And INTZ claim their place, and they start to get themselves set up against Bonker Rog. And yeah, this one's going to be, in my opinion, again, another explosive game.
So much fun to watch these guys. Also, one of the cooler things I think about when you jump into mobile esports is the different devices and choices. You see the INTZ guys opting for the smaller screens, actually, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more dexterity in their world, and so we'll see if that's how that really reacts to things. But across the way with Bunker on this side, Bonker Rog, excuse me, on this side, this is an interesting team that I don't think fans are as familiar with in juxtaposition to INTZ.
Yeah, I think, again, very consistent. They were in a lot of monthly finals. Actually, they were in 7 monthly final appearances. Just the one semi-final appearance, though, and unfortunately, sadly for them, 0 monthly final wins. But on the other side of things, INTZ had 6 grand final appearances, 4 monthly final wins. So a lot of big stats definitely are in the favor of INTZ. It can't be denied.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as we said, their experience and their victories last year coming so close to taking home the big one, that really has to weigh on you as a team. You just barely miss it, and then you have to go through the entire year one more time, even though, if you ask them, they had already proven they got to come in again, and then they do it. So you're here again. You think they want to go home early?
Oh, who wants to go home early? You come all this way and all that time preparing. No one wants to go home early. We saw earlier today when SK Gaming left, just how torn up they were about that. Everyone is here to win and to bring their A game, and yeah, I fully expect that we'll see that on both sides today.
Well, I think we're ready to start the action. You ready, Ark?
Oh, dude, I was born ready. You know that.
Oh, man, I was not born ready, but I woke up ready today. And the band's right at you here. So the Mortis, over and over again, we won't see Lola this time.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Gone as she should be, question mark? I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Get out of here. But so dueling beetles is where we're going to be going off first. You know why they call them dueling beetles?
Oh man, tell me, why do they call it dueling beetles?
Because it looks like beetles that are dueling.
Dude, that's blown my mind.
I'm very excited to get to Sneaky Fields later as well. Hot Potato and Hard Rock Mine, if we need it. But so when it comes down to Hot Zone, this is going to be an interesting one because none of the bands are here really speak to Hot Zone. Maybe Mortis a little bit. Mortis is just always annoying in general, but I think that's going to be an interesting map number 1 because this is going to be all on the table.
Yeah, I think maybe some Mortis in Factory Rush, but again, Hot Potato, nah, not going to really happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes in Hard Rock Mine, but not really necessarily too much. And the majority of the bands will be always looking towards that earlier stage because, again, if you get into the 5th and final set, well, your band might not be relevant anyway, right? Because you might be able to tie things up before then. But the Bell as well being banned, I think is pretty smart for Dueling Beetles, got to be honest. And the Stew as well, I do see a lot in that particular map and mode. And again, a very aggressive brawler. We're seeing a lot of that so far today. We're seeing a lot of these aggressive ideas of Buzz, Mortis. Buzz was actually earlier today against SK Gaming and Tribe Gaming NA. So Buzz will be available here. So that could be an interesting one to consider with the Mortis ban in play.
Yeah, that's true. Buzz with the opposite pull, right? The I'm coming to you type approach. So a little bit of fun stuff here. Curious to see, because that's the thing. You always come in with an idea of what's going to be acceptable and what you're going to see, and then you just throw the cards out because like the players have got something tricky up their sleeve, and that's what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, you got to come prepared. And ultimately, Bunker Rock, it's fair to say, I've got a slightly smaller team in terms of the staffing, and the INTZ have got a ton of that going on in the background. So a lot of the players got to be vigilant, got to be, looking at themselves and trying to figure out where do those cracks lie and stuff like that. And I got to say, in terms of the metas, it's so exciting today for me to see the clash of that happening. And no doubt, I'm sure Bunker Rock making their notes on that along the way. But this first set, so important. As we saw previously, some momentum in this environment. It is dangerous.
Yes, and also with respect to the meta, that's also dangerous because we were talking about how the meta for each region is there. Well, y'all saw the Brawl House, right? Y'all saw how everybody's just chilling with everybody, right? Well, that's what scrims have looked like this week as well. Don't forget, these players are still Brawl Stars players, so they're still chilling, playing the game against all these different regions. You're getting, you're getting some NA players learning from the Brazilians. You're getting the Brazilians learning from the EMEA guys, and all this, shake it up. Throw the Yahtzee dice and see what happens. That's what we're winding up here at the Brawl Stars World Finals 2021.
It reminds me of the draw with the shaking of the bowl and getting the teams out of there. That was honestly the most stressful. I'm super relaxed, and I've got to say as well, I fully agree with the Brawl House as an idea, and it just brings players, back to a level of comfort, and that's a hugely important thing. When you will be going into your game, you've got to relax, and some level you've got to obviously be focused, but you've got to be able to be relaxed at the same time.
Yeah, and it's also like if I could bring the human element into it, like there's a real sense of community here in Brawl Stars. Look, we saw Semantic, we saw Zulon. These guys want to win. Do not get me twisted. But everybody here is kind of supporting everybody here, watching the guys pass each other in the hallway. All you hear is good luck, well played. Even SK walking off the stage, these guys walking up were like, hey man, get them next time. Great stuff, great job. Fun to watch you guys do it. And that's overwhelmingly the feeling in the arena is that we're all here. We understand how it rocks, but still, I want that 400,000.
Yeah, exactly that. But you're right, it is one big family. It really is. Everyone, when it comes down to these things, is just so approachable, so
very
kind.
Rare.
Carrie, it is.
It's so nice, man.
We've got a fantastic community in Brawl Stars, and I think that all of us can realize that and see it happening on a day-to-day, and just realizing how fortunate we are to have that. It's a rare thing in esports.
Yeah, it's also cool to finally be here. Obviously, the past couple of years have been ups and downs. Wish you guys could be here maybe next year. We'll see how it works out. But for right now, it's really cool just to have all the players popping together. And like I said, I think the really cool thing for me is the clashing of the region, seeing everybody sit down. Because sure, yes, we can talk about the scrims and how they're playing in-game, but I mean, also, they're all just sitting in the back room asking Bobby why he likes his Siege more. You know what I mean? They're asking these questions, and Now you're getting answers for the first time offline, not on Twitter, not on this platform, not on there. And, well, a little bit of love from the INTZ guys.
Yeah, Marcel giving us the heart signs this time around as opposed to the protesto. So maybe we've got like a new emote coming through from INTZ. The bigger guns as well there from Tufa. You love to see it. The flag as well still there and hoping to be raised by themselves again following a potential victory here. We saw a shield just prior to that on the side of Bunker Rock. And again, a man with a ton of experience. His third appearance at the World Finals. In 2019, it was with SSG. And they went out in the quarterfinal stages to the Three Bears back then. 2020 as well, repping for SK Gaming, lost in the semi-finals to PSG Esports, who went on to become the world champs, the former PSG Esports, now Team Flash, of course. But you got to have something like that on your team. Experience in this environment and an ability to say to your team, like under pressure, guys, I've been here before and I know how this goes. We're going to go back to the drawing board, think things through, take it slow, but this is comebackable.
And it's about that balance. You know, Darkoom, I got a chance to talk to him earlier. He's much more cool, calm, and collected. And right now, we're about to collect game number 1. BK Rog, bottom side of your spectator UI in the blue trunks. And INTZ rocking out on the top. Welcome to Hot Zone, folks. He who owns the middle. Let's see how it works out right now. A little bit in the side of INTZ, but I am not convinced.
Well, the lollipop drop now, exacerbated from Mommy Jordan there on the right-hand side. It is going to be early pressure. Marcel did a good job of getting that 12% on the side of INTZ, and no mechas yet, but Darkroom, as I say, it pops his. That's going to be a great way to push it.
And on the same side, you have Mommy popping the super, trying to inch on up. And there it is. Whoa. One shot down for Leon. And INTZ is watching their hot zone walk away. But Fire Crow, Pop gets in the mecha and takes it right back.
Yeah, as quickly as that, INTZ retook their place there. And again, you can just see how much that mecha comes into play and has that swaying of the action here. Darkham going in again, and will be respawning back in with the mecha and full health. But got shredded very, very quickly there by Tufa, who pops the invis.
Ooh. Tufa not going for the kill on Darkoom. Mistake or no?
I mean, if he did, he would show himself to the world. So ultimately, keeping the invisibility on the star power rolling there with the Invisi heal, such an important thing to have. It keeps him rolling in the healing and able to then continue the aggression that he needs to have.
Right now, we're turning back to it, 38-48, and climbing for the red team. Fire Crow still pushing forward. Mommy Jordan behind enemy line. Scratch that. He's gone. And Darkoom, big heal, but not enough to stay present. 67, INTZ are passing, and they are continuing to ascend forward. But a good kill by a shield. Might.
Oh! And a Screeching Solo as well coming through as well. What a great time to use that. This is where Bunker have got to hunker down. They really do their behind, but this can be done. There's not much in it now. Just over 20% less than needed, but fine. Going in. Marcel actually going in, and as quickly as that, it could just swing back now in favor of INTZ.
All the way up. Bobby Jordan, yes, he falls down, and Marcel puts his team in the driver's seat. Fire Crow quite literally in that driver's seat. A shield can't get the heals. The screams on stage, and the slapdown is good. INTZ with game 1.
But it was close. It was very close. I wouldn't have been at all surprised if Bunker Rock then were able to keep their composure, but no, INTZ with some great cycling of their timings there, getting those mechas in the mid, and Firecrow, honestly, this year is a player for me as well that's been so aggressive with those big tanky brutes.
Absolutely. Listen, I know they were on the wrong side of things, but Ashil's Poco play was really impressive. Not just, a lot of times you see these Poco players kind of just like, okay, I'm the healer. But no, Poco was aggressive. He was getting the kills, but not too much. Ashil knew the role. If I'm BK, I wouldn't even mind just coming back with the same comp and doing it again.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad shout. I didn't think the comp was particularly bad. We saw some great plays from everyone on the side of Bunker Rock and making what they had work. So in this moment here, realistically, this could have been a great turning point if they'd just been able to get a team wipe. You can get some good spawn chokes in Hot Zone. So coming back off the spawn is a very vulnerable position, but there's the comparison there between Mommy Jordan and Marcel. 2 kills apiece, and not much difference in terms of DPS either. Pretty much identical. And I think for me, that's a pretty clear-cut sort of how things could continue on today. Very, very close between these two teams.
Yeah, 2-3 slash line for the Assassins. Really, really not a concern. Usually we want to say that you want to stay alive a little bit more than you want to fight. But If you're the assassin, you're all in. That's the gameplay style. And so you've got to look out for that. I'm looking at Tufa here. Almost 40% of the damage for INTZ came out of Leon. The double assassin comp here from INTZ was impressive.
Yeah, I thought the Crow was an interesting pick as well. I felt like that was utilized really, really well by Marcel, and it's a brawler to have that can just really assassinate your opposition when they're at their most vulnerable. And in a map like Dueling Beetles, it's a very important thing to be able to close that gap quickly. Obviously, a lot of brawlers like Leon, having that invis and getting up into people's faces in close quarters and taking them by surprise. That seems to be the kind of strategy that we're seeing here formed by INTZ. It's all about surprise.
Looks like we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 here. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Frank! A Frank! That's fun. When it comes down to Hot Zone, getting a chance to see some of the oddball characters, I think is very, very cool. But you all know me, Sprout fanboy, so sorry. Already we see it working out here. Locking Frank in the back.
This is the thing. It's great to have all that HP, but with nowhere to go, what are you going to do with it? I mean, I think the Sprout pick here is a great thing to have. Tufa's got to get his super rolling in. He's got to be able to break some of this a little bit to have some maneuverability. And Mommy Jordan coming in with the B pick, I think is a great time to have it.
Right now, control here. Being tossed back to red, but lightly. In fact, Mommy's just going to walk towards Marcel and get on out of here. Big stun out of Tufa. And Mommy Jordan once was, and no longer is. Fire Crow and Tufa they just walked in and took over. No questions asked. And INTZ pretty handedly have this locked down. Big stun, but he gets bit back. And Darkroom with a long-range shot. Fire Crow and Marcel combined for the kill.
Oh, a team-wide Firecrow, the last man alive and staying on the zone. The Mecha just continuing down now, but I did love a little bit of that noise cancellator gadget, which Tufa's running there to be able to eradicate the stun of Mommy Jordan and continue that aggression. And there's the stun that he needs to get. Connecting so well with a shield here, and the shield's so weak. He pulls Mommy, has done well in the mid, but Tufa coming back now into the mid with some aggression again.
Yeah, Frank over here, the sandwich artist, with the thumbs down, baby! 90% and climbing, but wait, scratch that. No, it's Bunker that have taken over and are the ones climbing. Darkroom, the only one with full HP, jumps up into the mech. A shield from the left-hand side, takes down Tufa. That's it! INTZ, game, set 1.
It didn't take long for the Protesto to come out. It's just the second game in, and already I think it wouldn't be INTZ at the Brawl Stars World Finals without a Protesto pin.
Oh yeah,
they made it famous.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what it is, baby. And you can see INTZ already amped up. They are looking to jam up Bunker, and right now they are doing just that. Bunker, though, for what it's worth, that first game was a little closer than game number 2. But I'm not convinced that they're slipping. I just think that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I think that there's some great promise from Bunker, more so, as you rightly say, in that first round. Taking a little bit more pressure as INTZ kind of gravitating to some more big, tankier options. And I think the fact that they were running the B anyway, which is a great counter for them, they're going to have to reconsider a little bit about maybe pairing that with something like a Sprout in future.
Shield from the left-hand side, takes down Tufa. That's it! INTZ, game, set 1.
It didn't take long for the Protesto to come out. It's just the second game in, and already I think it wouldn't be INTZ at the Brawl Stars World Finals without a Protesto pin.
Oh yeah,
they made it famous.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what it is, baby. And you can see INTZ already amped up. They are looking to jam up Bunker, and right now they are doing just that. Bunker, though, for what it's worth, that first game was a little closer than game number 2. But I'm not convinced that they're slipping. I just think that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I think that there's some great promise from Bunker, more so, as you rightly say, in that first round. Taking a little bit more pressure as INTZ kind of gravitating to some more big, tankier options. And I think the fact that they were running the B anyway, which is a great counter for them, they're going to have to reconsider a little bit about maybe pairing that with something like a Sprout in future, just because you really want to have a bit more doubling down on that side of things. And yeah, INTZ looking very, very good, taking the first set very comfortably so.
The scariest thing about this INTZ win, game number 1, 2 assassins. Game number 2, Frank. Like, two opposite strategies. And when you can show me that wide breadth of gameplay options, sheesh, that's when I get a little scared. Tufa coming out here, 20% team damage. Sure, that's all well and good. But you know what doesn't wind up on the scoreboard? Stun impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the ability to eradicate the stuns that were coming from Bunker Rog at the same time. Again, having the slowdown of the B, it puts brawlers like Frank and Meg in a vulnerable position when they're slowed, but having that noise cancellator, a great thing to have and utilize really, really well for me by INTZ.
Coming up next, we have Factory Rush. An interesting map here when it comes down to it. I always find that Siege is the most complicated, the most in-depth strategy-wise. You can look to starve out your opponent. You can look to just maintain mid-control. You can look to just sandbag and go for the okie-doke last big hurrah push. And I like that because different vibes for different teams allow so many different approaches to the game.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the time teams will just kind of communicate, well, let's lead that bolt. Let's tie this round.
Right.
Let's go big on the next round. Just kind of, because we're not quite there yet. You know, we're going to struggle if we don't do that now. Ultimately, you want to get that third and final push no matter what. Having the ability to fully commit, having a thrower as well for good measure, just to ensure some damage along the way can go a very, very long way indeed. But the bans, again, to remind ourselves, were Mortis and Bell for Bunker Rog, Stu and Lola as well on the side of INTZ. And I think having Bell banned in Siege is a very, very key component of the strategy here, because marking the bot means that your shots will carry way more punch and secure more defenses. So that's going to have to be something here that teams are going to have to consider.
I mean, you know, so I think all 4 bans actually hit this Siege. Lola's just kind of Lola right now. And Mortis, Siege, yes. And even Stu out there, beat, gets it done. So a shield on the Colonel Ruffs. Kind of in no man's land here, but Darkoon looking to bail him out and does so. That's a big one, but the jump in. Oh yeah, Buzz. You mentioned him earlier. Tufa on the lifeguard.
Yeah, Mummy Jordan as well, and again, you know, with the Mortis ban, we did mention that it could well be a bit of a substitute factor to tie in here. It's a very aggressive brawler still at play. Mummy going in there as well, a nice takedown, nicely done there. The bot will connect just a little bit, though. Dark doing his best to stop it connecting, but it is going to cause 19% damage. Not the worst, not the best, but still a very quick start back into the mid from Bunker Rog, and I like to see that.
I think this is the game mode where you have to be afraid of the momentum snowball. If I'm Bunker, I need to get the first punch on the chin. And unfortunately, INTZ have uppercutted them into a different stage. They have complete mid-control. First bot's theirs. Second bot's going to be theirs as well, Arc. This one, INTZ have the reins and are just walking down Main Street.
They are absolutely doing just that. The healing station going down from Darkham there as an attempt to delay the inevitable, it seems, as the bot does connect, and the damage now raining down. You know, at the moment, INTZ have got all that range. It's a rare thing to see B in Siege. The Cult as well, as we know, is a very high skill cap brawler. Tufa goes in there, gets the takedown as well. Full mid-control there. And that's a great position for INTZ to be in.
Man, that's got to be the most demoralizing thing. INTZ, they go in with the buzz and they get it done. And BK go, us too? And INTZ go, nah, dude, that's our play. You can jump in, but we're just going to power punch you. 1/3 left here. And it's the final bots here. That's it, folks.
It's another defense. At the moment, there's not even the biggest dive in all the world will still not be able to do that much damage. And INTZ know it. They're going to seal the deal very quickly and take this first game of Siege.
Listen. We got to talk a little bit about the BM here. And I just want to, I want to send the message home that I love it. I want to see the spins. I want to see the pins. I want to see the barking, because that's what I want to see, baby. Because like I said, at the end of the day, when these players walk off the stage, everybody loves everybody. But on this stage, I hope you lose. That's what I'm saying, right? And so seeing that sort of like braggadocious behavior, like I'm all the way here. Look at Firecrow. He's like, I want to see that, man. Yeah. I'm sorry if you're mad in chat. Just kidding. I'm not sorry at all.
I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. I mean, it's a strat in itself. You know, BM is a strat, and ultimately, you know, you're not doing anything that's not inside the game already. Getting inside the mind of your opposition is a very key factor to adding to these stats.
Bro,
Firecrow, team damage 54%.
Bro,
it's a one-man band.
If I'm Firecrow, I'm asking for these guys to buy me dinner. I did half the game for y'all. 5-0. What's up? Man, Firecrow, you mentioned him in the first set, rocking on the Meg for the most part, and here around, yeah, that's the smile I want to see, homie. Like here around in set number 2, absolutely lights out from this guy. Can he do it again?
I mean, yeah, I think he's fully capable of that. Absolutely. I mean, he came into this year as a 16-year-old. I mean, coming in couldn't compete last year. So this year he has made a mark. And I've got to say as well, Marcel, in regards to Siege, has got the second highest average damage of everyone competing in the World Finals. That in itself is something very, very powerful on the side of INTZ.
I mean, that's what you got. That's what you got to channel. Everybody has their role. I was talking a little bit about it before with Bunker Rog with respect to the out of the game stuff, right? But then when it comes down to the in-game stuff, I mean, you've got to share that. You look at what Marcel's able to do with top damage and how his teammates surround and combine. That allows him and his team to find an 81% win rate in this game mode. Let me say it again. 81% win rate in this game mode for the Brazilian squad. Ark, I think that's all I need to say. You good?
Yeah. I mean, 22 wins in Siege, only 5 losses. I mean, that's phenomenal.
Sheesh.
I mean, there's no wonder why they look so confident with the pins and the spins. It's because this is their best mode.
Oh yeah. And see, look, right there. I want to bring something small here. Tufa like jumps in right away. Mid control is absolutely what this INTZ team is looking to do. And so as Shield notices, puts the sandbags down. I love that denial of the right lane.
Yeah, you need to be able to use those gadgets early on and also save some in your back pocket for later. You've got to really choose the choice of when you're going to apply them wisely because wrong timing could be the game lost, effectively.
I do better use it than lose it, though. I like to see players use it early on. First spot goes to red team, and the defense is pretty strong still, though. Over 20% done, 73 left here on the blue box.
Yeah, that mid control again, still with INTZ, and Tuva's got that super to hand as well, so Bunker Rock can't really push forwards here. They've got to be a little bit passive around it, and they're all clustered up, which I don't feel I necessarily like, in my honest opinion. They've got to kind of spread things out a little bit and go down more of a lane side here. Shield is kind of hunkering down behind the sandbags, and that's why.
Played right into it. You know, I think a Shield had a game plan there, and I don't know where it went, homie. Sheesh! INTZ. You know, like, INTZ wanted to put Bunker in the pocket, and Bunker jumped in of their own volition. Like I said, I think Bunker had this idea of fighting back, but unfortunately for them and their fans, INTZ absolutely just smoked them like a brisket. And with 40% left, I mean, this is an uphill battle for BK Rog to take, to say the least.
Yeah, I want to see realistically Darkness take on the Firefly with the private side of things. They've got to be able to clear the mid, and Mummy needs to be there as well to be able to take care of Tufa. At the moment, Tufa comes in double smash. Oh my word! How
big one.
Did Mummy Jordan and a Shield survive that?
I don't know, but frankly, I don't think they care as long as they did. That said, another bot goes the way of INTZ, and you can see the, do we say body language when it's in-game? Because, I mean, the guys are chilling. Oh, man, the guys are literally waving to me from their podiums. So, yeah, I think INTZ are feeling good right now.
I'm hearing from production that the game is going to be replayed.
Oh.
Yeah. So, some tension on the stage now, but I've got to be honest, though, regardless of that fact, INTZ looks so comfortable. I don't think that it's going to worry them nearly as much as I think maybe people at home are thinking.
Yeah, a lot of times when it comes down to this, we immediately, bang, momentum. I think, you know, INTZ's momentum is fine. And on the flip side, Bunker, I mean, this is also helpful for them because it, like I said, I don't think it stops INTZ's momentum, but if anything, it gives Bunker a chance to catch their breath and jump on back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, in regards to the matchup being replayed, could be a connection problem along the way, and I know that they've got a fantastic admin team in the background observing the games.
I don't ever question the admin.
Yeah, you should.
I have been yelled at far too many times for questioning the admin, so not me. Not my job.
Admins are both the scariest and loveliest people you'll ever meet. That's the best thing. It's a very, very complicated situation of extremities, but a few connection issues along the way, so we'll look into that and get that sorted along the way. But again, you know, I don't know whether it's going to matter. In fact, I really need to see Bunker Rog use this moment now to recollect and come back with something, because we've not really seen much resolve yet in Siege.
You want to do some cosplay real quick?
I may have done some already.
Okay, anyway, pretend you are Bunker's coach.
Right.
What are you saying to the guys right now?
I think you've got to be able to look at what is. And at the moment, you know, INTZ are running a super aggressive comp. They're loving their buzzes, they're loving their mechs.
Yeah.
Everything's about aggression. So I think they've got to be more supportive of each other. I think they've got to be taking care of the hazard and then making it that 3 versus 2. They've got to work together more. They've got to come together and take care of the threats and then move on to the next and just keep that mid control. If they get a push, they can come back from this.
I want to see a complete change of approach here from Bunker. I want to see giant area denial. I want to see Spike. I absolutely want to see a character like that. Yeah, I'm always going to say Sprout, but realistically, like, you know, I think Spike is where I start my comp, and then I ask my 2 teammates where they want to go. Any chance that I can just get a large area that I say is mine, I think that's a key point to dealing with INTZ, because like you said, they're all in, and they are not giving Bunker a chance to breathe. So if you can kind of say, all inning me is a bad deal, then I think that might be the jump.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And at the moment, you know, INTZ, they're loving this. They're absolutely loving it. You saw the pins and the BM coming out because they're comfortable.
Oh, they chew.
So you got to shake them up with something. You got to make them uncomfortable and then start to shout back, as we saw earlier today, a load of noise. Whereas at the moment, all the noise is coming from that side of the stage, and that's INTZ.
Yeah, like a lot of that noise is coming from over there. Like I said, I mean, yeah, we got to replay the last one for sure, but the boys were yelling at me. They were waving. I turned around to look, and they were like, we're hanging out, man. We're just chilling. And so coming to this one, I think INTZ still have all the momentum in the world. Obviously, some hiccups here, but I don't think it really negatively affects either team. If anything, it gives us an opportunity to maybe see a little bit of that Bunker ROG reach for the stars. Jumping right back in, and it's Bunker that strikes first, but again, they're squashed in the corner.
Yeah, Mummy John on the right-hand side, they will collect a bot for his troubles there, and that could well be enough to give Bunker Rock this first push. Darkham as well, going to collect another, and Mummy Jordan does 4 already. This is a great start for Bunker. Very much different to what we've seen in the previous games.
Oh, yeah, and Bunker, now they're feeling it. A couple of pins coming out from them this time around. And our first bot, damage being dealt to it. Nice stall. But still, it's just Marcel. The bot's going to be able to reach in, get a little bit of damage done here. And that's going to be 77 left for INTZ.
Life plant going down there on the defensive, and again, some. It's difficult, it's fair to say, with the Piper as well. I mean, on the defensive, not an easy thing to do, and Firecrush goes down there himself. Tuva just staying alive on 600 HP. Marcel as well goes down. The supply drop coming inbound, but at the same time, as Shill goes down himself, it's just Tuva still standing.
Yeah, 2 in a row is going to be a big deal here for Blue. BK Rog fighting their way back into it. A tie, which is an excellent look for INTZ.
Yeah, but potentially if Bunker can keep this big control, this could be the final push to seal the deal for them as well, to tie up their sets, and it's going to come down to this 3-volt lead then for Bunker Rock, but INTZ are starting to collect themselves too, banking a lot of this right-hand side as well, so goes in there, Mummy Jordan with very much aggression. Firecrow jumps up, just able to survive, but tapping back now.
Man, what a beautiful, beautiful play. Tufa's looking to recover it, gets one, can't find the second, and the jump in from Darkoom is great. Bunker played that perfectly. They noticed that a shield was starting to lose on the left-hand side. No, it was Darkoom on the pan. Starting to lose on the left-hand side. Mommy jumps in, comes with a sucker punch, and that protected the squad. Bunker, level 17 bot. That's big.
Yeah, that is. No doubt about it. Coming in thick and fast. And that is going to be Bunker Rock taking their first win of this matchup, and such an important one. If they can continue on this path, they can absolutely tie up the sets. They do not want to let INTZ get 2 sets ahead now.
Really big fan of what we just saw here out of Bunker Rock, like I said. So they did something different. I proposed the idea of countering what their opponent was giving them. I was like, listen, if you know INTZ is just going to jump on the bed over and over again, fill the bed with Jello and make sure that they do not want to jump on that bed. Instead, they fought fire with fire, and they said, okay, INTZ, you want to run into us? What if we ran into you instead? And taking that first step, absolutely, I mean, you know, I know the Brazilians are playing on the other side, but that was a jiu-jitsu move, a complete redirection of the momentum and the energy, and it was great stuff. I think it was exactly what Bunker needed to take the dub.
Yeah, it really was. You know, INTZ are such a charismatic, confident team that they love to make a big show of things along the way. And I think you've got to dampen some of that along the way if you're Bunker Rock and let them be reminded that, you know, you're still a world-class team yourselves and that you have watched and studied their style and you know how to use those in terms of counters as well. I think you're right. We saw a lot more teamwork being displayed by Bunker Rock, a lot more communication along the way to ensure that they were taking those lanes taken care of. That was what gave them the win, and one that I think could potentially continue, but they got to stay composed.
So we are going to have to replay that one again. A little bit of tech difficulties here, but I'm going to stick to it. This is one that I think, honestly, this one might affect INTZ a little bit more than Bunker, because Bunker, the win doesn't count on the scoreboard, but it does in here. And when we talk about the momentum, that's what you got to look towards. And I think Bunker, there's something to be said about watching the gods bleed. You know, You got 2-0'd, you kind of got 2-0'd again, and now you come in and you get the not quite win, but you've seen what you can do. And you got to have that faith in yourself. And after you see that you're actually capable of it, I think that's going to be a big turnaround here for Bunker. I want to see them do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being reset, that's a really interesting thing, because Bunker Rock are going to have to do that same thing again just to be in a position to tie the set in the next potential game. But INTZ, are in a fantastic spot now then with the reset, because if they win this time round, all of a sudden we're going to the third set. So this could make a huge difference.
INTZ on the other side, and look at INTZ on the other side. I feel like they know that they let one slip. And so now I expect them to push it into the next gear. First spot's going to go to BK and Bunker. Aren't going to be able to get any damage. Oh, nope, scratch that. 2%. Got it. Just like the milk. 2%. INTZ, though, 4 bolts in the pocket here. And fighting for mid control. I've got all eyes on Mommy Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, that's is a really important brawler to have on that left-hand side lane. It's going to be a struggle for Marcel if he goes close to the gap. There's the life block going down, but not enough. Mommy will pick up that left-hand side lane. Huge play for Bunker Rock.
Not just Mommy Jordan, but a shield at the same time. That's communication. That is absolutely by design that it happens, but does it matter? INTZ have the bot. Look at the damage. It absolutely does matter. Bot's going to fall down. This time I don't have to check myself. 0 damage dealt. Now you've got 30 seconds to get 7 bolts. I don't know, man.
This is the thing. So many bolts were banked by Bunker Rock. There's one for Dark from there, and another one being picked up. If he banks that, then I think INTZ have got a big problem as well, because it won't tie up the set, but it will give Bunker Rock again more confidence going in. 9, potentially 10 as well. No way that surely INTZ can go back. They can go for a dive, sure, but Bunker Rock can fully commit behind their vault. That's going to be coming in.
Count it down. Yeah, a shield with the cleanup here. Man, a shield all of a sudden just shifting it into like the next gear and really bringing us to a game 3 here in our second set. So a nice look from the Bunker guys, who honestly were looking a long way up, and now all of a sudden the unrealistic seems very, very possible.
I couldn't have put it better myself, honestly. I mean, this is definitely a great sign for Bunker Rock, considering the reset that we had, then that is a potentially really important thing. But I don't know. I mean, INTZ are definitely showing signs of struggle, it seems. The momentum is absolutely shifting a little bit here in the studio, got to be said.
Players right now having a discussion with the admins. We'll see how this next game is going. Arc and F Dot one more time as we're in our second match of the day. We have 4 all told, so we will get a chance to see some more high-profile matchups in just a little bit. This one, though, right in the midst of set number 2. I always get confused, game, set, match, but set number 2, Siege, as we already have one in the pocket. INTZ are up 1-0 so far. We're trying to find out who is taking our second set.
Yeah, this is a key moment in this matchup. It really is, and a possibility of INTZ going 2 sets up or Bunker Rock tying things up. If they can tie things up, that is a huge moment for Bunker Rock to capitalize on. So definitely a lot of tension in the air. We already had one replay of Siege already, so definitely a possibility of one if the conversations continue on. Who knows?
And what I start to think about when we get deeper and deeper into the sets is how many, different compositions do we get to see? Right now, it really looks like the all-in Buzz strat is just what we've confirmed. What we're going to do over and over again, which I don't mind. Pure aggression works out for these guys, and we've seen both teams succeed with the strat. And so, as we get more shots, I don't even know if I would opt to change what I'm doing if I was on the team.
I mean, having said that, though, INTZ, have been running the same kind of comp, and it's not working anymore. They're struggling.
That's
so
fair.
They've got to make a choice. They've got to make a choice at this point in time. It's got to be, are we going to keep it and play it better? Or are we going to take a bit more of a risk and hope that it pays off as well? They can make some changes, potentially.
So where do you go then?
I think you got to keep the bars. But the Piper it's a kind of question mark, really, because sometimes it can thrive. But Pam, she's pretty tanky. And she's got the healing station too. There's a lot of nice mid-cover as well on Factory Rush. So I think that it's definitely probably more of a question on the mid than it is necessarily within the lanes.
I agree there as well. I think when we see what's going on here, we're seeing big clump strats. And so you've got to look towards the middle lane a lot of the times when that's the case. Bunker here discussing a little bit about what's going on. One thing that I like about them, listen, like I said, I am a fan. I am in favor of the loud and the proud, but I do got to respect the, they win, and they were just like, okay, how do we win again?
Yeah.
Very, very business.
Modest. Absolutely. Ashil as well is a pretty quiet guy. I mean, he's very, very modest. One of the nicest people, I've got to say, in the entire Brawl community on the player side. So definitely, modesty is very, very key. And it's just kind of interesting when you see the different characters in the Brawl world. INTZ very loud, proud. Bring out all the memes and the loud on the sides, and then Bunker Rock just keep it quiet, keep it composed. And I think both strategies work. And again, this personality is such a great thing to see finally in person.
All right, one more time, we jump into Siege. INTZ on set point. We have seen Bunker look strong in some of our other attempts. But right now, INTZ still on the back foot, and the first spot goes to Blue. A lot of attention being dealt to this right side of the Shield and Darkoon. R-Rock is 2 players on the right lane. So now INTZ providing the defense. Firecrow won't be able to be there. Marcel punching. But it's still 10% plus from that first spot, 14 to be precise.
For production, the communication on the side of the players did result in another replay. So Bunker Rock, with that last win, will have to do that again. They're going to have to play so many rounds of Siege to get this set. They are being made to work so hard for it. At the moment, though, I got to say I like the positioning of Tupa and Firecrow in the mid. Marcel pushed back quite a long way on the left-hand side, but a lot of bolts being banked by Bunker Rock and a level 7 bolt coming in.
All right. Bunker really feeling themselves so far. Sticking with the buzz, and like you said, the Pam has been a big showing here.
I mean, yeah, Firecrow is struggling, and I normally tend to see him playing a lot of these big tanky brawls. He was such an incredible El Primo throughout the course of this year, and that's actually a brawler that's Clash, Ace of Night Clash, experimenting a lot recently with again. I'm surprised he didn't kind of opt for something more up close and personal, as it definitely seems to be the reason why INTZ are struggling.
All right, so INTZ here The chase down on the Fire Crow, and the snapback is
Oh,
good.
take it back.
Woo! Tufa comes through and grabs another. And so 5-7, that's a bolt lead for INTZ. How much damage can they get? Can they win here? They need to bring Bunker down 52% or more. Bot walking in. Damage on the left-hand side. Ashiel is low. Counted down from 10. 85%. Punch it on through. They're yelling on the stage. That's going to be it. INTZ up 2-0.
Oh my word, that was a huge final push, and INTZ know it. The celebration's back in the arena here in the Brawl House, and that is what we were hoping to hear more of. INTZ letting it all out at a time when so crucially so, getting ahead here at a very, very important time, getting out of Siege, and again, a game in which they are so successful in. My goodness me.
Oh yeah, that was a tough one for Bunker, and I got to be honest with you, man. This is why I those who cannot play coach and those who can't coach cast, right? Because I would be immediately deflated, man.
Yeah,
that would take it all out of me. I really look at what these guys, and listen, Mommy Jordan right there does not look thrilled.
Yeah, I feel for Bunker Rog right now. They played and replayed a lot of games there in Siege, and how much do they have to do to be able to equalize the set? Not even just get through the first game, but to equalize, it would have been like 4 games for them. And INTZ, 2 sets up, that's a big dominating scoreline.
So let's roll back the clock here. Game number 1, INTZ took this one pretty handedly, where our second one, a little bit different. I think I saw BK kind of step forward, but INTZ really downloaded what Bunker was doing in the past couple of games, jumped on in, and that was the play. Fire Crow got a turnaround kill in the right lane and immediately yelled to Tufa, go, 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 buzz in, buzz down. And that, I mean, watch it, folks.
Yeah, says it all. I mean, again, INTZ came second last year at the World Finals. They've been here before. They know what it's like to perform under pressure, and they're doing just that yet again. 2-0 is a huge thing for them now.
I think you just nailed it. They know how to perform under pressure.
Yeah.
When you're standing on this stage, the hot lights, big headset that you're not used to, environment you're not used to, the idea that all your homies are in the next room screaming and yelling, you got casters in front of you, tens of thousands of people watching it. Like, that's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And to be able to deal with, remakes and stuff like that, INTZ were like, word, no doubt. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. In fact, we got second place last time, dog. So I think that was a big, big deal for them. Shifting gears, Sneaky Fields, Brawl Ball this time around. I really like Brawl Ball as the great equalizer. I think sometimes when you're in a hole trying to dig yourself out, Brawl Ball can kind of bring you back to old reliable.
Yeah, it's such a fast-paced mode. It genuinely can lead to a game being over within like 30 seconds, 20 seconds sometimes even. So you've got to keep your guard up. You've got to get your broad choices right. I think for me, Max is a great thing to have in Sneaky Fields for that speed and sometimes some tankier options as well. But I think Bunker Rog right now have got to remember what they did to get here in this place. They did so well to qualify for the World Finals, but right now they're looking deflated. And they need to show INTZ that it ain't over until it's over.
Absolutely. I do not hear anyone singing, and that is what you've got to remember. Bunker Rog, absolutely. Listen, I think that's the biggest deal to really drive home. Don't forget, if this is your first experience just watching it, the way players get here, you got to perform in the game itself. Show up at the monthly finals, do well, and then do it 8 more times throughout the entire year. So if you do find yourself on this stage at the beautiful Brawl House, it's not an accident. It's not a fluke. It's not an oopsie daisy. It's not a gotcha. This team deserves to be here. They just have to remember how.
Exactly. And, again, with INTZ performing the way they are, I think this is a rough game mode and matchup to have if you Bunker Rog.
Yeah.
I mean, this is basically catering even more so towards that style of play. They're going to have to consider greatly going into this matchup what they're going to be choosing to be able to deflate it, because I'm pretty sure the INTZ are going to be thinking, exactly that. Going with the speed and the Rosa here, I think is a great combination to have. Mummy Jordan though, going in with the M's, I think, and the Spike as well from Michelle, obviously anticipating some tankier options. So this could be a good comp for Bunker to have got right at a crucial moment in time.
Which I think is absolutely the key here. If Bunker is going to win, they have to win in the picks and bans before they even approach here. Listen, I'm just going to let you know what's up. 20% win rate for Bunker Rog in Brawl Ball. So they really, really need to pull out all the stops. Winning that draft phase is absolutely key. And right now, I mean, they are locking INTZ in the basement. Mommy on that M's doing a great job of maintaining control, but they're shifted. Oh no, just kidding. Marzel's death means that Bunker's going to be able to push forward. Watch out for Tufa though.
Yeah, ball punked nicely in the corner. I did like the unfriendly pushes from Marcel, but it really served to show everyone up. A nice slowdown from Mommy there. Darkham goes down regardless, so Shield just using his super there just to really keep the pressure onto Tufa, and he will get rewarded for doing just that. Firecrow though, dancing in the bushes, keeping away from those shots from Mummy. But that ball though, it ain't moved, F-Dot. It ain't moved.
Stuck there. Where are my chess fans at? It's like castling, right? You just like can't do anything about it. Darkoom walking forward. And I think right now, Bunker, they realize that like we could turn this situation into a good one, but how? And I'm asking you, Art, how?
Well, I mean, the thing that Bunker Rock really needs to do here is make a big push. That's a great way to start.
Killing Marcel.
Yeah, great time with the super. Tufa's punched in. This is the moment. Bunker Rock needs to score from this. The Shield has got super. He can pass it and doesn't even need to use it. There's no knockback there from the Rosa. Mummy Jordan scoring a crucial goal at a crucial time.
Great play from Bunker. Big picture strategy, understanding the macro of the situation. But now INTZ, well, zoom, as Darkoom says, no way. I thought they were gonna do it. Yeah. I thought INTZ were just gonna walk it in, baby. But instead, it's Bunker Rog. They have the defensive stop, and they're the first strike in Brawl Ball.
And I've got to say, Bunker Rog are silent. They are silent at the moment in the shoot. Despite that being a huge win, they are so focused on keeping it.
I mentioned it before, and that scared me. I like when these teams are loud, but when you win after being down 0-2, and you take an emphatic dub like that, and your response is,
it's scarier.
Right? It is even more scary. Like, this is what I mean. It's like, it was not easy. It absolutely wasn't easy, but it was surgical.
Yes.
As Bunker, they did make a shot that got denied by INTZ, but then their secondary jump in, they secured. And then when INTZ came for their own push, Bunker was successfully able to stop it. And I am looking at Mommy Jordan. The play from this guy was out of this world. 4-1. 234 DPS. The 4-1 is really impressive, and the ability to just lock down that area was gigantic and arguably game-winning.
I mean, it's the same brawler, but the stats couldn't be further apart. That is a huge, huge difference, and something that INTZ are going to have to take into serious consideration, and whether they want to mix it up. I kind of suggest that they keep the M's, because it is such a great brawler to have. You saw then how well it was utilized by Mommy to initiate the push that led to Bunker Rog Esports' goal. So I don't think they can afford to get rid of it, in all honesty. They've just got to get better with it and match them, match it up and make sure that they are able to win those battles more often than not.
100% agreed. Hi, Marcel. How's it going, buddy? I 100% agree with you over there. I think the M's is real powerful. Trying to fight back into it. I mean, where do you go? Because I don't think that you want to look to counter it necessarily, but how do you deal?
Yeah, this is the thing. I think the timing, your aggression, very, very important to consider when it comes to that, and just trying to exacerbate a lot of the gadgets early on. I think that's brawlers like M's in Brawl Ball, especially, you've got that friend zone of gadgets, and it's such a powerful thing to have. It can be the difference between winning and losing a game even. So trying to get and force those out of your opposition as quickly as possible means that you've got less to have for the late game.
Trying to force out the resources. I mean, that's when you talk about traditional sports, you're talking about tiring out the opponent. You can look at any other game and look to come through and get rid of the resources. And so I think that's a great look, getting rid of the gadgets early on. Sure. I want to revisit composition. I do agree that the M's is good, but I need to see a little bit more, because from INTZ's position, where they are overwhelmingly the favorite in this situation, they got stopped, man. Like, it was not close. And if you're a Bunker Rog fan, that is awesome. But if you're over here rooting for the Brazilian squad, you scratch your head going, what happened? Because you guys were so much in control.
I mean, we mentioned Bunker Rog are quiet. I've got to say, so are INTZ right now.
Well, Bunker Rog like to be quiet.
Yeah,
INTZ on the other
like
hand,
to be loud.
Yeah, listen, when I get quiet, it's a little scary. It's not great, okay? And I think that's the feeling for INTZ over there.
Yeah, I think they're starting to come across resistance, and that's something which they're not used to seeing and feeling. And right now, again, it was quite tough on Bunker Rog in Siege. A lot of replays and times when you thought that they were going to be able to take ahead, it had to be replayed, and you can see the devastation towards the end of that. To come back the way they are, to be smiling in Brawl Ball, I think that is a good sign for them. They just got to keep it up.
Cool, calm, collected. That's what Bunker needs to do. I think Bunker are a team that really they need to keep their emotions in check, but it's not hard for them. They like I said, Darkoom, kind of just like cerebral. Same deal with Achille, very Achille. Sorry, I won't do it again. But very, very calm guys, and like that thought process, right? That's why I love, when it comes to competition, like what INTZ is doing is the opposite of what we see Bunker doing, but that's what each team needs to bring to the table. And so right now, Bunker trying to do this. I say, do the same thing. You're not on match point anymore. You don't have your back against the wall. You just like demolish the competition. This is where you say, I'm gonna do the same thing again. Stop me, bro. That's the thought.
Yeah, lay it down. The swag as well involved in that.
You got it, man.
You gotta lay it down and just come at me.
Exactly. I mean, because that's the thing. We can talk about being, cool and chill or whatever, but like, you don't want to be passive. You don't want to politely allow the opponent to beat us, please, sir. No, it's just like, listen, I'm going to be quiet about it, but you're going to lose. Yeah. And like that type of mentality is absolutely key. I say all the time, like you can't win if you're not confident. If you want to be top 5, you got to think you're top 3. If you want to be top 3, you got to think you're number 1. And if you want to be number 1, you got to think you're the greatest of all time. And I see a bunch of goats out here. So I want to see these players pull out all the stops and really do whatever it is they need to do, meaning different strokes for different teams.
But, confidence is a curious thing. We saw earlier today, TribeNA started so strong, so confident, but then that confidence got a little bit overwhelming, and then the cracks start to form. Now, I wonder whether that could well be the case as well with INTZ, who had a phenomenal start. But it is Bunker Rog Esports that are starting to build up themselves, and they are changing the comp as well. Mommy going in with the El Primo pick, Achille going in with Sprout, which is a very risky thing to have, especially if there were to be some speed and some big tanky brawlers on the other side of things, but that is not the case.
Well, right now, I too was looking for it, but instead we get a little something different. Fire Crow starting off, and this is a good change here for INTZ. A much different strategy, which clearly didn't work last time, but man, it might not work this time either. Rosa gets it done, and Darkoom just walks past the defense.
Yeah, risky play by Darkoom, but it paid off really nicely. He got some great value along the way, but he made the pass to the wall, and I was thinking, ooh, is he getting some shots off, but maybe Surefire, great wall from him.
That's why he's my favorite brawler, baby, man. No other character can do that. Not a single other character.
Yeah.
There is a wall where there once wasn't. I got real excited. Sorry, guys. I love
never apologize for excitement.
And Mommy Jordan getting fancy with it. Oh, that's not nice.
Oh, dirty. But I'm hearing this game will be replayed as well. So clearly some issues continuing on for the teams here. I'm not sure which side it was from, but definitely the admins will be investigating and trying to get that cleared up as soon as possible.
I got real excited about that Sprout stuff.
It was great. It was the perfect utilization of that overgrowth.
Oh, man. INTZ, though, back to the drawing board. As you said, so that is a replay.
Yeah, I'm hearing that it's going to be a replay.
So, INTZ, a small sigh of relief, but I don't know how big of a. Okay, so we don't lose the set, but guys, we still don't look good. Like, they really, and I said, I gave you the numbers before. Bunker Rogue, they only win this 20% of the time. For INTZ to wind up in this position, looking down this hallway is rough stuff to say the least, and something they're not acclimated to. They usually are used to winning this Brawl Ball very, very handily.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, a game that can be over in 20 seconds, or you can go the whole distance, and it makes it very tough, especially with Sneaky Fields being such a concealed map, The decision of, do we play for overtime is a lot harder to do here, because there's so much more unpredictability. By the time that you realize that someone is lurking, it could well be too late. So it limits you in terms of choice. You kind of have to think speed, you have to think tankiness, or countering all of those things.
So with that in mind, I mean, going into our game 2, right? I hesitate to really even think where INTZ would go. Because, as we said, maybe the tank would be the idea. They opt instead for the speed, and that one doesn't work out. We saw them with the with traditional M's composition, and that one didn't work out. So, I mean, where do you go now?
Yeah. Okay, well, comes from remain the same. Firecrow coming in with the Leon again, and Marcel staying on the M's. Mummy going in with the Primo, and that is a brawler, which I've got to say, I see Firecrow on a lot, so I'm sure INTZ will know how to go up against it, but right now the pressure really mounting, and Bunker Rock making the most of the opportunity.
Nice
Firecrow, nice Invisa Hill there from him, running that, not the smoke trails, no speed additional to that, so just the healing for him.
Really good defensive stop here from INTZ. BK, honestly, took a step up and made themselves known. The Rosa play out of Darkoom in the past couple of sequences has been really, really impressive. We call that a caster's curse. As Firecrow takes down a shield after Rosa falls down. Mommy Jordan the only one alive, but not going to be a big enough window for INTZ to push forward. That said, they are on their enemy's 10, so to speak. Firecrow and Marcel left-hand side. Tufa, pass to the right side. Good.
No wall for the Sprout. I know you hate to see it. I thought you got super excited the last time, but Shield didn't have it. And that was a well-timed push from INTZ, knowing that that was not going to occur, and they capitalized on it.
And also, just classic Brawl Ball strat. Is it going left to right? Left to right? Left to right? Last second pass. MJ falling back with the ball here. As a Shield centers. And both teams looking for the reset. Keep in mind, Bunker Rock did take game number 1 of set number 3 here. And so if INTZ wins, if there is 44 seconds left, it winds up as just a tie. Mommy jumps in, Firecrow takes him down, and now he's off to the races.
Firecrow needs to pass the wall, potentially consider Invisa Hill, but going back, he's actually doing a really good job of baiting there. No one knows where he is. He's going to use the assassination there to get some good value onto Mummy. He's actually going to be in a pretty good spot there. He's going to get a couple more later on to try to get that super back, but he can't be far away if there's some good value already. There it is, straight away.
Easy here. 15 seconds left. Not sure if it's even enough, and I don't think it will be. Mommy gets the kill against Firecrow. But with the seconds dwindling down, 6 seconds left here, Marcel cuts them down. And we're tied 1 apiece.
Oh my word. This is INTZ having a bit more of a say in things in the studio. And again, match point. Match point for INTZ. Last year's second place. Soon, potentially, to be continuing on to the quarterfinals.
This is my guy right now. Tufa has been the man with the plan. Listen, I'm not gonna talk about INTZ's failings here, because every time they do succeed, Tufa is front and center. Listen, I know Lola's the star of the show, but Tufa doesn't need to be playing Lola because he looks like the Brawlywood star.
Well, Firecrow going in with the 35% team damage. Pretty high on DPS as well, 241, damage taken 205, so giving away some at the same time. But the KD, for me, is a fantastic stat there. 5 kills to 1 death, and it really does help playing Leon. I mean, he's an assassination brawler, by nature, so having that scoreline just shows that he knows exactly how to play the brawler.
Okay, word. Team damage here. I like this look. Look, this is one of the problems here for Bunker Rog.
Yeah.
Mommy Jordan just not able to show up at the moment, whereas you see across the way and everybody's sharing the load.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a big high 60% as well on one side there, on the Bunker Rog side of things. But you're right, the spread of INTZ is very even, which just shows that they are clearly communicating their lanes effectively and making sure that they've got all bases covered. So in that respect, they are looking stronger, and this could be the end of the road here for Bunker Rog if they don't get through this set.
It absolutely could. The team right now discussing just how to prevent that from happening. On our beautiful stage, real talk, can we just talk about how nice this place looks? I mean, this joint is one of the nicest places I've been in recent years.
Dude, if I could move into the Brawl house, I mean, sign me up. Sign me up. I'll put down my deposit now. I might have to speak to some of the winners maybe tomorrow. But I'm all for moving in. They got some nice rooms. I mean, there's a great bed. I mean, and it comes fully furnished.
Also, the cookies are real.
You know, do you?
Oh, I know. I know the cookies are real. I absolutely ate one of the cookies. INTZ here, going for the cookie here. They are one away from taking it and moving on to the next one. Bunker, though, they have put up some strong, confident strikes. And with Brawl Ball, this is the one, because that's the thing. We've seen a lot of back and forth, some games that haven't really counted. This Brawl Ball map that we have seen, Bunker has won one, INTZ has won one, and this is a nice kind of like rubber match where Bunker is sitting here, and I think they have an equal chance as INTZ. The stats don't say so, looking in the past, but we're in the present now, and that's what matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And being in the present is an immensely important thing for the players to consider as well. And you can look back and you can have regrets over something that you did or didn't do. You've got to be in the moment. It's all about the now, especially if you're looking ahead as well. The prospect of a match point is a daunting thing. You can't focus on the future or the past. It's got to be in the present.
Yeah, that's why, again, easier said than done. I think that's one of the more difficult things. What do they say? Sports is like 90% mental, right? That's really what it comes down to, is being able to keep your cool or lose it if you're INTZ. They're the ones that need to blow their stack, absolutely. They need to go nuts in order to win. We know that. But Bunker, on the other hand, we've said it before, they got to just woosah a little bit. Keep it going. And I would like to see so. In all honesty, I'm never going to complain about more Brawl Stars.
Yeah. I mean, it's such an unpredictable game. I mean, it really is, and you just never know what's going to happen next. It's one of the reasons which drew me in the first place, and just the excitement of that final second. It can all change. Everything can change, or going in to see the comp that you didn't want to see as well, and still getting it within yourselves to come through and persevere and actually beat the counter comp. All those moments is what makes great things and great moments for esports.
And we're minutes away from one of those great moments if you're an INTZ fan, or multiple minutes away from one of those great moments if you're a Bunker fan, depending on who winds up getting the dub. We have over $1 million on the line here, teams from all around the world. We're going to be here all weekend. 4 matches today, 4 tomorrow, and then the big show going out on Sunday. So you don't want to miss any of the action at all. And of course, you can jump on events.brawlstars.com, and we have all sorts of fun stuff for you to jump in there, predictions, etc.
Yeah, we got some cheering going on as well. You can spam the tablet or your phone to let us know that you want this to be able to support your predictions. And again, that all contributes towards getting your hands on that Cat Burglar Jesse skin. I'm gonna go out there and say I've had a little play with it. I've said it. Yeah, I mean,
is it cool?
Oh, dude, it surpassed every and all of my expectations.
Heck yeah. I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? Some way to bring the community in here, whether it's, literally or, like we said, online, looking at what we're able to do there on our different platforms and through they call them portals. It always makes me feel like a mage. So, through the portals, so to speak. But players getting ready for our next one. Honestly, Firecrow is chatting it out with the coach. That's also a cool thing. Yeah. The teams that have coaches here, they're able to chat the entire time. And I think that's a big deal, and it really brings that next level of strategy out for the teams.
Yeah, I think for the majority of pros, it's like one of those things where I think coaches will be the first to agree that normally if they're in the moment, coming in and being like, hey guys, you know, just like,
let me play.
But in between matches, crucial, absolutely crucial. It keeps you focused, it keeps you driven, it keeps you sometimes grounded when needed.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Is that like you have an out. Listen, if we're on a team and you legitimately messed up, even if I'm nice about it, being like, "Hey man, you messed," like it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
But if he's not playing, right, and he goes, "Hey man, you messed up," you go, "Well, you don't have any skin in the game. Obviously, I messed up. I got to fix that. Let's go." And like that's really where I find that when it comes down to coaches, that's really where they shine, is their ability to be that outside voice, that unbiased voice, if you will, and say like, "Hey man, you got to look at yourself in the mirror and adjust and readapt."
Yeah, exactly that. And the players have got so much respect for their teams. It's a great thing to see when a coach comes in and points out some flaws and everyone's objective around it, because everyone has the same goal. Whether you're a player, a coach, an analyst, or anyone else in between, on the team side, you're a team. That's the thing. You're a unit. You've got to be listening to everyone and be the first to say, you know what? Yeah, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're right.
Personally, I find that like falling on the sword is, if you do it too much, you can get into trouble. But like realistically, man, I don't care whose fault it was as long as we fix it.
Exactly.
That's really the key here. You just got to be able to find out how to fix it. Right now, INTZ on match point. Bunker ROG have to figure out how to fix it. Yeah. But like we said, they did strike first in Brawl Ball. So I don't think this is something that they really have to dig deep and bop hard. Just turn the page back one.
Yeah, and sometimes having a little bit of downtime, as we've seen already today, it can go for the team that are behind because it allows them to reset their brain. It allows them to step away. It's very easy coming off the back of a game where you've just seen the cheering of a match point and you sort of go to a lower place. But over time, you start to think through, right, okay, we accept the situation. Sometimes it takes that, a little bit of downtime to realize where you're at, to go, right, this is happening and we can and do have time to address it.
Sometimes you just need a little, I call it the zoom out. Just zoom out and see the big picture. Be like, hey man, like I said, for Bunker ROG, I think it's a big deal to remind themselves how they got here, that they deserve to be here, and that they absolutely can do it. And for INTZ, I think it's important to remember we missed it by this much last time.
Yeah.
We have already been past this stage. We already wrote this journal entry. So like, let's get to tomorrow. Come on. That's what you got to think if you're INTZ.
Yeah. They, considering they came second last year at the World Finals, they want to leave this year with a better result, right? There's only one position which they can claim to do just that. Absolutely, I would say that they have come with some great energy so far. Definitely the louder of the teams, but again, I find the quiet teams actually the scarier of the two. So, at the moment though, I do feel like Bunker ROG have got to do just that. Remind themselves of their journey and not necessarily focus around the pressures of being under match point, but getting through this match point and out the other side.
This, of course, is our second matchup of the day. Earlier, we got a chance to see SK Gaming take on Tribe NA, and it was Corey and the guys who actually take the victory after a long 5-game series. So the winner of this gets the reward of playing up against Tribe NA. Who do you think is the better matchup?
In terms of we were just looking at what would be exciting to see, I definitely think there's something exciting to see with INTZ as last year's second place finalists up against what was a complete and utter tear for Tribe Gaming NA. That would be a fantastic thing to see, but at the same time, if we get Bunker ROG start to bring this back and show us some flair, then that is going to be powerful for them going through to the next round as well. I don't think there are going to be any losers here other than the team that loses. But in terms of the next match, we're all winners after.
Absolutely true. Okay, it took me, I got there. I had to follow you down the rabbit hole. But then we found the guy in the top hat, so I'm here all the way up.
Exactly.
All the way up. At the end of the day, I think this INTZ team they're the top card. Yeah. They're the expected team to win, which can do some trouble for you. And so INTZ have to be able to swallow their pride and realize, all right, we have a real competitor across the way. Got to show them their respect and see who winds up on top after the fact. As we get ready for what could be our final game. If we go past Brawl Ball, we will jump into, I believe it was Gem Grab. Am I wrong on that?
It was a while ago now, I'll be honest. I'm not going to pretend, but it could well be. Yeah, it could well be. Obviously, we're having a couple of technical issues at the moment, so we're just addressing those at the moment and trying to get that rectified as soon as possible. But I do get word that the teams will be going in shortly. We'll keep you guys posted on that and hopefully get this Brawl match underway. We are still in Brawl, still on Sneaky Fields. So again, no doubt the teams know what the comps are going to be going in with anyway because they've had the time to discuss it as well. So, but it is again, match point in favor of INTZ. Bunker Rock have got a bit of work to do, but they have shown some good promise. Okay, right, Lollipop dropped down from Mommy. Jordan Darkroom there taking some very early fire as well. But there's Firecrow, the pass through. A very speedy goal. A shield did not get the pick up there. And I think maybe it looks to me like Bunker Rock still standing still. So looks like those situations regarding the technical problems still existing and needing to be looked at.
Yeah, I got to figure that one out in just a little bit, but we'll sort that out in just a moment. F-Dot and Arc continuing to hold it down here in our second set as we look forward to seeing. Honestly, at this point, I really, really just want to bring us to a set 4. Come on, Bunker Rock. Let's do it. They looked fantastic in the first game of Brawl Ball that we did get a chance to see. They lit up the battlefield in a way that, we didn't see them do in set 1 or set 2. It looked like they really just reached back and found something big to strike with. And I want game 3 to go their way. I'll say it flat out.
Yeah. I love nothing more than a close matchup. Sometimes, if we didn't have predictions involved, I wouldn't care who wins and loses because, again, I just want to see a close game. I want to see a battle. I want to see something that I will remember for years to come. It just happens that now there's an incentive to get it right, and I've then got to... I'm terrible at predictions. I'm going to go out there and say I'm dreadful at it. So I'm going to have to pick up the pace and learn some new stuff. And how are you finding the predictions so far? What did you predict, actually? Because we didn't see on the overlay, did we, your predictions for the previous match?
I got it right.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I actually, no lie, I did get it right.
I don't doubt it. I mean, you are, of course, American. So
there it is. So here's the deal. I get every prediction correct. And if it's incorrect, I did it for the show.
That is a win-win, and I like that. I'm going to take that.
Because sometimes, you get it wrong, but, that's just because I wanted to show a different opinion than my co-commentators. I wanted to create a conversation. It's all about, driving the storylines and such. And so that's really where I'm at if I get it wrong. And if I get it right, then I'm just a smart one.
Yeah, that is genius. You are an absolute genius, F-Dot. I love it. And that's why I predicted Bunker Rock as well, because of the talking point.
Absolutely.
That's actually true, because I told you that earlier.
Can't lie about that one. We are halfway through our set. We're going to take a real quick break and come right on back. We'll be right back with the Brawl Stars World Finals 2021. Welcome back, friends, to the Brawl Stars World Finals. It's F. joined here by Arc. We are halfway through our second set of the day, or if INTZ have their way, a little bit more than halfway through. We are in set number 3. INTZ currently lead 2-0, and we're tied as far as Brawl Ball is concerned. And so we are one away from seeing if Bunker can actually bring us to that 4th set, or if the Brazilians just finish it off right here.
Yeah, it's such an important round. So, a couple of technical issues have been working through in the background, and obviously with so much at stake, it goes without saying that we've got to make sure that the players are in the environment that we want to see. We want to see a competitive setting. We want to make sure that it is fair for absolutely everyone on both sides. So, just working through some of those things. Again, this could potentially be the game which may send Bunker Rock home. So, we've got to make sure that everything is ironed out as far as that's concerned.
Absolutely. When it comes down to it, competitive integrity, numero uno here. I joke around a lot, but no lies, no jokes here. Want to make sure that the table is set for everybody correctly, and so that's what we're doing. That said, players should be getting about... Oh, wow. We're in just like that. Game 3 of set 3. And Darkoom starts us off hot by taking it down 1. But the ball's not going to move from center field.
Okay, well, it's actually going to be fertilizer then for both Eshil and Patufa on the right-hand side on the spike. Intensity curveball, but it makes a lot of sense. Whilst Marcel taking that mid lane with the M's, and Mummy was doing a fantastic job earlier with that, and just Marcel, to be fair to say, was struggling at the minute as well. Bunker getting a nice deep footing into the middle, maybe too much so there as Marcel gets the takedown.
Big push from the M's, and I like how INTZ are doing this. So the ball hasn't moved, but the area of control absolutely has. INTZ were previously on their 25% of the field. Now, right here in that middle, that 50-yard line, so to speak, sorry, Europeans, right dead in the middle. But Bunker Rock, actually, this is so much fun. The ball hasn't moved at all, and we've seen 3 different momentum pushes.
This is the thing, and just everyone's trying to get their sides under control there. Nice takedown from Marmy onto 2. The ball going through, but there's Firecrow going down as well. So Marcel is on his own here. Gets taken care of very quickly, but he kept his super there for his return back into the game. The ball being brought up from Darkroom there, but that would be very much needed on the defense.
I like Mommy Jordan's idea to just stop. Understanding that if he gets a little too far ahead of himself, that it's all going to be downhill. And so, one more time. We don't quite reset. Bunker Rog actually does take a step forward. And with the kill onto Tufa, now they're going to take 2 steps forward. Firecrow surrounded, right side, left side. Eshil and Mommy Jordan combined for the kill. But still, biding their time like an Onyx. Keeping careful not to go too hard. Otherwise, they might get hit by that back punch.
That's what we saw when Bunker Rock were able to get that goal at the crucial moment in time. Very slow and patient, steady, wins the race. But that takedown there, trying to pull back to Marcel as well, continuing the aggression to Eshil, throwing over the top and just keeping him back. But these walls, these boxes, they are about to go down. Overtime approaches, and this is the moment that I feel like INTZ have got some momentum going into. Can they make it work?
Well, we're counting down from 3. The kick forward, the punch through. That's going to be it. INTZ move on just like that.
And you can hear their joy in the studios. Big fist pumps there, Tufa. Chest bump. Yep. You love to see it. The flag on the floor, soon surely to be raised yet again. INTZ moving on to the quarterfinals.
That's the guy, Tufa. Like I said, listen, I'll let the statisticians handle all that stuff. You guys actually get to vote about MVP a little bit later, but for me, Tufa, the man with the plan. Love to watch this guy play. That said, it was M's for me in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we saw the stats earlier. INTZ was struggling with that particular brawler, and Bunker Rock were thriving with that particular brawler. So they were fantastically well prepared to bring that back, and it didn't seem like the pressure really deterred them much.
Yeah, not at all. And again, I bring it back to the veterancy and just the, we already did this, bro. INTZ, that resiliency that they learned last time around. A reminder, they finished last time in 2nd place at the Brawl's final. Now, they're going to try and get to that 1st place, but this is where they have to start, and they've already passed go.
Yeah, you got to start at the beginning, and again, coming in today, they did look very confident. We saw that from the get-go, but as Bunker Rock started to get some games under the belt, they got a little quiet, it's fair to say, but it's all about perseverance. It really is, and adapting as well. Sometimes things come up that you were not really expecting to see, and I did feel like INTZ adapted pretty well around a lot of those situations.
I mean, that's the thought process, right? You got to be able to stay rock solid. Listen, I'm gonna, talk about what was happening here. We had a lot of delays and some tech difficulties. Sorry, folks, that's part of the game, and when you're up on that stage, that is absolutely a part of the mental aspect of what's going on here. Yeah. It's hot here. There are your friends yelling in the next room. That's as much of a part of it as anything else. And so you've got to take that whole enchilada and really, really bite down on it. First, starting off, INTZ destroyed Siege.
Yeah, they really did, and I mean, rightly so, really. I mean, it's one of their best game modes, it's fair to say. But this is the moment that Bunker Rock, beautifully done, as you put it in the cast, surgically done. And that was what we kind of saw, and I did think that towards the end of that last match, it looked very reminiscent of that moment there. But INTZ just kept their composure and were able to make this moment as well for themselves, just going into overtime. Yeah, it was the perfect time for them.
Exactly, and that is something that, casual fans at home might not realize, it wasn't an accident that the ball gets shoved, the player gets killed at the same moment. That is a concerted effort from 15 seconds on. They are saying, this is what we're doing. We're hitting 1, 2, 3, and then bop, bop, bop. Gets done. Take over. Firecrow right here, letting them know. 5-1 on the Leon. Love to see that play.
Yeah, it's again, very, very catered towards his playstyle. Very aggressive, very in your face. 35% team damage, DPS as well, 241. It's been great to watch this guy all year long come out of his shell and just give us something to shout about.
Right now, the players, the INTZ, they are having a ball on the stage, soaking it in and enjoying the spotlight. You can see him right behind us as the players, again, I told you, on the stage, it is all lights out, hope you lose. As soon as that match is over, a lot of respect, handshakes, hugs when appropriate, and we just love to see that sort of love. It's the Brawl Stars community really coming together. So congratulations to INTZ. The Brazilians move on. Bunker Rock will not, however, as they take a seat.
Yeah, it's, again, as we mentioned earlier, one of the things, there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. And Bunker Rock, I think, again, can be incredibly proud of where they've achieved to get to. And again, I don't know whether there was as much pressure in the respect of, I think sometimes it's harder when you've got so much reputation, especially looking back to last year with INTZ. I think everyone coming into this expected things from them. Bunker Rock didn't have necessarily that on their side as well. So I think a bit of a cushioning there, but nonetheless, it's not where you want to be. They will be deflated and sad, and definitely we want to be able to say, good job, well done. I enjoyed the matches as much as everyone at home.
Most valuable player. You guys have let us know, and Firecrow is the guy. And you know what? Like I said, I have been singing Tufa's praises, but realistically, I think we saw Marcel play really on Brawl Ball. Tufa showed up and Firecrow showed up specifically on the Siege is where I was looking at.
Yeah, that was a big game mode for them. And I mean, again, Firecrow's so young. We didn't see anything of him last year because he was so young, but this year coming in, and what a delight it has been. Just, again, such an aggressive player. He's always in the right positions and always keeping those screws turning in the machine.
It's the communication for me when it comes down to INTZ. Like I said, you can look at each different game and find a different player that maybe rose up and stood up tall, but it's the timing and the surgical precision that INTZ are able to bring, and that's all communication. It's all about chatting with your teammates and making sure you can nail what you need to. And just like that, INTZ nail it down, and they'll be taking on their own on the next one. They'll be going up against Tribe NA, actually. But coming up next, Queen NAVI versus Trick of China. This one's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, absolutely will be for sure. And again, it's too close to call. I mean, I predicted Trick of China, but I could absolutely see this going on either way.
Like I said, Tribe is the team that lurks in the distance. And right now, Avali is having a sit down with one of their players.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tribe Gaming of NA right after their win over SK Gaming. I've got Corey, Zulon, and Tyrant with me. Deep breaths because you guys came out on top, but that was a full 5-game series and it looked a little bit like there was a potential reverse sweep coming. So walk me through that series because I'm sure it was a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it was a roller coaster for sure. We came out strong with 2-set wins, and then we kind of fumbled a little bit in the second and third and fourth set. Me, especially the fourth set, I played really bad. But these guys helped me out a little bit. And fifth set came around, and we just clutched up and took the win.
Now, you said the team helped you out a little bit. What do you mean by that?
They just picked me up a little bit, so I was kind of getting diffed on the lane, and they just said, it's okay, like, let's get the next set, don't worry about it. And so we just came back and won.
And I love that because team spirit, pumping up the mentality is so important, especially when you're looking at these best-of-5 series. So Zulon, I want to look at you, buddy, because I think it was after the second game, you stood up like you were popping off, you were beating your chest, you were screaming something into the stage that I couldn't really hear. But tell me about that moment and that hype that you had, after those first 2 wins and then taking the entire set.
I mean, it was just the pressure, really. SK Gaming being the top dogs in EU. We had a lot of pressure. We were once again the underdogs, but I'm just glad we won. Every single game for us was just unreal, and I just felt really happy every single game. So that's why I was so hyped.
And Tyrant, for you, I'm going to hand you the mic because my arms aren't that long.
I'm definitely not as hyped as Zulon or Corey, but as soon as we won that last game, I just let all my emotions out. And yeah, I'm really happy that we won.
So I'll ask you this. Last year, you guys pooped out in semis, huh? What's going to make this year different? Tyrant, I'll give you the mic again.
This year, we don't have delay. That's pretty much it. That's it.
That's it. All right, well, you guys are making it into quarterfinals. We don't know who your opponents are just yet. We have to figure out if it's going to be BK Rog or INTZ. Who do you think your opponent's going to be, or rather, who do you want your opponent to be?
To be honest, it doesn't really matter who's going to be our that sounds kind of cocky, but I think both teams are very good. So I think it's going to be a close match. Anyone can take it, and we'll be ready for either.
Ready for either? You heard it from Tribe Gaming. Best of luck to you in the rest of the event. And that's it for us here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawl Stars World Finals. What's up, Teddy? I'm in a TV. How
you are.
Doing, homie?
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah.
I'm doing good. We had some exciting matches so far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, listen, I mean, we'll talk about this current matchup in a moment, but that first game must have been pretty insane. I know you and Arca definitely homers for the European region, so it must have been a bit of a tough result to see, but what a great way to sort of set the standard and set the pace for the level of competition we should expect to see here. And hey, don't worry, you got like a billion other European teams still remaining. I mean, we've knocked 2 of them down, you still got plenty to come, so still some hope for your region, mate.
Luckily for us Europeans, we do have the 5 spots, so we have some more chances of going further in the bracket. Obviously an upset already, but great stuff.
Absolutely. Look, great to be here. Can we have a look a little bit, I think, at the bracket so far? Because we're only 2 games in, and it feels like we've already seen a lot unfold, at least in terms of what our regions have to show. So the first game, obviously, we had SK Gaming and Tribe Gaming NA. That was the grand final played in the first match. No other way around it. The second game, though, BK Rog, it's a 3-0 on paper, but they look quite good amidst a lot of resets and redos. They look like they are the caliber of team that can challenge INTZ, but now we get a Tribe NA versus INTZ matchup in those quarters.
That's definitely going to be a very interesting match. Both teams have shown so much potential, and honestly, I can't wait to see how they match up against each other. I think both teams can go very far in that bracket. But yeah, quarterfinals tomorrow, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to see them. I think it won't be tomorrow, it'll be the day after, because we still have
of course,
many of these first round matches to get out of the way. So, I mean, that means those teams get at least a chance to recover. They're both highly energetic. They're very loud on the stage. So, yeah, give them an extra day to take a breath. But let's shift our focus to a completely different corner of the world now. We have East Asia versus mainland China regions going head-to-head in this next matchup, Teddy. This is fascinating because it's not the top teams from either region by ranking, but Queen Nai and Trick of China have both been very, very strong. They've been absolute stalwarts in their respective regions.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've had a terrific run so far this year. If you look at teams like Trick of China, sure, they haven't really won any monthly finals, but in the mainland China region, there's only one team that has, and that's Nova. So they are in situations where they were kind of behind the shadows of some other teams, but now this is their time to shine, and if there's a time to do it, it's got to be today.
I love you have to look at me, Teddy.
I love looking at you, man. I'm getting used to the whole TV thing. It caught me off guard a little bit at first, but I'm starting to actually enjoy it.
Yeah, it's because I just don't want to breathe the same air as you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, of course, unfortunately, I can't be there with everyone here, so I am coming in remotely here on the show, but I'm still getting the vibe. I'm still getting the feel here, and you can see behind us on stage there, our player portraits are starting to populate here a little bit more. So let's set the scene a little bit here between these two teams. Now, neither of them, excuse me, will be in the studio today. They'll be playing from their sort of home locations. Trick of China will be playing in the Chinese studios, and Queen Nai, I believe, will be playing from home in Japan. But Queen Nai are in a region dominated mostly by the Team Zeta division, previously known as Jupiter, right? Really scary team to have to go against, and Queen Nai are no strangers to that. In August, I think they actually managed to win a monthly final, so they get themselves one, and that's sort of half the reason, Teddy, why they're at their number 2 ranking. But since then, they have been on a slump. In their home region, they've been turned into a punching bag.
Yeah, it's a scary position for them because, in general, we would still say that their region is a bit more competitive than mainland China. But where things get really interesting here is, as you mentioned, Queen Nai have had a tough year. It's been going mostly downhill, which is not really the trend you want to see right before World Finals. So they are in a tough spot. They have a lot to prove, but at the same time, they don't have all that much to lose. The expectations are not the highest just yet, but so it is for Trick of China. It is a bit of a two underdogs sort of matchup here.
No doubt about it. If you've been wanting to know a little bit more about these two teams, then wait no longer, because these two are about to face off. Let's learn about Queen Nai and Trick of China.
Nai keeping up the win rate.
Trick of China.
Oh, beautiful!
I think Queen Nai is second in the East Asia and same with us. So we can win the Queen Nai.
Ridiculous stuff there from Trick of China. They make it look easy.
僕も世界大会楽しむんで、見る人も一緒に楽しみましょう。
The shots are raining down. Is it gonna be enough? 1-2 from Lucia.
Teddy, I love that. Trick of China are saying, well, they're number 2 in their region, and we're number 2 in our region, so that means we're going to win. I'm not sure how the math works out there, but definitely a lot of confidence for our mainland China team here.
That's some flawless logic, honestly. I mean, if you can turn it, no matter what stats you have or whatever not, if you can turn it in a positive way where you win, I mean, that's the job done.
Yeah, it's all about framing, isn't it?
Yeah,
so even if you lose, you can try and spin it. Yeah, see, that's actually great PR technique. I'd love to see that. We're going to jump straight into our map and mode. Bounty's going to be up first. This is a fantastic game type for Queen Nai. It's their best. They're 13-5 on it right now. And Teddy, we know Shooting Star means plenty of sharpshooters.
Exactly. Shooting Star is one of the maps where the brawler pool is the more traditional, right? You have 3-4 brawlers you see pretty much all the time. Nani, probably Piper or Bell. You can kind of change them. And then you can go for either a thrower such as Stick, maybe even a Sprout, or you can go Brock and go for the Destruction. So you don't have that many different brawlers that come and play, and that is going to simplify things quite a bit with the nerves high and all that stuff. At least you have to focus just a little bit less on, creating those comps.
And I'm very curious to see how the bans that we'll see in a moment are kind of catered towards this map pool, because in the previous series we saw, Lola banned, but a lot of mech being played in those side lanes anyway, whether it was sort of, whether it was on Siege or we even saw it on Gem Grab there. So here are our bans. So both teams ban the stew. They don't want to deal with it. Lola's out of the picture. And this is fascinating because obviously, in effect, there's only 3 bans with these two teams doubling up on the stew.
That's going to leave a lot of options open. Stu is and has always been at least a very good brawler, if not one of the best. Still is a really, really dominant brawler, can do so much work, can also hard carry, and sometimes in those positions where they are going to be very nervous and there's so much on the line, you can have to rely on one player to pump off, and whoever plays Stu can make that happen. Getting it out of the way is going to eliminate that risk.
Yeah, Dempsey doesn't look that nervous, nor does Kenji, as we're getting some waves here from the Queen Nai squad as they're ready to jump in fairly soon. And one thing we really want to laser focus in, Teddy, on this series, I'm sure you'd agree, is the meta, right? Mainland China, they're known to be a region that plays by their own rules. And we've just seen teams like Tribe and SK Gaming, to name a few, go head-to-head today. Two teams that are known to set the meta and then stick to it in a big way. So definitely feels like we might see a change of pace here. But oddly enough, these two teams, these regions, agree enough on metagame, enough to sort of ban the same brawler in stew there. I think that's quite fascinating. But there's so much available still in the sharpshooter pool, Teddy. I mean, Piper's there, Byron's there. When it comes to a map like this, when Shooting Star, we're going to have the opportunity to assess these two teams on that mechanical prowess.
Yeah, I mean, just to react to the whole regional metas, the thing as well coming into an event like this compared to monthly finals is that the team put in so much research on international teams from other regions, see how they play, what they go for, and that just, adds up to a bit more of a unified meta, the meta of the World Finals, basically. So I wouldn't be surprised to see things being a little bit more similar compared to, a couple of months ago, where those teams were not scrimming, where those teams were not really looking each other up quite as much because they were more focused on their own region. Team to make it through the round of 16 and move on to the quarterfinals, this could be the match where it happens. Queen Nai, I think, have a lot of talent, but it's really going to depend on their shape and form today. As lately, it's been a bit more of a struggle, and Trick of China, I'm not sure. I feel like experience-wise, they're still quite a bit behind. I heard that there were quite a couple of events at home for them this year, so maybe they gain some confidence through that, but they'll need everything they can have if they want to stand a chance here against Queen Nai.
I mean, both of these East Asian teams have really difficult matchups, right? We've got this one here from Queen Nai, and Zeta Division have to take on Aphelion Esports, who in the LATAM regions has been really, really scary. The other two Chinese teams, Tig Origin, are going to go up against Reply Totem tomorrow, and then Nova Esports go up against Clash. That is pretty insane. So both of these regions, are probably happy they've got multiple delegates here, multiple representatives, because the competition is fierce. And I think, Semantic kind of talked about this on Twitter after their devastating loss, is that this is single elimination. There are no second chances here. Like, if you are not in on the day, you are in trouble. And Teddy, I mean, the fans at home really getting behind Queen Nai in our predictions.
I mean, I agree. In my own predictions, I would go Queen Nai. I feel like it's a lot safer of a bet. But if you compare to all the different mainland China teams, I think this is one of the matchups where Trick of China have the highest chance of taking this one home. I feel like, as you mentioned, you went through all the different mainland China matchups. This seems like one of the more plausible upsets. Although we've seen it earlier, anything is possible. What is meant to be on paper, I mean, the execution is 9 times out of 10 going to be completely different.
Yeah, and look, if you're watching and you're seeing the predictions, I'd also warn you not to put too much stock in it, because I think it was in the SK Gaming versus Tribe matchup. It was like 70+% in favor of SK Gaming. But the context to that is that it's 4:40 a.m. in the United States right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many people staying up like I am through the night to see these fantastic Brawl Stars. Although I would recommend that, as a course of action. I wouldn't normally recommend anyone go without sleep, but these are the kind of matches you do not want to be missing, whichever way you slice it. And Trick of China, you see, looking awful professional. It's almost as if we have a studio inside a studio. That's right. They're obviously they are competing in person with one another, with their teammates in our Chinese studios. So a little bit differently to Queen Nai, who are presumably at their own places. Trick of China are actually able to be there in person with one another, and we can see how much of a difference that made. I mean, look at how crucial he was in raising the morale of SK in that almost reverse sweep attempt. And we heard Corey, he just talked to Overly, and he's like, my teammates really had to pick me up. I was getting diffed hard, and I was kind of down in the dumps. So being in the room with your teammates goes a long way. That's something the Trick of China obviously are going to be able to rely on here. I think that the map pool is really fascinating, Teddy, because after Shooting Star, which is always so volatile because of all the sharpshooters in play, we're going to have Split coming up second, which I can never get a read on how regions like to play that map. There are so many different ways of going for it. Either try and blow up the architecture on the map, or just try and get some Rico diff on the side lanes here. So every match in this series is going to be fascinating, especially as we try and evaluate these teams. And like you said, start to see a meta develop within these World Finals itself.
Yeah, I've talked with a lot of pros before the World Finals started, and most of them agree that anything is possible at this point. There's so many different options, and we simply don't know. An example would be Zeta Division. We've had... They were not nearly talked about as much as they are now, because in scrims they were destroying people and teams that were not necessarily the scariest ones on paper. It turns out that here in person, when they get in the zone and they get the vibes going, it's a whole other story. But here we are ready to get started. Queen NAVI versus Trick of China, and we already have quite a bit of aggression here from Queen NAVI, going for that blue star early on and taking the early lead.
The pressure from Menmi is intense early on. A last hurrah had to be used there by Goodnight to just survive the scrutiny from the Nani across the map. Queen NAVI put their best foot forward, early. And with that blue star, like you said, Teddy, the peak comes across the map and White has to back up. Almost gets clipped.
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation, but the kill comes through. Actually, another one from White on the left side happens as well. That's going to be still the one star lead in favor of Queen NAVI, but at least the gap isn't too wide just yet. Still about a minute left on the clock for Trick of China to find any opportunities.
Good start here for Queen NAVI, though. It got a little bit messy. Enemy has another peak available, tries to return to center, and White goes low, but still able to get away with that kill. Him forced to do the same, but he can't shrug off the damage from Dempsey. Trick of China, it's an even Stevens game until just then. Menmi finds a crucial pick off on White, blue star, and 3 stars on top of that. The peeps cross over, but of course it's time for some return to center tennis.
Wow, almost picks up the kill, but barely survives. Important stars to keep here, and that would actually have been enough to give back the lead to Trick of China. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Trick of China need to start aggressing a bit more. They need to find some opportunities to frag. They get real help moving forward, but should get dealt with quite easily. Waste quite a bit of ammo, actually. 12 seconds, a nice sprout roll. Going to be blocking some axes on the left-hand side. Try to funnel them into a predictable position. 5 more seconds. No eliminations coming true, though, except for Queen NAVI as they take game number 1.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there from Queen NAVI. Great opening. Look, the Nani play obviously is quite fascinating. There to sort of see that play out, a lot of return to center usage. But Kenji on the Sprout is actually able to sort of every now and then duck into the middle bush and just refresh that photosynthesis shield, making himself much more durable than like a Sprout playing like an open middle position would otherwise be. Looked really hard to try and sort of get meaningful damage, I think, on Queen NAVI for much of that round.
Yeah, they had a bit of a tough time. I mean, thing is here as well, and we saw that a lot, especially in the first match of the day. Usually the first game is going to be quite slow, right? You want to kind of get a feel of the game and of your opponents, of the environment, all that kind of stuff. Here, much more aggressive, to be honest. Still a little bit slower early on, but there were some kills very early into that game compared to some matches we saw earlier where it took a while, especially for Bounty, to really get started. But yeah, good stuff. Both teams coming in quite confident. Queen NAVI definitely had the upper hand for the most part of that game, and a very well-deserved first game going their way. But so far, Trick of China not that far behind. You can kind of snowball quickly once you get started. 56% damage dealt. That is an insane amount. Obviously, it's NAVI, deals a ton of damage, whether it's the super or your regular shots. So much value, but still 56%. That's more than half of the team damage.
Yeah, and obviously like a decent amount of that comes from all the peep connections that Menmi was getting with those supers. A crucial one picking off the opposing Piper, who wasn't ready, I guess, for the peep to come back from behind. The peep went on an extremely long journey here. Kenji hoping, I suppose, that someone from Trick of China can see his face cam, because that was quite a smoldering stare. But Queen NAVI have every reason to feel confident right now. I think that, look, having the Sprout set up in the middle of the map and getting that Byron heal consistently, plus of course the photosynthesis, means that it's pretty safe. You actually get to play a bit further up the map, play a little bit more aggressively there. And I think you mentioned that once there was a lead for Queen Nine, they were able to use the Sprout hedge to make it much harder for Trick of China to chase him down. There's almost a sense the Trick of China have to get a little more aggressive here. Look, they're going over towards the Brock pick here. Kenji toward the max.
I love those changes here from Queen Nai. You know, teams sometimes will tend to get a little bit comfortable after they win the first game, stick to the same comp, go for minor adjustment if need be. Here, bringing in the Max and the Gene, that's a very, very big change, and I'm all down to see it. So far, Blue Star picked up by Queen Nai, going to be giving them the lead for now, but we do have that rocket fuel ready to go. It's not going to find a connection inside. Instead, it's going to be Menmi to find a kill on Goodnight, and Queen Nai start things off with the lead once more.
Oh, this is bad for Trick of China. The fact that you already have a lead before the first magic hand comes in. Menmi didn't even have to use a super to secure a lead. Queen Nai picked up the blue star to start with, and Kenji, who's supposed to be the safe laner, is playing awfully aggressively. He does concede the blue star, but there's another lead for Queen Nai now, and they keep this forward position going.
Yeah, movement speed has been popped, trying to sync that with a Gene Pool. Moving forward, doesn't need it to take down the Piper, too low HP. That's a nice thing with Gene as well. You can get some easy, consistent tags from afar. Impossible to dodge if you're in range. And that's already 11 stars secured by Queen Nine. Only the 3 for Trick of China. They are far behind and have a lot of catching up to do so far. Doesn't seem to be happening as Dempsey picks up yet another kill, sitting on 5 stars right now.
Kenji, fantastic stuff with the phase shifter. He actually used one of those gadgets to eat one of the peeps from Imp, so there was no chance for that Nani to try and bring things back. Here's another peep here. Kenji speed boost now to make sure it's going to be very hard to get purchased. And look at that. Speed boost means Queen Nai can dodge away from that Nani super. Kenji's able to dash out of trouble here, constantly healed up by Dempsey. This is a masterclass by Queen Nai in this first set.
What a dominant first set here from Queen Nai, looking sharp so far. And honestly, most of it was just really good mechanics, hitting their shots. I mean, comp-wise, it's hard with the Max. You know, you have the Nani heads that you can tank with a Max. You can dodge a lot of stuff, go very fast, help your teammates go very fast and dodge some of those sharpshooters. So I think the matchup comp-wise was in favor of Queen Nai, but they just capitalized on it so much. You know, they gained so much confidence from having a positive matchup, and they made the most out of it, making it look very dominant.
You feeling like both matchups Queen Nai had were sort of winning ones because they were quite different, really, compositionally?
I think they had the edge for the most part, but it's not like they were unwinnable matchups for Trick of China. That's the thing, you know? And Queen Nai just stayed very composed and capitalized on everything they could, and for the most part just hit a lot more shots. The Byron was hitting everything. He was so consistent through that game, a constant problem. And that's the thing with Byron as well. Dude, that poison takes quite a bit of time to take off, and that means that you don't heal up for even longer, and that's why they were just constantly low HP on their side of the map. They didn't have time to heal up, and they always got finished off eventually.
I love that. And also, effectively, we don't think of this, but Byron's poison can limit the enemy team's DPS because they cannot step, if they're playing sharpshooters like this, they can't step out and shoot. They have to hide and wait for that health to come back, otherwise they get one shot. So effectively, they can't spend nearly as much time doing damage at all. I just love the look from Queen Nai. I think Max Gene is like really flexible, yeah? They can use the speed in any way they like, right? If they're behind, well, magic hand, speed forward, make use of that. If they're ahead, they can use it to disengage. Whereas, you know, Trick of China come out with 3 sharpshooters. Pretty clear what they're trying to do. It's a composition that really lacks utility. All they're going to do is shooting people, but that relies on their execution to be really solid. So this makes me think that maybe the understanding of the way Queen Nai like to play Brawl Stars is a little deeper so far. Trick of China a little, look, one-dimensional, you know, I think on Bounty to start with here. And when you play Split, you really need, you would literally have to be thinking in sort of 2 halves on a map like this. I'm very curious to see what Trick of China have.
It is called Split for a reason, after all, Uber, and it is true. You have both sides to care about, and they are equally as important, whether it's the more defensive side, so the side that is on your side of the map, or the other one. You need to make sure you have the right balance and almost equilibrium of, you know, aggressing and defending, because if you give them the lead, it can just snowball very quickly. A lot of decision making on those 2-zone hot zone maps, where you need to, you know, make sure that you either attack at the right time or focus more on defense. If you have enough of a lead, you can fully commit to attacking or defending, depending on the situation. You have to take those decisions very quickly, and with all the nerves that those players are going through right now, those moments are extremely challenging, but that's also how you can set apart the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. I love the variation that we can actually get in compositions on a map like this, right? We've seen the very standard, fairly standard look with Rico playing these off lanes on this map, but we've seen teams try Surge to blink forward with the gadget and just try and go for a quick elimination. Frank gets used so much here. We've seen teams, just maybe use Colt to try and bang out the middle of the map. I've seen Primo here on Split. So this is the most fun part for me, is neither of these teams have really, outside of maybe some of the research they may have done on one another, they don't really know what this first round composition is going to look like. I think, to reiterate, we want to see Trick trying to show us something that does a little bit more than just hit you in the face. If they can find something with some utility or really demonstrate that there's a bit of a game plan behind Split, I think that's what we're looking for here. And this is a proud region with a long history. I mean, this is the kind of team that's played second fiddle to Nova China all year so far. They're still proud about that, though. They're proud about their region. They got a lot to prove here today. There are no second chances.
And that's the thing as well, right? You have those teams that are representing their region, and they want to make sure that they make the entire region proud. Whether you're a fan of Trick of China or of Nova or whoever else, you just represent more than just your team. And it's a great thing to have the community unite behind their own countries and just fan favorite teams. But yeah, it also means there is a responsibility, right, to provide the skill set to win those matches. And so far, Trick of China definitely behind Queen Nai. I think Queen Nai have shown some incredible stuff already. By the way, guys, we want to hear about your votes as well, your predictions, what you guys think. Event.brawlstars.com if you guys want to tell us and predict. There's quite a bit of stuff you guys can win if you want to get that Cat Burglar skin for Jesse. We have our next game, though, Uber, and it seems like Queen Nai are starting off quite well with control of both sides of the map.
I mean, Menmi is he's a slick operator. I saw him vault there just to dodge one of the Poco hits so he would stay alive. It's a tough matchup against Imp, of course. Menmi has the ability to really steal much of Frank's life, but I think that the issue of the Poco is definitely going to be there. Menmi goes in, able to dodge a stunning blow. That was meant for Kenji, in fact. The Queen Nai have a fairly comfortable lead early here. They are forced away by the 2v1 on the left-hand side, but Ebs giving quite the account of himself. They're taking the 1v2 and coming out on top. Kenji with the blink to avoid the stunning blow looks sharp, but Imp's able to take him out.
Imp goes down to Menmi. And right now, Queen Nai, they actually have to capture some of both sides, which is not ideal. They have to split their resources. Can't just focus on one side, but 99%, and that's going to be it. Queen Nai take yet another game. That's 3 in a row. And so far, there's no stopping them, as Trick of China have yet to find an answer to all that aggression from Queen Nai.
I mean, you're dead right. And not only are Queen Nai really aggressive, Teddy, they're really evasive as well, right? You have Edgar that's hard to hit at the best of times. It can vault sort of away or into the enemy backline to try and deal with Poco, for example. And then you've got Surge, who we saw aggressive blinks from the Surge there just to dodge whatever was coming in from the Frank. Queen Nai were not playing the safer composition there at all, right? This was risky. It was aggressive. It was a little flashy even.
Absolutely, and I love it. I mean, in a way, those are brawlers. Their role is to initiate fights, right? They're supposed to open doors, jump in, create openings for your team to shine, for your team to take control, whether it's the objective. In this case, obviously, with Hot Zone, is to take someone out, create the space to hold control of those zones, and they've done a terrific job at it as well. A lot of destruction from the Frank, obviously, taking down those walls, opening things up. So many different opportunities they were able to create, and because that force was just overwhelming on both sides of the map, there was just nothing Trick of China could do. It was too much chaos for them to handle.
Yeah, and look, Dempsey is not in a position where he's required to do damage. If he can stay on the hot zone in a 1v2 for most of the round, they basically secure the right side of the map entirely for Queen Nai. It didn't require any of the other Queen Nai players to do a thing. Dempsey was just sat there. Obviously, the more damage he takes, the more quickly he's building supers. Stunning blow is devastating, especially when he can hit people from behind cover. It's not an easy thing trying to take on a Frank. And I think both teams experienced that on either side of the map here. But most interestingly there, the Griff felt like it wasn't able to find a lot of value, Teddy. I feel like that's the pick there that really went under the radar for most of the round.
Yeah, I had a bit of a tough time. I think Griff is the sort of brawler that has exceptional games with hard carries and chain supers non-stop, and then very underwhelming games. We have this Surge going in on him this time around. We'll see if he's able to find a sweet TP. I do like Ruffs quite a bit on the left-hand side. That can provide a lot of cover. TP in here from M does get shut down. A beautiful stun from Manmi, timed with Kenji. Good teamwork to just team up and take him down together.
Yeah, I mean, Manmi... Yeah, I'm surprised that, Trick China weren't expecting that, because Menmi's not in a position right now where they can do damage. They just can't. They're not nearly close enough to anyone. White and Dempsey are zoning each other for the most part here. You can see that both of them taking a licking. There's Kenji now. Will have, he has a heads available, but he's going to win that left-hand side fight out. And yeah, pop the pin, why not? Because Queen Nai are all over this.
Yeah, they need to get Kenji out of that position. He's capturing way too much on the enemy side of the map. That's the harder part to capture. Obviously, with Sprout, we have this strategy that we see right now, placing down those walls. It is a nightmare to deal with, but they have a Surge. Surge is on this map exclusively to counter either Rico with a TP or those throwers. I don't understand why he's not more aggressive on those TPs. Goes for it now. The auto aim not doing him a favor as he just shoots in the wrong direction. And look at that roll from Kenji, wasting 2 TPs for him to get that kill. That's a lot of utility out of the way. No more gadgets whatsoever for him.
Manny wants to play aggressively here. One Sweet Dreams, and it's going to be lights out for White, who gets rid of Dempsey, though. This is looking a little bit scary now. Trickett trying to have control of the right-hand side of the map, and Imp and Goodnight are trying to literally hold down the fort. But Queen Nai Exploder in that left-hand side corner, and that'll have this left-hand side secured entirely. There's nothing Trickett trying to do. White's trying to catch up, but he needs his teammates to stop the cap on the left-hand side. And no, it is going to be Queen Nai. This is starting to look pretty darn one-sided. We're already 2 sets in, Teddy, and this Japanese squad are rising.
Yeah, that's a great thing for Queen Nai as well, looking further than just this round of 16 match. We've talked about it, right? They had some mediocre performances towards the end of the year. It wasn't looking that great on their side, but matches like this is where you gain some confidence back, and they will need it further in the competition. Obviously, this match is far from being over just yet, but 2 sets in the bag now, and they're starting to look real good, getting that confidence in. And honestly, so far, I'm very, very impressed with their performance. No complaints whatsoever, man. They play a lot better. And in this situation, I think there were some counters, having the Surge on the enemy side. You're playing a Sprout. It's not an easy matchup, and they held on to it very well. Were able to just force out those gadgets, because the gadget is the part that counters in this situation. So very, very good thought process overall, and just a very good comprehension of the game on the side of Queen Nai.
I mean, if you're impressing Teddy, ladies and gentlemen, you're doing something right. We are talking right now about a team who looked pretty scrappy in their home region, who looked messy and inconsistent over the last few months. And we said, this is not really the kind of, the impression you want to give, right? Coming into, a world finals that you've qualified for, and you're looking sort of as weak as you are. You want to be sort of making people fear going up against you here. But Queen Nai, Trick China probably, you heard it in the interview. They said, they're number 2. We think we've got these guys covered. Right now, these 2 teams are worlds apart, literally and figuratively, ladies and gentlemen. Queen Nai are just too good right now. We're going to enter Heist here, and it's going to be the last chance for Trick China to show us something special and get back in the series.
Yeah, Pit Stop is definitely going to be an interesting map to do so, especially for those 2 teams, because we've seen, specifically for Queen Nai, but even on both sides, we've seen some Edgars, we've seen some Surges, some Brawlers that are really strong against Throwers that thrive on Pit Stop. They're in a really good spot right now for this map, especially having Stu out of the way. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to be going for, if they actually just want to embrace the thrower aspect or go for some of those counters. I feel like either way is absolutely possible. And right now, Trick of China, they need to start coming back in this match, because it's losing out of their control right now. They're behind by 2 sets. They haven't really had much to work with so far. There's a lot of work to be done, and they need to start doing that in this set. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of their journey in the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the kind of thing, right? You play in your home region, you sort of develop an understanding of the metagame, and I think you're heavily influenced by what other people in your home region play. You don't really have the opportunity to play outside of that when you would like to here, but I think that's a big difference maker now. We're heading straight in, Teddy. It's time for pit stop. It's the third sit of Trek of China. They need a W badly.
All right, we have some interesting matchups. Spike on both sides, also Ruffs on both sides, and then the M's versus Rico making the difference in this matchup. So far, this is the best situation Trick of China has been pretty much in this entire match. A 12% lead here in highs to kick things off. Definitely a much better start, but they got to keep it up.
Yeah, White has definitely been the shining part of Trick of China, right? Again on the Rico, making life pretty hard for Dempsey here on this right-hand side of the map, and getting a little bit of safe damage early on is a big deal. Queen Knight haven't been able to move up in numbers yet, and Dempsey yet again loses that right-hand side matchup. And that forces Menmi in a position where he feels like he has to make a play. His sandbags are still set up in the backline here, and he refreshes them, gets the victory against Goodnight here. And again, the problem with him going down, Teddy, is that he can't use that air superiority to bang out the middle part of the wall and actually create an opening for Dempsey.
Yeah, that would be much required for this comp. They need to open things up, and that's a bit of a problem so far. Super is available for Dempsey to try to find an opening. Will be able to get the slow to follow up full-on spike shot. A lot of damage coming through the kill as well, and finally, you're calling it out. The wall is opened up, and now there's a chance for Queen Knight to start dealing some more damage. Still behind by 6%, but slowly catching up. And as they have that center control, they should be able to slowly start coming back, unless Trick of China are able to defend it off.
That was important. Menmi being able to get that damage on towards White. The Rico has been the main issue for Queen Knight, zoning them back on the right-hand side of the map. And White is now back in the fight, and Kenji very low, gets pinned between Imp and White. And there's a chance here for Trick of China to come forward. Dempsey doesn't have sticking around yet, so it's just a little bit of damage to put on White and try and keep him honest. But the air superiority comes in from Trick of China, and both teams' safes are now vulnerable.
20 seconds left, and this is from far the closest game we've had so far in this match. Final countdown starting now, but damage is pouring down on that red safe, and all the hopes from Trick of China are starting to die out as Queen Knight is gonna take their 5th game in a row, and now it's a match point situation for Queen Knight.
Absolutely devastating for Trick of China. They start the round with a 12% safe damage lead. Yes, admittedly, it's the Rico on the right-hand side of the map that gives him an early advantage. You're winning out against Spike as he, outranges the Spike in that part of the map. But there was a lane swap. All of a sudden, the Colonel Ruffs is playing that right side. Menmi is able to find the elimination on the Rico, and all of a sudden, Queen Knight, they surge ahead, Teddy, banging out the middle part of the map here. This is where it really gets nasty for Trick of China.
Yeah, and honestly, morale-wise, this is a tough loss, right? So some of the other games, they get out-comped or they got completely demolished, and they know it's over very early on in the game, and they don't really have to think about it too much. But here, they fought so much until the end because they knew they stood a chance. This was their chance to pick up their first game, and in the end, it got robbed from them, and that's where it gets really complicated to recover. The Spike matchup, interestingly enough, despite having more DPS on Goodnight, sometimes confirming kills can be more valuable and less death, obviously, as well, and that went better for Dempsey overall. A fairly even matchup, I would say, but I think the M's did terrific work, and honestly, even the Ruffs for Queen Knight did an amazing job, really, where the openings were created on their side.
Yeah, I mean, that was that lane switch, right? I think initially it was Dempsey. I mean, Dempsey has lower DPS, and it might have been because he was trying to fight against a Rico. Whereas Trick of China had a more favorable Spike matchup in the middle of the map. But that's an adaptation that we'd love to see, right? We actually saw a whole bunch in the previous series, with INTZ and Bunker Rog, where teams are trying to get good matchups for their buzzers, right? Trying to avoid the mirror, but put themselves in like a favorable situation there. If you can make that switch sort of midway through the round and do it without your opponents realize you've switched up, then you're in very good shape. Trick of China didn't respond to that at all. They said, okay, we'll take the Rico versus Ruffs, and I guess you probably think you win that too, but yeah, but it just didn't pan out that way at all. And this is a situation where neither team is using field promotion, right? So there's less of that healing just occurring, and you're not really getting nearly as tanky. So much more volatile gameplay. Look at this Menmi. He's brimming with confidence, Teddy.
All right, quick eliminations already for Queen 9, whereas in the previous game they struggled a bit at first. They will be taking the early lead now. A very interesting comp. I mean, some brawlers we just don't see a whole lot at the moment. Daryl being an example, but even more interesting is that Nita pick from Kenji.
I tell you, they're cheesy. Surely. Barrel rolled in from Dempsey, gets a bit of safe damage. Kenji wants to go as well, but supply drop thrown down behind him. He's able to find the elimination. The Bears coming in. Oh no, it's gone horribly wrong for Trick of China.
This is not supposed to be happening. Look at all that damage. That's almost 50% of that safe health out of the way, just like that. And I mean, they're going to be regretting not defending that barrel better, because that is a huge problem for Trick of China, because Queen 9, they're at match point.
I'm telling you, you don't expect it, because Kenji is running the Hyper Bear star power, not bear with me. So the bear is hitting like way faster, and you don't realize that until he's whacking your safe. Trick of China, like, I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to be sort of prepared for this needed pick. I know Obley's going to be very pleased to see this. But I mean, now at this point, all Queen 9 need to do is hold the line. The cat's out of the bag about Nita, but that's fine. They've got a comfortable lead.
Yeah, they're in a very sweet spot, and pressure is starting to rise here for Trick of China. They need this game to be a win. Otherwise, it's the end of their journey in this year's BSC. And so far, it's not exactly going well. Almost 40% lead in favor of Queen 9. Control is in their favor. Another Hyper Bear. Can they defend this one off? Not so far, and that's a ton more damage coming through. This should be it, and here you have it. Queen 9 take the 3-0 victory in style with the Nita at the end. I mean, you love to see it. A dominant victory, but they definitely deserve it. They played really well. Trick of China, they had their ups and downs, but in the end, they just could not stand a chance here against Queen 9.
That might be the first time ever that Fury Swipes has been super effective. Absolutely brutal stuff there for Queen 9. Listen, we have seen plenty of teams on a heist maps that have played like really tanky brawlers, right? And they will just try and rush at the enemy safe and try and blow it up at close range instantly. You're on match point. It makes perfect sense to try and run something a little bit harder to predict, right? This kind of composition, if you're not ready for it, it's always good for like an easy round win. But Queen 9 paved the way to being able to use that by looking so good in the first two sets, Teddy. Easily the most one-sided matchup we've seen yet today.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I would be surprised if we have more one-sided matchups, because this was really, really one-sided. Queen 9 looking absolutely phenomenal. Trick of China struggling to keep up with this level of play. Once again, there had some moments where things got a little better, where they stood a chance, but for the most part, this is a stomp, and Queen 9 can be very happy about their performance today. Definitely performed at the level they expected to.
And you know, some of these games, especially the more one-sided ones, it's kind of easy to pick like a dominant factor, or like a player who's really just been, completely dominating in their individual matchups. But that was happening in every position here for Queen 9. Menmi and Kenji are disgusting. They're absolutely disgusting. This, of course, was the cheesy look from this composition, but Kenji is able to win these 1v1s. By the way, without the use of Nita's super, which is, something you maybe expect would need to be done here. If you can win against like a Rico as Nita or whatever, whoever's playing against you on that left-hand side lane, then you're probably not going to lose. It's really hard to overcome that kind of a disadvantage. And you see the laughter, the throwing back of their heads. Queen 9, they have begun their journey in the most comfortable way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, a good matchup. We talked about their slump earlier. This is definitely going to help them raise that confidence and get ready for the tougher matches ahead in the quarterfinals, as you mentioned. That is going to be starting on Sunday, I believe. So, there's definitely some time to prep for that. They had a terrific match overall. I mean, Ems putting in some really good work. Even in some of the matchup, for example, there was one where the only difference was Rico and Ems, and the Ems was doing so much work, whereas I feel like Rico overall might be a better option for that map. So whether they had the matchup, the better comp or not, they always had the upper hand, and that shows that this was a bit of an outclass here in favor of Queen 9.
I love you bring that up, right? On one hand, you can say that, maybe the Rico side lane is like the superior choice in almost every case. But when it comes down to how it's executed by the individuals, then that kind of gets sort of thrown out the window. And that's what, illustrates the divide between these two teams here. And again, the mainland China region still has plenty of powerful delegates to demonstrate to us here, of course, because Nova China have seen their younger brother get knocked out, and they're going to be looking for revenge. There's no doubt about it. A great sign, though, also for the East Asia region, because this isn't even their top seed, right? Yeah. If they're number 2 seed, the seed that has been kind of on the downturn over the last few months can look this good, then Zeta Division have got to be thinking, okay, we might have an opportunity to really smack some heads together.
Absolutely so. They have been looking scary, and that's a point I was looking to make as well, right? Zeta has been looking so good, and we don't really have quite as much of an idea for Queen 9 because they're playing from home, so not as many scrims, etc., etc. This is going to be very interesting to see how they develop over time, and the MVP has come in. The people have spoken, and Menmi is going to be the one taking it here. As you said, very much deserved. That a flawless performance. It's not a word I use a lot, flawless, when I'm talking about Brawl Stars competitive, but this is a good moment to use it.
Listen, I mean, from the very outset, right, Menmi was piloting the Nani on Shooting Star and just looking that much better, putting a lot of pressure on the middle part of the map there, and we kind of have an inkling that there might be a little bit of a diff, at least on those off lanes. But Menmi played a bunch of different things. I really enjoyed the strategy of using a fairly tanky Sprout with the healing of Byron to back up and keep the Sprout in position to play more aggressive and get value out of those hedges. I mean, we're talking about national pride here, of course, and regional pride. And if you want to represent your region, or if you want to cheer them on, you can obviously head over to event.brawlstars.com and watch Interact. And of course, everyone's talking about the Cat Burglar Jesse skin. Yeah, well, that's how you're going to get yourself on there. So head over there and feel free to interact with all the fantastic tools we have to allow you to interact with us, even though some of us are a long way away from the action. Still good to be here, Teddy. I mean, great start, I think, here for the East Asia region. It's got me wondering now about some of these less known regions, these less popular maybe regions, what they can bring.
Yeah, I mean, World Finals, if underdogs want to shine and have a moment under the spotlight, it's their time. Anything can happen in settings like this. With the pressure, with so many different factors coming in, it's the opportunity for the underdogs to shine, truly. And we've seen it earlier with Stripe winning against SK, and I'm sure we'll have many more stories like that throughout the entire week.
Yeah, and look, the life of a Brawl Stars player, a professional one of that, is grueling, and there are many challenges you face on a daily basis. So Ovalie has got the scoop there on her morning routine and what it takes to be a pro at Brawl Stars. Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars World Championship for 2021. I'm Uber. I'm still a disembodied ego trapped in a television box. I'm here with Ark. How you doing, Ark?
Doing good, Uber. How you doing?
How's the... Oh, you know, not bad. How's the finish on my wood? Have they polished me today?
It's pretty good, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it's a little bit rough around the edges, but, you know, I think that's kind of fitting.
Do you want to see a fun trick?
Go
you want to see a fun? Grab the remote and press any button on there.
See,
yeah.
Well, I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, well, this is the thing. You know, this is the thing. The BSC came to me, Uber, and they said, if you could have one thing in the World Finals, what would you like? And I said, well, I want to get a saturation control to tone down your bright shirts, and I'd also like a mute button for yourself, but also an off button to make sure that I'm always the most handsome caster when alongside yourself, because it's difficult sometimes.
Did I steal your bit? I don't think we didn't even talk about this before. You just said you were going to do something, so I didn't actually know what it was going to be. Yeah. If you really want me to go then, bro, that's fine. Fine. All right, bye. Yeah. Just kidding. I'm back. Well, I mean, great to be here. Obviously, man, we had a ton of fun this year. Look, it was awesome to cover these monthly finals with you. This next matchup is going to be pretty incredible, I think. Yeah. We have definitely one of the most popular teams in the world of Brawl Stars, right? Tribe EU are going up against NAVI here in our last match of the day. This is NAVI, the kings of the EECA region, against Tribe EU, who are, I mean, probably have the highest expectations of any team, but, you know, they come from the most competitive region, right? Where they've been going head-to-head with insane rosters every single month. But, I mean, Tribe EU, two previous world champions on this team. We know this is going to be a banger of a match.
Exactly right. I think that's a lot of the reason why there is so much expectation, because when you've got 66% of your team as having been lifting that trophy, with that comes, again, like you rightly say, a great deal of responsibility. NAVI as well, I've got to say, having watched them recently, they've been playing phenomenally well. I watched them take on AC Milan Clash in the ESL Mobile Challenge recently, and they gave them a serious run for their money. It was like a different transformation almost, going from what we've sort of witnessed this year, but having said that, they've got some great stats to back up the reasons why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, we're going to delve into that a little bit in just a moment, because I love the fact that this NAVI team is playing regularly against their European sort of neighbors. But, of course, it's time to get yourself a bit more acquainted with these two teams and see if they have any thoughts on going head-to-head against each other.
Oh my goodness me, what?
Они избегали скримы с нами, но теперь этого матча им не избежать. Мы готовимся очень плотно, чтобы показать свой максимум в этой игре.
Get the kill, but the spend goes down. It is going to be enough for Tribe, though.
So NAVI have had a great run this year. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against us.
Oh man, I'm getting such different vibes from these two teams, right, in terms of how they, laid out their expectations there. But I think hearing from Spen there, he's sort of acknowledged Ark that NAVI have really been on a tear lately, and they're a scary team.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a back and forth rivalry, a competitive one and a positive one of that, but definitely these two teams have had a lot of run-ins, and they therefore know exactly how each other play. And that's the thing now with the mind games that are at play and what's at stake. Who knows what they're going to bring out of their pocket today?
I mean, we'll have a chance to talk about NAVI a whole bunch here, but let's talk about this team. Listen, players you know really well personally. Tom and Sped, of course, were world champions. I don't know. I just remember the scenes of them wearing these incredible kingly capes, walking down and lifting the trophy. But that man in between them wasn't there in 2019. Drage is just old enough to even compete, in the BSC, coming into the team this year. He changed his Twitter location at the start of the year to Worlds 2021. He knew this team was going to be there, and he was right.
Yeah, absolutely right. One of the most anticipated signings of this entire year, and in potentially Brawl history itself. I mean, we've been waiting a long time to see what Drage can bring to things, and again, Tom and Spen have got so much experience, but these guys have been together since the very beginning. So despite him not being able to compete, he's always been around, and like you rightly say, sort of preempting a little bit of their success. Thomas Ben have lifted that trophy. DAY1, though, I have no doubt about it, will come in today and show why he is the character and the skill to back it up as well that he deserves to be.
And on the NAVI side of things, I know why MMA chose his name. The guy looks like Khabib Nurmagomedov, right? This guy, it looks like he's just walked out the octagon there. I reckon he's got himself styled to look just like that. But this NAVI team, 7 appearances in the EECA Grand Finals, and they've won it 6 of those times, winning 4 monthly finals in a row, right? Like, this is... EECA is a very different region to EMEA, and that EMEA is really deep, right? A ton of like incredibly quality teams, all the way down to like 5th, 6th place. Whereas in EECA, there's been one dominant force, and that is this NAVI team. They are used to victory, but they've been looking across at other regions, and they're close enough to compete against European teams in other leagues, right? They have known, even though they're the best in their home region, they haven't gotten complacent here, and I think Tribe EU respect that, right? These guys know, like, if we don't respect these guys, we could slip up and be out of this straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely something to be said about the fact that, now he's obviously playing from, I believe, the team house, and Tribe have never lost on stage. Like, they've never lost on stage. So they know what it's like to be here, and they're not necessarily looking their opposition directly in the eyes. They're not able to hear necessarily the deepness of the taunts that might be thrown towards them. So I think they're going to be much more collected on stage as a result of that. And, but you're absolutely right. Tribe know exactly how NAVI like to play, as do vice versa. So this one is going to come down to preparation. But you said it yourself, that in terms of the stats, with regards to NAVI and Tribe haven't got the best stats to back up this year. They've got the best stats to kind of back up many of their years in their time, but they haven't had a monthly final win this year. They haven't had a grand final appearance this year. 3 semi-final appearances was pretty much the most, but they have been very consistent. In their qualifiers, they were phenomenal this year.
Okay, so let's dig into that a little bit more. Did you expect more from this Tribe Gaming team, right? Because, I mean, even qualifying for the World Finals was a very rocky ride for this team of superstars.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say I probably did, just simply based on the fact that back in 2019 they surprised us all in Korea. I mean, it was fantastic. I think there was a bit of a lesser expectation back then, but when they went on that stage, they went into the zone, and that's what's scary about Tribe Gaming EU. They do and know how to bring that out of themselves and take it back down a notch and just focus on getting that job done. I think this year has been a bit of a rough one. I think that early stage of the quarterfinal brackets in the monthly finals is a bit of a tough one to get through. Sometimes it can be over very, very quickly, and sometimes for them it was. I think they've had plenty of time to reflect back on those mistakes and address those things, look back at the more technical side, and I think on stage today they are going to give us a great deal to be proud of and to look at. I mean, I'm a Brit, Uber. I'm going to be a biased caster for today, I feel.
And this is absolutely UK versus Russia.
Yeah.
100%. A lot of our European teams a little bit more mixed. Actually, I want to ask you something. You're there on the floor, and obviously you're chatting with a lot of the pros. I'd love to know how DAY1 is feeling today, because he's kind of baiting people on Twitter. He's like, now's the time to go to bed. Oh, I can't wait to eat breakfast. But, jokes aside, it is this guy's first sort of event of this caliber. He's out there bloody pop locking or whatever the kids do these days, but how is he looking confident, or do you think he's a little nervous?
Okay, Booba. I mean, confidence. I mean, knowing the guy so well for so long, I think that, DAY1 just like one of those people which is just kind of like itching to meme and get out there. And you see it on social media. It's a great thing to see, just like a great sense of humor as we have. Quite a dry one as well, because we are British at the same time. But absolutely, he knows how to put himself out there and has the skill, again, to back up a lot of those ballsy statements. At the same time, NAVI as well, very composed team. Made a lot of changes recently. I've noticed them myself, and they're starting to become a lot more unpredictable, and that can be a scary thing.
So talk to me now about how your expectations for this European region might have been affected after, seeing SK Gaming bow out already. Does this kind of redefine how you ranked the regions in your mind coming in? Do you feel like maybe Europe now, like a lot of these other games, are looking a little bit more unsteady, seeing how close maybe at least the NA region is?
I mean, I was saying yesterday from the very get-go to a lot of players in the passings, and I did say I think that for a lot of people this is not going to be nearly as clear-cut as they think. It's such a different environment when you get on that stage in the Brawl house, and you kind of then are tested in a way that you've not necessarily been, or at least not for a while, in regards to the current world situation. So it's controlling those nerves, it's keeping that composure, and sometimes when it all goes quiet, you need someone to drive that home and start to bring back the voices up. And when you haven't got a team opposite you, I think that's kind of an easier thing to do, at least not one physically in the Brawl house. So Navi at the same time though are going to be in their kind of more comforted environment. This is kind of where they're going to be able to really focus as well. And sometimes that can be an advantage in itself. It's quite a daunting thing with all lights and cameras and ugly mugs like myself, shouting and ranting at them. It can be distracting for sure.
Absolutely. And of course, you don't have to worry about being distracted. It's at home, ladies and gentlemen. You can head over to event.brawlstars.com to watch, interact, and earn rewards. Now, Ark, I know you're a bit of a skin collector. You know what I mean? You pointed that earlier on. I know you're very defensive of your merch and stuff like that. Yes. But I know a lot of people have been asking me how they can get their hands on the Cat Burglar Jesse skin.
And I'm not going to apologize for that either, by the way. That is just what you get with me. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can place your predictions. I've got every single one wrong, so don't take any of my advice. That's what I will say so far. I've got one more chance remaining, and I did place my thoughts on Tribe EU. But at the same time, you can cheer for your favorite team. There's many ways to get involved and interact and cheer your team of choice. Obviously, those correct predictions do lead on to then adding tools and contributing to getting that Jesse skin. But look at that, over 68% favoring Navi over Tribe Gaming EU. 32% of the viewers at home think that Tribe Gaming EU will take this, but that's pretty surprising, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think MMA is scaring everybody. Like looking into that camera, the way he strokes his beard. I'm just waiting for him to put me in an arm bar halfway across the world. Again, on this side of the stage, perhaps some more classical good looks from this team. But okay, Spen, all right, looking like he feels a little confident here. We've seen the fans' predictions. I'd love to know, as someone who's actually had a really good chance to see both of these teams, and these teams sort of mix it up in the same sort of scenes. Do you feel like this audience prediction is accurate? Do you feel like there might be something to that? Or are you still confident in your UK boys?
I think the thing is, Tribe have got a huge following. It's no doubt about it. They're very charismatic as well, and have the skill to back it up. I think that when you look on paper, as you rightly said, like Navi, 6 monthly final wins, 7 grand final appearances. Tribe Gaming EU, no monthly final wins, no grand final appearances. So it is quite a daunting stat, but that was then regionalized. This is why I feel like it's kind of, at this point for me, a little bit unpredictable. We don't know how this clash is necessarily going to go. We have seen run-ins before, but this is a completely different environment. I mean, going back to what you were saying about MMA, and he does actually do a lot of fighting. It's his big hobby. In fact, he actually did an incredible milestone yesterday, hitting 1 million subscribers over on YouTube. So got to wish him a huge congratulations there. Again, we're seeing a lot of rise up in the pro scene. Many players going towards content creators sort of direction. And yeah, what an incredible milestone for him.
Absolutely. I mean, and now that you remind me, I mean, this is definitely going to be a matchup of huge content creators, because I know that that's what obviously Spen and Tom are really well known for, right? I mean, this team is full of very popular personalities here, and that's maybe why a lot of the fans at home are looking to try and get behind them in a big way. But we are seeing thumbs up there. It looks like Tom forgot his password. Apparently 123 didn't work, so and then he changed it, and then he forgot it straight away. I'm hearing it's coming in live. Yeah. So it's crazy. You ever done that? Change your password and realize you had caps lock on when you put the new one in, and then you couldn't do it. Yeah. Well, I mean, these guys are going through it right now. If you've had trouble, of course, you have to make sure you log in with your Supercell ID, by the way, over at event.brawlstars.com, because that obviously is what's going to be linked to your game account. It's what's going to allow you to earn those rewards. They would like Tom. Make sure you remember your password.
Wow, it's 2 gold skins on the side of Tribe. Drage going with the Mortis, and Frank for Spen. Big Brutes coming in, and they've got the HP to be able to push this back going into Bounty and Lake Egg. So Drake making the first play, jump there from Jason, and Drake's taken care of quickly.
Yeah, he does set things up for Spen, though, to at least find that elimination there. But the poppin' being used by Jason now to get out of trouble, and Spen is hightailing it away from that head first. As the dust settles, it's Navi not only with the blue star, but a 1-star lead.
Yeah, Jason with big taps. He's got that super yet again. He's going to have to keep that in mind because, again, with the comp that Tribe are running, Piper is the weak link. Ideally, Tom Halo gets taken down as well. So that is going to be 8 stars and the blue star in favor of Navi. The smash of Spen's hammer not going to connect with Jason either. So a chance to reset for Tribe. 1 minute remaining.
I mean, this composition doesn't have a lot to do against Tick's super, by the way. I mean, Drake just has to run away. He's been completely zoned out now, and so much of the map has been cleared up. So Drake now can't get close to Navi without being detected. But Top's going to go with their beautiful stuff. Drake is there with the damage as well. Lifeblood going to drain MMA down, and that's Tribe EU back in the lead. But for how long? Homemade recipe clips Drake as he tries to get away.
Yeah, disastrous there. He's almost dashed into the shot, and it was a difficult one, and now outnumbered is Spen as all 3 of Navi come in on that corner side of a ditch attempt for Drake. Couldn't quite get a super off there. I think the cancellation there actually came into effect as well. So now 6-star lead for Navi, but they are back in that spawn. There is enough stars there with one big team wipe for Tribe to have to turn this one around in the final moments.
Oh, not good for Drake. He's got nowhere to hide, and Jason's able to pick him off now. Maybe a little bit of disrespect there from the young Brit. It goes against him. Navi now looking confident. MMA able to knock Spen back. He gets a stunning blow on a Cube, who has 5 stars, and Drake is able to eat them up, but it's going to take more than that, and there's just not enough time. Nicely done from Jason to super out of the way. Navi start with that first round.
I think Navi did great, honestly. I did love the strategy, though, from Tribe Gaming EU to come out with just really doubling down or tripling down on your tanks and your close range brawlers. I felt like it could have gone another way, but a couple of mistakes here and there, a couple of dashes that sort of ended in a few deaths, and that's what matters in Bounty. The kill death ratio is so important. So these big tanky comps are a great idea, but sometimes it's very easy to overcommit with them.
Absolutely. I mean, it almost feels like you have to commit to some degree, right, to actually, to get some stars. But getting out after the fact seems to be the issue for Tribe. Like, unless it's a full team wipe, it seems like it's pretty dangerous. And I don't know. It seems like Navi had a ton of tools to get out to safety. Like the invulnerability frames given to you by, the Piper Super is pretty huge. And the fact that Leon can slink away as well. And look at the damage done. Yeah, Drage was definitely, duking it out in the back line. But sometimes he was really on his own.
Yeah, it's a high-risk thing. I do like the fact that Mortis is playable right now as a brawler because it's in a great spot, I've got to say. And I know that the Navi like to bring it out sometimes as well. So definitely that's appealing for me. Buzz as well can definitely work here. Absolutely. But I think one thing's for sure, Navi did very well against that kind of comp. And I think that now that the cards have been shown for that comp, that they're going to be going in with a much more prepared idea. And actually we're going to be seeing the same comps yet again. From both sides.
Sorry, okay. Tribe, yeah, they want to go in with the same look, but it's going to be tough for Spen. He's going to be surrounded now. Drake needs to come to his rescue immediately. Spen gives a great account of himself, though, and is at least able to trade. It's a blue star for Navi, and it's even in stars in general, so still more work needs to be done by Tribe. They are an all-in composition.
Good communication there. Tom coming in to tank for the Tickhead. Would like to have taken it down with the fists, really, but at the same time, definitely not one that Drage can really go and contest. The smash from Spen, not going to happen, though. And Tom going in, super on the aggressive, gets chased in the corner, gets the takedown as well. Super there to hand if he needs to come back out, but doesn't use it. Jason takes care of it.
Yeah, that's the issue. Tom used his gadget to have that extra sort of super minus the stun to get out, but he didn't have an escape route. That's been the problem for Tribe right now, and that's why they're still behind by a star, a blue one at that.
Yeah, I would like to have seen a bit of a dash out from Tom there, but I understand the reasons why he might want to preserve them. And Drage is going to come in, my goodness me, and as quickly as that, he is a big bounty above his head, and I'm sure, no doubt, Spen and Tom are going to have to protect the president right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. Tribe are giving up a lot of this map control because they frankly have to. They need to get to safety, which means letting Navi move up like this. Tom tries to go aggressive there. He's only got 2 stars on him. He can do that, but he gives them away for free. And this means that Drage's hard-earned stars are only giving him a slim lead right now, and there's still 17 seconds left.
Yeah, that's great value from Tom. He got the double stun off, but Ticket coming in is going to keep spend low, and Cube knows it, so he comes in to try and chip damage. Drage comes in with a nice cycle there. Tom with a pickup to MMA, also 15 stars, but a turnaround potential with that special spend will seal the deal. 20 stars and the blue star to Tribe, and we are all tied up in set 1.
That was buttery smooth stuff there. Start to finish, obviously Drage goes in very aggressively. Make no mistake, everybody. Tribe are playing the difficult composition here. Their setup is very challenging and it's not safe to play. But if you can pull it off, you get these crazy exciting moments like we just saw there. Fantastic Mortis play. I love the dash there. And you saw the Piper super got baited out there by Drage. He realized that he wouldn't be able to get that kill and get those stars. So he dives in and dives straight back out. That's beautiful. It's not textbook. It's a bit more special than that.
Yeah, it's just precision. It's calculated. Again, that first matchup didn't really work out well for Drage. He got some great value, but ultimately, every now and again, just a bit too overly aggressive in that game. Absolutely played perfectly. Now, the question I have here as well is, now that Navi have played that same comp and won, but this time they've lost, so are they going to switch things up? If those stats are anything to go by, I would suggest they do. 0 kills for MMA to the 2 of Tom. 258 DPS to the 11 of Tom. It's actually less for Tom, but again, with Buzz, you're timing those runs. 4 deaths, more deaths than MMA. But again, those kills are what matters in Bounty.
Yeah, it's a weird comparison to make because those two brawlers are designed to do completely different things.
Yeah, true.
Bear in mind, Tom can generate his super by just walking into those tick mines when he wants to. So, having Stunning Blow, often available, I think is definitely very helpful because that's when the party gets started, right? We see Tom go for that super, Drage dives on in there, and it requires a lot. This is a dive composition, essentially. It requires a ton of coordination. And frankly, Tribe could have made things easy for themselves and played something like really stock standard, like they could have tried to emulate what Navi are doing, right? Lollipop drop Leon, have Tick there, just try and, play for sort of control. But no, these guys they're ballsy. I love it. Spendo tries to find that blue star and he's punished.
Well, I like this from Tribe. Sort of now going back to kind of what things I would tend to play myself. I'm a big Piper fan here, and Sprout is a nice choice from Spence to be able to lock down these lanes and then have Tom come in for a bit of assassination attempt. It could be a great strategy to have going into this matchup, but it's going to be a slow start, but 3. Oh, now a nice takedown from Drake. We'll change this to a 3-2, but it is still Tribe just slightly behind. Nice block off there from Spence on the right-hand side, forcing Cube into a bit of a spot here. Support from Drake, but the home mirror we did miss, and a returning one is going to keep him very, very low now.
Drage has to pop the super there and actually eliminate some of the cover that Piper wants, because that's the star power that Drage has. That will increase his effectiveness firing from these bushes. Tom has actually made a lane switch here, so he wasn't able to really do too much about Cube there. And see him try and look for an opportunity to open this up a little bit more, but it is up to Tribe. They need to find an opening in this. So much terrain blocking their line of sight that might prove difficult.
Cube's going to pop the image there, and Drage finds it. Oh, he's the lollipop drop as well, but Tom at the pickup. That's going to get Tribe Gaming EU that he's very, very calculated. It's got to be said, especially when, for all intensive purposes there, Cube was at his strongest.
You did right, but this is years of Brawl Stars experience now starting to shine through from Tribe Gaming. They knew exactly how to just pick out a couple stars and put themselves in the lead, and now it's all up to Navi. Can they do something about these veterans that have really started to stake their claim now? MMA is so low, it's going to be a hedge to prevent him from advancing any further forward. Jason needs to be careful. The space sword's being thrown in his direction now. Oh, Cube just disintegrates as he walks up to Tom. Beautiful stuff there from Tribe Europe. They show us two distinctly different looks. They're flashy and I love it.
Yeah, it was quite close finale there, but a nice timed retreat back into the spawn there for Tribe Gaming EU, and they did have a nice celebration at the end of that matchup, so clearly spirits running high, as you've got to keep that in your side. I mean, we saw earlier today just how much it benefited the Tribe Gaming NA team. Much the same sort of vibe on the stage at the moment with everyone celebrating, but again, Navi are very good at a comeback, and they can get inside your mind, so no doubt they will also be having a bit of a conversation in the background as to what went wrong for them.
And of course, just to remind, and this caught me at first as well, Tom and Spen's nameplates on their monitors are actually back to front on stage. So Yeah, Tom is playing on the far left side, Spen on the far right, to make that clear. Trying to, wondering why that doesn't match up. Now you know. Look, solid stuff from Navi. They showed us they at least knew how to deal with that aggressive dive to a degree. But this from Drage was incredible. There's a last hurrah, a head first even used there. But a lifeblood at close range means that Drage can just go for broke there. That's scary stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got to say, I think that, again, I was kind of surprised by the predictions to be so far weighted towards Navi, simply because, again, the fact that Tribe Gaming EU are so well known. But at the same time, this is looking like a good start for them for what has been, a bit of a rough year, I think it's fair to say as well. Look at some stats here as well. 48% damage from Spen again, with that Sprout Brawler being such a great use of control. But 40% there on Jason on the Piper side as well. Cube, though, on the lower side of things, 22% of the Leon, but only 2% off that of Tom. So I think that's kind of fair to say that with Leon, it's kind of harder to gain those moments of traction with your shots. You've got to kind of time them very, very carefully. But we are swiftly moving past Layer Cake into Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball, and very, very open spaced map. Sometimes a bit stalemate. We saw earlier today some slow starts to the game. I kind of wonder how this one's going to go for these two teams.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there, because vastly different to Layer Cake in terms of its sort of setup there. Now, Layer Cake's the kind of map where the crew from Tribe can play a sort of close-up composition, because they can dodge a lot of the poke damage coming in. Sprout also worked there because you can box people in. Here it's a little bit harder, but so many sharpshooters still available, right? Bell was the only one that actually ended up getting banned off. I do like the Poco and the Max bans here, right? You take away some of the safe options that a lot of teams like to adopt, especially like the safe sort of mid-max, whether they want to go aggressive, obviously, with that super, or sort of play safe there. So Tribe wants to try and bait their opponents into playing the riskier setups, because I feel like that's where they feel like they can win. We saw that already, sort of with the Mortis and Buzz look from them. Tribe are not afraid to take the risky road.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed so far as well. But look at this. Look at the comp that Navi are running. The Mortis and the Frank, and they're not wasting any time. We are not wasting time in terms of the game. We went straight in, and Navi went straight for the prize. Taken care of now, but Drage had to earn that mech pretty quick to be able to defend that.
Absolutely. Spen there just got absolutely blown up. I think he thought he could get up close and personal to the Frank, but he's punished there. Drage, he wanted to try and get that super hit on towards Jason, because Mortis is pretty darn squishy. Drage is going to be knocked out of the mech here, and Spen's going to be in trouble. He goes for the super, full treatment lands, but MMA is going to walk it in. Is there anyone to stop him? MMA! He just sends it into the back of the net.
Nicely done. Got to be said, especially considering it's a spike there. I think so many pros now are kind of edging towards Life Plant as a saving maneuver on the gadget side. It definitely has lived popping Pinkish into a state where sometimes it's actually quite useful to have in those preventation measures. Let's see now, Spin past the ball forwards. Oh, a nice Life Plant there from Tom, and it did actually help get the takedown onto Cube, so great synergy there. The super going down as well. Trying to, I imagine, bait out the super here. Will they connect? Straight to the swipes. Tom's able to walk it in! I can't believe that MMA did not go for the smash there.
It seems like it was a little bit too late. Maybe MMA expects to have a little bit more time, but Tom had himself positioned in that bottom left corner, and it's a miscalculation, I think, there from Navi, who had the tools to slow that down.
Nice super pass away from Spen.
He's so buttery smooth.
I think he had to, he had to push it away, and now with a swipe on the shot, surely it's there! It is there! Tribe are able to get the second goal, despite being behind for the start of the game.
Oh, Spenny's unreal there. You saw what was happening. MMA was trying to go for the setup, right? Fire off the ball, go for a stunning blow and secure a goal. But Spen received the super shot and then is able to get the ball away, and he doesn't get caught by the stunning blow. That is dirty stuff there. And again, I like this team. They're showing a little bit of flair here. It's a lot of fun to see. Navi tried to bring the Mortis. They said, look, we can play that kind of game too, but you are dealing with Byron. That Byron super can really turn a fight around in a pinch there. So great read from Tribe to have a pretty solid composition against that.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I loved the way that Navi came out so quickly. They knew they had the kind of shock treatment behind their pick with the Mortis and the Frank, and they wasted no time at all. Got that early goal, but you gotta hand it as well back to Tribe Gaming EU for the way that they handled being under that pressure. Spend that super pass away because he knew that blow was going to potentially land, and it probably should have done for all intents and purposes. And then here, they tick down the damage as well and able to get it back before the shot go through. Great plays from Tribe Gaming EU.
And look, I'm loving the use of life plant there from Tom. Yeah, you're right. That popping pincushion there against the Frank would have actually got the elimination, prevented the goal, but the life plant usage was really clutch from Tom in a couple of those situations there. It's a huge tool to have a spike if anyone tries to jump on top of you, or if you need to block some of those shots coming in. And yeah, the Meg comes out here for Drage, and once he gets in the mech, he looks pretty scary.
Yeah, it's again a brawler which now players have had time to really get down to grasp with and to see the strengths, see the weaknesses. So we are seeing more and more of Meg, but yeah, surprised in terms of the lack of bans towards Meg, in all honesty, because she really is a force to be reckoned with, can change the flow and swing the game around at any given moment, really. Yes, it's, you know, a brawler which is only really going to tickle your opposition when you haven't got it, but once you get in that mecha, everything changes and you're able to come back with so much force.
Yeah, right. I mean, her super and mecha form does like more than 3.4k, right? So, you know, you can basically one hit, you know, a brawler that's taken any damage that's not Frank, which is huge. And Drake was very solid with that one. He did not miss. So give me the big tip. Jason trying to go in, full treatment drop there by Spend. Also a self-injector, so all the healing coming out, and it's not enough. At least it doesn't keep Drage up. MMA wants to try and come forwards here. Active noise cancelling. No, it's going to be Tom to find the elimination. Ball heading to the top left.
Like good decision making there from Tribe to leave Cube and just kind of get that off the respawn or get the ball away in the eventuality that it would be a more aggressive play with Jason then coming in, getting the cycle, finds it, second super coming in, Spence connected, surely MMA can walk this in, it's not going to be enough DPS, that is going to be the same story, and NAVI will get the first goal.
You can see just how much depends on Drage being in mech, right? Now he's able to do that. He didn't have his super available beforehand. Now we have to play a little differently here, but Jason still wants to go aggressive, but he does. Clean Spence clock. Perfect lifeblood there, and okay, this was not nearly as close this time around.
Not at all. Oh my word. Jason. He was absolutely popping off. I mean, he was on fire that game, and I think a very different Navi coming out of that game. The pins said a lot to me as well. I think that was their plan originally all along. It didn't work out in the last game, but it absolutely did in that game, and you could see that was kind of what they envisioned off the back of their scrims. You know, that was the plan. It just didn't kind of show itself, but watch this from Jason. Absolutely disgusting. There's the second super, lining it up, taking his time, and just popping off as the Mortis. Not an easy brawler to play on Backyard Bowl, by the way.
Absolutely. It's such a wide open map. What worked in his favor, I guess, was Drage spending a lot of time out of mech and the Amber not really getting a lot of impact. I wonder what the idea was there for Tom. What was he trying to achieve with the Amber? Because, I mean, he just got dove on every time by Mortis. And yeah, 63% team damage. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that we didn't necessarily even need to see the statistics to know that Jason was absolutely tearing it up on that side of things. Wow, that is impressive. But I think you make it a really, really valid point. I think that the Amber has got to change. I think that is not working for me. I do feel like the Meg, though, however, is a brawler which is fantastic at utilizing the aggressiveness, the tankiness, rather, of this Navi comp, because it's very easy when you're playing a big brute like a Frank to kind of forget that, oh yeah, if I'm not dodging these shots, I am feeding a mecha that is going to come back towards me. And you know, with some of the other brawlers, it's kind of easier to be, you know, more cautious around that. When you got all that HP, it's sometimes easy to forget that Meg is dangerous when she has super. So I do like the Navi comp. I think that this was their plan. I think they're probably going to keep it, but I definitely agree. The Amber, for me, it just wasn't working.
I mean, this matchup is delivered. Both teams have busted out the Mortis straight off the bat. You know, a pick that we used to get especially excited for in our monthly finals, because in so many cases it wasn't really viable. But now that the coiling snake sort of extra dash distance is baked into Mortis, he's much more of a mobile threat. And you can see how Jason was able to cross the map so effortlessly there as well, especially with super available. It's just so hard to blow up the Mortis, and the burst damage is real. You want to see more of the Meg? Again, if you're Frank, you want to take damage, essentially, especially if it comes in such small amounts like Meg provides. But Meg was happy enough to, well, hit a large target and build up. All right, Drage, what have you got for us here? He's clearly still feeling confidence, and it's time to see what Tribe have to try and close out Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of going B here myself, especially if Navi are going to run these big tanky ideas, and I know that Drage does love and is a fantastic B player. I don't know whether that's why he's getting quite smiley, because, again, the Frank coming into play, the B would be a great counter to it. He's actually going to stay with the Meg. I don't mind that, but Tom going on Tara. Hang about, Tom. Is this the right time for this? We know how your Tara pulls go, Tom. You thought this through. Again, we've been saying time and time again today that teams have been screaming some crazy ideas, but Tom on Tara, I don't know, Uber. I've seen it all.
Okay. So Tom obviously going up against it's a mobile composition he's going up against, with the exception of the Frank here. So yeah, landing these pulls is not going to be the simplest thing. Cube also waiting for someone to walk into the circle. Tom finally deciding to help him out and help him build a little bit of super up. Okay, there's the aggressive play from Jason, and it's beautiful. Spen cannot heal up quickly enough. There's no burst healing available from Self-Injector. It comes over time, and it's too slow.
Yeah, Drage was in a difficult spot realistically there. Couldn't do much more than he did. No honesty, the walls are down after the result of MMA. And look at this, the hunt is on, and Navi can smell the goal. There's the walk-in. Q will be the man to do it. And that is a lot of pressure. And yeah, the timer coming down to that 1 minute mark means that Tribe have got to respond very quickly.
Navi threatening here. Obviously, Tribe at the risk of losing this set as it stands. Drage having to get in this mech here, but Jason goes deep. Gets the mech out. Okay, that's the gravity used to secure the kill on Cube, but Jason is still at large. Oh! Sends him packing now, and stunning goes. Gonna catch two. Okay. Still, MMA is caught in position with that gravity. That's the only thing stopping Tribe Gang from getting ruined.
Oh, I thought that was going to be going in, because I think that's what ideally what Tom wanted, was to get the suck, the pull there, to be able to take away and have the ball trickle in, but it didn't quite work out the way I think that Tribe intended, and there's a good team wipe there for Navi. The ball coming through. Cube has got that super pass. He goes straight on Spen with the stun. Oh my goodness me, Cube! Oh my word! What a calculated play! And the chaining of that was just unreal, Uber.
It was disgusting. I mean, torpedo throw in, backs off the target. He knows he doesn't even need to, finish off the stun target, and he has the super shot available. That is filthy stuff. You'd love to see that, clever gadget used there from a Buzz player, and Navi had it all figured out.
That was amazing. That was a fantastic Buzz moment, and just great utilization of those supers to really make the distance just closed so incredibly quickly. And that was a great moment for Navi to turn this one around. You can see just how much they needed that to bring back the smiles on their faces, because until that moment, again, I was looking mainly towards MMA. I was getting a little bit scared, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, the Mortis play is looking very, very good for Navi as well. There is not much that Byron can do once that Mortis comes charging for them. And I think, it was a tough one for Spen. He was like, well, guys, I mean, unless I have a super available, I can't burst heal myself. I can't heal myself without a gadget in general. So unless we do something about this Mortis, who's, by the way, healing up based on that damage. But here's some of these moments from this set so far, and slow start for Navi, but my god, when they got going, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, they are a dangerous team when they have momentum, and they need to bring this round back around. They had to get things all tied up to be in a better headspace, and you can never. I often say that you cannot underestimate Navi. They've been putting a ton of preparation in for the World Finals, and it's been noticeable to me. And these are the comps that they do it with. They like their big tanky brawlers, but they also like a lot of range, and it's kind of interesting that they can play a lot of those tanky brawlers on maps which would normally require a lot of range. This moment here from Cube, unbelievable. The pass force, the super to stun, the gadget then to get the super yet again for the second time, the instant value of the back of that, and oh my word, unreal.
So clever.
Yeah.
And again, you don't care that your next super doesn't have a stun component, because you're not using your super on an enemy. You're using the super to get the strongest shot of the ball.
Yeah.
So in that case, really, it's as good as a normal super to you. It does exactly what you want it to do. Yeah, pretty swaggy, not gonna lie. That was very impressive stuff here, and a great way for Navi to bounce back in this series, showing that it's no fluke that they're the #1 team in the EECA region. And, well, Tribe EU, they've been put on notice now. Is there a way to deal with this, Mortis? Will that become a factor in, maps down the track? Ring of Fire comes up here for Hot Zone in our third set.
Okay, well, I'm going to be honest. This was a bit of a struggle for Tribe throughout the majority of this year. Hot Zone, by far, from their best mode. And I'm sure for that reason, though, at the same time, preparations have surely gone in because, they're going to know it. And teams have been spending a lot of time addressing their weaknesses. But, is this going to be one of those times when Tribe can demonstrate that they can do so? Ring of Fire, in particular, has been a map which they have really struggled with. It might even be, I believe, looking back, it was a 0% win rate on Hot Zone, I believe.
Not ideal.
Not ideal.
For sure. Look, again, I think Drage on the Mega was something you said you wanted to see more of there, but you saw how much he gets punished when there's like 2 stuns to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Dealing with the Meg Mac, it was like a torpedo throw stun and then a stunning blow, and all of a sudden Drage was no longer in his mech there. So, he needs to not get in his own head there because he was targeted, he was focused down on that previous set. And NAVI definitely were looking at the least experienced player of Tribe to try and get in his head. Oh, okay. Oh, we have to lose. This is so cheesy, but such a powerful strat here, of course, on a map like Ring of Fire.
I do like it. I think it can still work. I've got to say as well, I love the Tara pick. I've been saying it for a long time. I think that Tara here can absolutely work. It's given teams like AC Milan Clash a really, really tough time. And if you get yourself knuckled in on that left-hand side, you can cause some serious problems. But now, Tribe starting to recollect. Pressure onto MMA. He's forced back behind the healing station there as Jason continuing to suppress Rage with those heals coming in big time from Spen to keep him in the middle. This one's just got a little bit closer now, about 10% between them.
Yeah, I mean, Jason had to get a little bit aggressive there. Drage is constantly being pumped with healing by Spen, but there's just too much for Spen to keep up with. Cube getting up that close, all 3 cards connecting. There's no way you can keep your Lou in the fight. Now, Tom awkwardly has to double back a little bit there, but Spen is able to win the 1v1 against Cube. NAVI, though, have a distinct lead here. They're so tanky. It's so hard for Tribe to break in.
Oh, good connection there from... I didn't honestly feel that Drage was going to survive that one. It looked very, very close indeed, but they do manage to get the takedown there. MMA coming back in now, but there's a lot of good momentum already with NAVI. Cube using that super there. A good time to do so. They've got full control, and they are suppressing this one so successfully well. Look at the aggressiveness of that Pam healing station as well, so far forwards, and they can afford to be.
I mean, it's the Lou gadgets that are so scary as well. If you're sat inside that super, I mean, the gadget use will just add 50% to how frozen you are. Look at that. MMA just be blown up instantly. Again, Lou Super's all over the place here. It was super cool that he's going to be doing some freezing, but it's the tankiness of the Pam. Hard to deal with. They're body blocking the healing station, but Jason's in trouble. It doesn't matter. NAVI spent so much time because of their durability on the point.
Fantastic work from NAVI. Again, I did like the comp from the get-go, but they wasted no time in getting down to the nitty-gritty, and I think that for me was the most important thing. They went straight to the zone. They had to make that early stand, and as soon as they had the moment to kind of like relax a little bit, they did not do that. They just kept going, keep pushing that healing station forwards, and yeah, I did like the Pam over the Byron myself. I think Byron is definitely a really, really good idea to bring in, but Pam has just got so much ability to have a lot of team mechanic and teamwork there, but both teams clearly thinking the same kind of lines with the Lou, but for me, yeah, the Pam from Jason provided so much value from that healing station.
And oddly enough, the Spike and Tara elements were actually not as relevant in that particular round. I don't think that we needed to see any huge pulls from the Tara there to really make the difference. Obviously, it looks very messy, right? You're watching the point, both Blues are just throwing those supers down. Drage with considerably more damage, but much of this damage went on the Pam, who just healed it straight back up.
Yeah, and actually, you can see there, like, in terms of the stats, MMA, more kills, less DPS, and but again, Hot Zone's an objective mode. You've got to be in the zone. You've got to be able to, pass over to your teammates and make sure that they are spending time also in that zone. When you're going to go down, someone's going to take your place. I think you're right though. The Tara didn't do anything crazy, but that's why I love that particular brawler as a pick. It's pretty much just there to clear up that lane, to take away the pressure, and all you have to have is that super, and not even necessarily use it, just keep the pressure on and show your opposition that, you know, I'm a threat right now. You can't push me, and you can sometimes even blink your super just to say, yeah, look, you know, this is the thing. You keep your distance and we'll be just fine.
I mean, Cube's taking his glasses off. You know, it feels like it's giving him too much of an advantage here. So he's actually trying to, you know, make things more difficult for himself here to even up the playing field, or at least it seems that way. NAVI looking very, very good. A team that is just trending towards some of the tankier brawlers on Ring of Fire, and it's worked out brilliantly so far. We definitely need to see the spike elements here from Tribe if they bring it back in, make an impact. Ooh, very different. Meg is here. NAVI still want to play Giga Tanky though.
We have seen this before this year, and I do like it a lot. I've got to say, it's been a while since the Unfriendly Bushes came in as a gadget for Rosa. It's been such a favorable choice, but this is where Growlite can really make its mark. At the moment, though, it's a great start for Tribe Gaming. You have taken back control very quickly. Drake with some great swipes there on the Meg, getting good value there. The MMA coming in now as well. It's going to have to be his match here. Tom, though, this entire time has been sat in the mid.
Drage. That is nice from Drage. Obviously, Frank can be pretty easy to juke, but not when you're a huge target like you're in this Meg. Drage got another super there, and now he's going to regen some of that health, so it's going to be a little bit hard to get him out of this mech at the moment, and he's using the Growlite to his own advantage, closing the gap so that super in mech at 3.4k or more damage gets to be used liberally.
Great work from Tom there. Cube as well kept very low as a result, and I think that's a brawler which is fair to say Tom would love to go towards. I'm surprised it took so long to see it, in all honesty. It's one of his go-tos here. Drake has the swipe as well, which is keeping MMA low despite all that HP, but now this is the chance for NAVI. The score is actually very close, all things considered. Tribe has some great moments, but look at this. It's almost neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, the Growlite MMA getting to stand inside the bushes here on the point. Cube having a zone from his left-hand side and actually winning the 1v1 against Tom. It's going to be dangerous now for Tribe EU. Drake is trying to move up here, but Jason has another lifeblood. And again, the Mortis is a menace for Tribe. NAVI come up with the goods once more.
2 sets to 1. 2 sets to 1, and yeah, I gotta say it's a lot quieter in the studio. Again, a lot of concentration, no doubt about it, from the Tribe guys. But I'd love to be able to hear the NAVI celebrations as well. But they are looking much more confident than they did earlier today, taking the lead now, which is a massively important factor here. And yeah, Tribe are gonna have to rethink this one and consider greatly how they proceed.
Absolutely. You know, they have not been able to shake the monkey that is Mortis off their back, right? Spen still found himself in that really unenviable position of being Byron and having to stave off the Mortis. You know, you kind of mentioned that you like the Pam a little bit more because of the AoE healing and that extra durability. Also, Scrap Sucker can be, if you can hit that Mortis with it, you know, and try and make life, or just at least get value out of it in the middle of the map, it can make life a little bit hard there. But again, Byron is where Tribe want to be, and unfortunately 6 feet under is where Byron is in this matchup. Definitely a lot to consider here, but put it out of your mind, I suppose, as you move on. Gem Grab is going to be our next game type, and you know, it'll be a classic map. Before we get there, we can review, because we came out with the Lou mirror match.
I mean, this was the thing. Again, similar ideas going in, no doubt about it. Tribe and NAVI both clearly been watching each other's strategy, because again, it's been a while since we've seen Lou making a mark, and they both seem to predict more or less what's going to happen here. But despite what I felt was actually going to be going in Tribe Gaming EU's favor in this particular matchup, because they had such a great start. And NAVI was over time overpowering the idea. Once all those 3 Growlite bushes were in play, it just meant that there's so much more maneuverability and unpredictability on the side of NAVI, and Tribe started to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. Cube obviously having a big impact here. In terms of utility, obviously the Growlite gadget being used there to create like a much more safe area for these tanky brawlers to actually stand on the point and be hidden at the same time. Especially if you're dealing with like, I mean, Crow, for example, he might have slowing toxin and just be really annoying, or you know, having to deal with that mech of Meg. Having a safe place to play from is huge there. So really nicely done there. And NAVI play around, letting their Frank just be hard to move from the point. Hard Rock Mine coming up next for Gem Grab.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Tribe Gaming probably grateful that it's not my Card Madness. But I do like that one myself. But Hard Rock Mine is definitely much more of the OG style Brawl Stars maps. And Gem Grab, you know, arguably amongst the scene, one of the most balanced of the maps for Gem Grab. You know, we're going to see definitely, I feel, some brawls that we've yet to see. Maybe some Rico Lane to be able to suppress those right and left hand sides. The bans, again, if you missed them at the beginning, were Poco and Max on the side of Tribe Gaming EU, Lola and Bell for Navi, and I think that they were very, very good bans, very appropriate bans for me. It's going to definitely give an interesting conversation towards who is going to be the gem carry in this match. Is it going to be a Jean? Is it going to be a Sandy? Is it going to be a Piper? It's definitely going to make an impact, and how those lanes are held, it's going to determine whether those gems can be contested or not.
Yeah, I like Tribe's idea of banning safe mids. You know, making it hard for, you know, or at least leaving less of those really safe gem carriers available.
Yeah.
Max is used all the time in this map, right? You mentioned Sandy, Rico thrown in the mix, Leon is still there. So there are still a ton of ways of, you know, having a carrier that can sort of do work. So, okay, Mortis here for Drage. He is not messing about, but again, I mean, everyone's so tanky on the side of Na'Vi. Like, where do you find the damage?
The Gorilla coming into play yet again as well, and yeah, Navi wasting no time at all to get that laid down, and, or Tom rather, and MMA just both making their own pushes. A lot of this map is going to be filled with that, and unpredictability coming into play, yeah. Pushing the mid, Spain going to be forced back here as MMA, they'll get some punches to connect here.
There's got to be some respect for that torpedo throw here. The stun for Drage, it spells his demise. He cannot get caught under that sort of crowd control out in the open. Now, between the Rosa and the Pan, that's going to be less than issue for Drage. He wants to try and dive in on the gem carrier. A lot of damage. Lifeblood used Jason so low, but throws that healing station down. Spen tries to step in to help out, and Drage is still standing, but the gems are still with Jason for now.
Who's on 616 HP. He was so lucky to survive that situation. Teammates came in accordingly to ensure that those gems, if they did go down, were going to remain there. But this is the moment that Tribe have got to capitalize on again. They do not want to be facing off against the match point. Great aggression spent, throwing down the healing station as well. Tom has got 2 gem there. He's got to be very, very careful coming back from this spawn.
He's not getting away. The stuns from Cube have been absolutely pivotal here. First on Drage, who's trying to drive in, try and find a way to get access to Jason. Then is to take 2 gems away from Tom. This is looking dire for Tribe, and there needs to be a big playmate here. Drage is the one to watch.
MMA pops the super. Drage going in with the timing perfection there, but the gems were dropped, and there were Tribe's gems that dropped, not Navi's. They're going to be picking it back up. A bit of a reset, but nonetheless, that is a great moment for Navi to be able to capitalize with those 12 gems safely in the pocket for Jason.
Navi going to be whiling away these last few moments comfortably as Jason sheepishly backtracks to the top of the map with 12 gems to his name. And there it is. The Buzz play was just incredible. You know, we think about Buzz as an assassin arc who wants to dive in, eliminate these single targets. But this was reactive, defensive Buzz play. Navi realized their most potent tool in their arsenal was the stun, not the engage from Buzz. And using that torpedo throw time and time again to make so Drage could not get to Jason. Watch him try and do this. Look at Q's positioning here. Straight in.
Yeah, no messing about. And again, what Navi have been so good at recently and so great at showing us is like how much better they're performing as a unit and having that constant supply of support, which has been something which they struggled a little bit this year, but making some big changes now in terms of the scoreline. Again, you know, much more kills on the side of Navi there with 4-2, which it might not sound like much, but in gem grab it makes a big difference. Very, very close.
Those are the gem carriers.
Yeah,
they're very relevant. I mean, the fact that one gem carrier has no deaths should tell you all you need to know.
Exactly. Well, I mean, now the pressure really is on. Tribe Gaming EU's tournament lives depend on this next game. They've got to make big changes, and bold ones at that, or their journey here could be over today.
It's a single elimination tournament. Tribe Gaming, loved by so many. You know, it's so many huge fans of this team. Wanted to see them go all the way, but it's Na'Vi and Khabib, the MMA dynamo, standing in their way. And his play is just as scary as his facial hair. I'm telling you right now. It's been a long road for this Tribe team. You know what I mean? They had a roster shuffle. They take a chance on the young gun, Drage, the wonder kid, to try and take them to greater heights. Spen and Tom, they want to hoist another trophy. They want to relive those 2019 Dreams, right now, they're on the precipice of being eliminated.
Yeah, this is where it all counts. It all matters. Every moment. Choosing the right brawlers and also going in to hope that you've got the right timing to choose those brawlers. At the moment, NAVI keep using the same strat, bringing in the Rosa, having the Grow Light, having the Frank, big brutes. The Poker Ban as well doesn't seem to be affecting their attempts to continue doing this idea, which must be a pattern which has been recurring recently. And how do you go against that? How do you counter this idea? Again, we haven't seen a B played at all by Tribe yet. It's a brawler which I know that Drage does play successfully so well, but this is where the mind games take control. If they were to change towards that now with the 10 counter idea, is this the time that NAVI don't play that strat and go with something else? And they've been so good at that recently. The mind games is where they've actually been at their strongest.
Here it is, Tribe Gaming EU fighting for their World Finals life. They're coming with a buzz here. Drage wants to try and match Cube, and they get that elimination there in the buzz fight at the top of your screen. Jason now has much more to threaten him. Drage fancies a safer kind of assassin this time around.
Yeah, Tommy cautious on the left as well, but Cube's going to find him there, the stun as well. But this is what I mean, the support is always there for NAVI. MMA was there, had the fists connecting nicely. Drake as well, going to stun the turret and also MMA to get out of the situation. But look at Cube, he's on fire! The guy cannot be stopped, he's so low now though, and Spen has a hasty retreat.
Great coming from Tommy, body blocks there for Spen, keeps the gems on the carrier, but Drage falls. He had a couple of his own after a successful foray and assassination on Jason. MMA's not going to get away either though, and this puts Tribe in the lead. This is going to be a scrappy affair. Not one-sided at all, no, it's going to be close, but Cube gets a stun on Drage. He's going to be able to get away with those gems now. Healing station thrown down to keep Cube alive, and stun on Tom, and he's eliminated. This is getting out of hand.
Cube's insane. Absolutely insane. And I'm just going to go out and say that. I've been saying it for a very long time. I do feel like he is and has been developing so well this year. Fantastic aggression and cycling ability from that man. And he's not done yet. Continuing on now. But can Tribe stop this? One more gem to spawn for countdown. And it's coming out now, Uber.
Huge scrap sucker there from Jason. It looked like Drage was going to go in for the kill, but he had to turn tail and run instead. 12 seconds left in the round now. Strong stuff used by both Roses. Tom's trying to get towards the Pam, but MMA stands in his way. Drage gets dove on by Cube. He's forced to back away. He doesn't have the health for this, and there it is, a reset. You're right. NAVI is still close, though. They need one more to get the counter going.
Oh my word, can Tribe continue to keep this one up? The gems are split, it must be said. I don't think it's time for enough of a reset to spawn from the mid. Q going in, does get taken care of, but Tom had to use his super to go in. He won't be able to go as aggressive as he is, but the stun from Drage, the connection is there. MMA is going low, it's the time and take down enough. I think that NAVI may just have it, and they have knocked out Tribe Gaming EU.
Absolute exaltation here for NAVI. Competing in the EECA region, looking over at the competition in Europe and thinking, yeah, we can take a piece of that. We can make a splash in that region. Well, now they've done so in one of the biggest ways possible, downing crowd favorites Tribe EU in the first round of the World Finals. And you can see these champions of the past will remain champions of the past.
It's not been a good day for EMEA. It has not been a good day for EMEA, as again, I said from the beginning, I fully expected us to see many upsets this, over the next 3 days, and it's the beauty of Brawl esports. When people have and come forwards with these ideas that, of their predictions, I'm just going to put it out there that I got all four wrong, Uber. I'm that guy.
Ooh, no, all your votes are gone.
Every single one wrong. And it just goes to show, when you're in a different environment, there are so many more factors in play.
I mean, we've been talking about this every monthly final. I always ask you, how do you think this region stacks up? It's an impossible question to answer, really, but I get you to do it anyway because, all of these regions are competing at the same time. They're looking across at each other and going, okay, maybe we can do that better. Maybe we can adapt this strategy and make it our own. Both of these teams went for the Mortis play. Tribe came out of the gates. Look at this. I mean, Drage just popping off. They came out of the gates confident, looking strong. But NAVI, again, it was literally Khabib versus Conor. You know what I mean? NAVI just got in control, slowly started to constrict Tribe, start to strip them away of all that bravado, and then strike the finishing blow. Really impressive stuff from Navi. They definitely weren't starstruck at all by this team, and Tribe just, they didn't have the, honestly, the composure to carry them through here.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, that for me, if we had to choose a defining moment of when things started to turn in Navi's favor, was the buzz play in Backyard Bowl. It just was. And from that point on, everything just started to click. And I don't know who MVP will be. For me, it is Cube. It has to be Cube. That man was cycling every brawler he chose so successfully well. I think that a load of the issues that we're having in the Tribe side were pretty much as a direct result of him on that buzz.
Right, again, Buzz is just unbelievably powerful. It's not just the mobility that can get him right. So first we saw it in Brawl Ball. We actually saw the cheeky tech, of course, by giving yourself that extra super with the gadget to get a super shot. But again, the stuns against Mortis are just incredible. Buzz is a lifeguard. Everyone's like he's an assassin. He goes in. No. He does, turn around and go back to the help of his teammates. Such a fascinating brawler because he has real support potential there. And you see that happen now. You turn around, you're peeling for your teammates. Tribe cottoned on to that particular Mortis counter way too late, Arc. I mean, they couldn't figure out why their Mortis wasn't working out. The Buzz, by the time they switched to it, it was way too late.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it was a smart time for Tribe to try to make that comeback happen. But by that point in time, Navi's momentum was already there. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Jason that you guys voted as the MVP. I didn't expect that I would get it right. I wasn't trying to do. But for me, I think Q played fantastically well as well. But Jason as well, a great performance from him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This Navi team, they're the real deal, Arc. I mean, so they get a day off. They're going to take a break. And when we come back, they're going to be taking on Queen Knight, right? So two really vastly different regions, but we've now realized that both of those teams have these insane individuals, like sick mechanical prowess, right? That sets up an incredibly fun quarterfinal there, I think, as well. And now, tell me, you guys, we'll talk over this play of the day as it comes in, actually. I'll save the question for a little bit later, but of course there are quite a few moments that we saw over the course of today. Very exciting first game. I mean, seeing SK Gaming go up against Tribe NA was incredible. BK Roger INTZ, though, had some fantastic moments for us too. Firecrow really popping off.
Oh yeah, I think just prior to this moment as well, I was just saying that he was struggling, and then he came back with this, and I instantly said, I've just eaten my words. Firecrow absolutely fantastic in that match, and just gave back the control and the flow in favor of INTZ to go on and take it. They were playing phenomenal, but there was a couple of moments where they were struggling, and that was a big pop-off moment for him, no doubt about it.
I mean, Firecrow hyped up, though, I think is one of like the nastiest sharpshooters, especially in Brazil. The guy is like a young prodigy, right? So this is definitely where he is looking to shine and make his impact. And look, INTZ, I think, have really high expectations on their shoulders, right? They're a team that's expected, after having second place in the past, they're expected to be here, they're expected to dominate, and they're here on LAN, which is a huge difference maker. So might give them a reason to stow their protestos, if they can make it through this bracket a bit further. But what a first day. We have two of our quarterfinals locked in. Let's look ahead, though, because we have some fascinating games, right? TIG Origin versus Reply Totem. I mean, you're starting to run out of European teams, by the way, Ark. I just want to point that out there. Aren't that many left?
Yeah. I see that, Uber. I see that. 3 down, 2 to go. Yeah, and but again, I'm all for it. I genuinely am all for it, because I do hear a lot of times, everyone favoring EMEA. I've said it myself. I do still maintain that I think that the strongest meta, in my opinion, does come from that region. But you need moments like this to remind other regions that you guys can still take down others, and it's an equal opportunity. Anyone can come in and cause an upset. I think that is a big, if not the biggest story of today, and we'll have to see how the Day 2 EMEA teams battle out tomorrow. If there's any EMEA hope. I think it's been an NA hope for too long now. We need some EMEA hope.
Absolutely. And obviously, you can do that via your predictions as well. If you feel like these EMEA teams have a chance to bounce back and make a real splash in tomorrow's matches, head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can watch, interact, and earn rewards. And that's where you can make those predictions, the ones that we're bringing up here on broadcast and using to discuss. It looks like all those people that favored Navi to win were on the money. And that team is on the way to some money as well if they can keep making things happen there. Obviously, $1 million to play for is incredible stuff there. It's a huge prize pool. It's a huge tournament. It's the defining moment of the Brawl Stars year. And what a great way to start things off. Ark, I mean, very quickly before we start to wrap things up, favorite moment of the day? Just give me one off the top.
Oh, it's such a rough question because like my favorite moment is someone else's worst nightmare. I think for me, what a way to start things off with Tribe Gaming NA versus SK Gaming. I think that was a fantastic moment just to watch from this side. I thank the Lord that I am not on the playing side on either team actually, but the way that we started off, that energy, the electricity in the Brawl House was unreal. Here you can hear the shouts, hear the screams. You feel like you're on the journey with the player. So I've got to say, like, that first matchup for me was probably my favorite moment, to be reminded of why lands like this are just such a great experience on the casting side.
Incredible way to start off our Brawl Stars World Finals. Great to be here with you, Ark. Of course, tomorrow, local time, EET, 11 a.m., we're going to be kicking things off. We've got 4 more of these matches to get through before we can even start with our quarterfinals. So be there, ladies and gentlemen. The Brawl Stars World Finals resumes tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Mm-hmm.